Monica opened her eyes in front of the big columned building, and everything around her seemed super white at first. Then she noticed the temple in front of her and remembered seeing one like it on TV. Right then, Monica realized she'd already died twice, and this time ended up in some weird place. She looked at her hands and saw she'd jumped into a kid's body, realizing her last death had been totally different. A man with long gray hair and a beard walked up to Monica and started explaining things. He told her she was a regression candidate, and to go back, she had to accept her true form. Then, the man noticed Monica had 4 stars and figured out her death had been under tragic circumstances. Monica started remembering she'd lived in another world before under a different name, and her home had been Earth. She'd been an awesome gamer and streamer with a ton of followers. Even though she never showed her face on camera, people loved her voice. Her life had been going pretty smoothly, with a decent income, until one day she had a heart attack right after a stream. Every time Monica thinks about it now, she can't figure out how that could happen. But now she's in a new world called the Zenta Empire, and here she's the second princess. Her mom had died in a war years ago, and her dad raised her. Even though he got sick a lot, Monica also had a sweet, beautiful sister named Linda, and at first she was happy to start over. Monica's older sister was way more beautiful and adored her little sister, but unfortunately died when she was just 3 from an illness. Then a rebellion broke out soon after, and her father, who was often ill, also died. Her uncle Theodore seized the throne. The uncle was a terrible guy. One time, he even locked Monica in a freezing cold room. He also gave her a tutor who often beat the girl, and only the nanny helped her. Time passed, and when the princess turned 16, Uncle Theodore died of an illness. Monica had no one left. She had to become empress to rule a bunch of weaklings until she died. Then, when she woke up again, she found herself in this strange place as a little girl. A bearded man carried Monica to 4 other kids sitting on a carpet, with a veiled woman on a throne in front of them. The woman, who was a goddess, called all 4 regression candidates and promised them special gifts. The most innocent child would get the best family, the second would get a worse one, the third would get a terrible family, and the last had no chance to go back. Monica immediately burst into tears, not wanting to live in another family, thinking it would be tough. The little girl remembered suffering in her second life because she was born into a terrible family. Everyone was evil and cruel, and in the end, she was sentenced to death herself. The other kids started crying too, and the goddess came up with a way to solve the return issue. The woman decided everyone would stay here if they didn't want to be born into a bad family. Now, only Monica would go back, sacrificing herself for her friends. The girl remembered the old man's words, how the black star was her past life. And it hit her that the others died for the first time. None of these kids had stars except her. So Monica didn't lose hope that she still had another life to live. The idea of sacrifice gave her pause, but she agreed anyway and started saying goodbye. Since Monica accepted the sacrifice, the goddess decided to throw her another gift and handed her 3 pouches. She could only pick 2. She grabbed the one that smelled sweet and the prettier one. The first pouch popped open. A crown appeared on Monica's head, proof she'd land in a great family. The second pouch had to wait. The goddess said it was time to send the baby off. A child's laughter always made her smile, especially this one, a girl born from another world. The goddess loved Monica. Her reincarnation track record was solid, and she'd even thought of making her an heir. She rocked the little tyke in her arms until she dozed off to the voice of a gorgeous woman. The next second, Monica found herself a princess in a palace, pampered by a caretaker. The little girl threw up, and Nanny Rose flipped out. But Monica noticed something that scared her. Monica landed in the same family as her second life. Now she believed the goddess had tricked her. The princess couldn't believe she'd have to live through that terrible life again. Now she'd have to relive it all and end up as a puppet empress with a sad ending. The girl broke down, realizing there was nothing good in this family, and the nanny kept asking what was bothering her. A little later, Monica walked to the mirror and noticed her face was different now, not like it was in her past life. Then it hit her. She'd turned into her sister with pink hair and bright green eyes. Only now did Monica notice her eye color was different from her sister's. But it didn't matter to her. After all, the princess was the cutest, sweetest kid in the whole world. Becoming her sister meant she wouldn't be a puppet again. But when the nanny called her by name, Monica realized it was the same. She was still the shy younger sister. In her first life, she had the same personality, shy and quiet, with no one knowing she streamed. Nanny Rose noticed the princess was checking every mirror, and she found it amusing. Monica tried to respond to the nanny, but her lips just wouldn't cooperate. She could barely form words. But the princess managed to let the nanny know she was asking about her sister and where she was. That shocked Rose. Monica hadn't had a sister for 2 years. Linda had died of an illness. The princess found it amusing the sister's name matched too, but she still didn't get why she looked like Linda. While the nanny worried she'd said too much, the girl remembered the goddess's words about her soul being from another world. Monica figured the body could hold on if her soul stayed in it, but if not, it'd die for good. This time, Linda was the younger sister again, but died once more, which crushed the princess. The nanny noticed the girl looked down and tried to cheer her with a sliver of cotton candy. Tasting the sweetness, Monica perked up, then suddenly realized she was in a kid's head now. Rose couldn't get enough of the little girl, calling her gem every chance she got. The princess couldn't believe it was happening. Only the nanny kept her spirits up, while everyone else ignored her. Everyone adored her older sister, but in this life, Monica hoped people wouldn't despise her. The girl figured she needed to be brave like her sister, and thinking it over, gave herself a wink. Rose saw it and instantly shouted, dragging the other maids in to check it out. They sprinted over, thinking something bad had happened from the nanny's panic. Monica later realized that wink had everyone beaming in an instant. The princess wondered if she could live like her sister, who always seemed to smile from the inside. Now she was a cute, lovable kid everyone adored, especially the nanny. Suddenly, in the corner of the room, the princess spotted a glow with the words, "User Monica has fulfilled the requirements." The girl started telling the nanny about the glow, pointing in that direction with her hand, but the nanny saw nothing. Then Monica noticed the glow had the same color as the pouch the goddess had given her. Next, the princess read in the glow that a cross-dimensional streamer chat was open. Then a shared channel opened, and the staff, maids Amy, Becky, and Fate, joined in. Amy wrote how cute the princess was, and how much she wished she was her little sister. This chat felt like the one from Monica's first life when she was a streamer, and for the compliments, she gained 30 interest points. Everything mirrored her first life. 3 people in the chat and room, but now she didn't earn money for it. Then the princess wanted more cotton candy, but Rose refused, not wanting to spoil her dinner appetite. But the little cutie still persuaded the nanny with those big sweet eyes, and got another piece. After that, Monica read that the goddess was impressed by how quickly she adapted, and that her skills had now improved. Opening the concept, the princess read that the goddess had blessed her, but she still needed to charm as many people as possible. Monica figured she'd start acting more and more like a kid from now on. Suddenly, another maid burst into the room and announced they had an emergency. At that moment, outside, a carriage pulled up to the entrance, and a young man stepped out, making the girl realize they had a guest. The maids realized it was the princess's guest, but they still didn't know who he was or why he'd come to see the little girl. Meanwhile, a guy was heading toward their room, and soon everyone realized it was Brad Willow. Princess didn't get why he showed up, but she noticed his cute face. But he had a cold gaze, bright red hair, and broad shoulders. Brad Willow was the Empire's top general and ruled the Northern Territories. Monica's late mom was his stepsister, so he was her uncle. If he hadn't died in his second life from a poison dragon, there wouldn't have been a rebellion. In the lands he controlled, all sorts of strange and terrifying monsters showed up. Only dukes with dragon blood could rule those lands. The duke who killed one of the strongest dragons didn't make it back alive because of serious injuries. They barely knew each other in their past lives, but Monica still felt bad about her relative's death. This time, Brad showed up to take the princess to the temple on the way to the crackdown. Even though he wasn't thrilled about it, Monica realized her uncle was planning to take down Rex Dragon, one of the strongest. Last time, the duke got brutal injuries, suffered for ages, and died fighting the next dragon. But the princess remembered it was all part of the emperor's plan, even if he pretended not to know what the duke was up to. And right then, the girl really wanted a cotton candy bite, but she knew she couldn't get distracted now. The temple they planned to take her to is where the imperial family receives a blessing every year. If even one family member is missing, the imperial bloodline descended from the golden beast won't be blessed. The whole family will be cursed and miserable. This time, it's the princess's turn to go to the temple. Out of nowhere, Brad decided not to take Monica there, but his friend argued it would ruin family ties. Plus, the emperor is in the north hunting for cracks, and the duke has to bring his niece. Monica thought if it were the uncle she knew, those words definitely wouldn't have changed his mind. In his second life, Brad was the kind of guy who never helped her, even ignoring her letters asking for help. Then the nanny Rose decided to say something to the duke, and Monica panicked she might get hurt. If that happened, the princess would claw his eyes out. But Brad stayed calm, even with the nanny butting in. That's what set him apart from the emperor, who'd have killed someone for pulling that stunt. The nanny didn't say anything harsh, just offered to share dinner with the princess since he was her guest. But Brad didn't have time, and his friend told him to stick around a bit before leaving. Because if they bolt now, the emperor will just send them back here. The country was split into 3 major powers. The first was the imperial family. The second was the duke, who represented each season. The third kingdom was ruled by the mighty wizard's tower. Among them, Duke Willow led the north, winter, and wild beasts, and was also the empire's general. This land supplied coal, magical metals, and goods made from animal hides. They saw it as a strong, independent nation they traded with. But relations with the imperial family were bad. The current family killed the last emperor and took the throne, with Monica's mom at the head. Samantha was a skilled warrior, but married the girl's dad, who handed rule to his stepbrother. The princess's mom died in a war her uncle sent her into, so ties with their family had always been bad. Control of that land passed from emperor to emperor for generations. Without the son's backing, a war could have erupted. At dinner, Rose fed Monica with a spoon, but also tried to teach her to eat on her own. While eating, the princess caught her uncle's intense gaze and decided to try talking to him. He was her only living relative, though in her past life he'd hated Monica and ignored her. The girl decided to show him how she eats and complained the nanny rarely gives her any candy. Looking at the princess, Brad decided she didn't inherit the imperial bloodline. The emperor's kids were born with light hair every generation, but neither she nor her sister had blonde hair. In her past life, everyone loved Linda, and the princess longed for even one person to love her. Monica had a nanny who absolutely adored this little girl. The little cutie decided to ask her uncle if he loved her, even just a little, but Brad had no feelings for the kid at all. Still, Monica thought it was better than her past life. She approached her uncle and asked him to hug her, but he had no clue why he'd want to do that. Brad thought the princess was just as straightforward and reckless as her sister. His friend, a knight named Greg, decided not to upset the little one and picked her up. Monica noticed everyone was in the chat except her uncle, and that meant she didn't interest him at all. Suddenly, the princess burst into tears, and Greg handed her to Brad, and the little one calmed down instantly. The girl really wanted to be with her uncle. She tried to win his affection in this life. Besides, if he wasn't the one to take her to the temple, Monica would have to go there with the knights. The princess remembered that in her second life, she tried to avoid them because they seemed bad to her. That's why she tried to please her uncle to go with him specifically, but he still didn't see any reason to take the girl. Monica also remembered that in the second life, the Duke would be mortally wounded trying to defeat the dragon. But this country was already starting to rot, and it needed someone who could lift it up. Brad was about to leave when the princess said there was a lot of cotton candy outside, though it meant nothing to him. Then the little one asked to see Rex the dragon, and that immediately baffled her uncle. After all, nobody knew about the dragon being tamed, not even the emperor, and only one thought came to Brad's mind. He guessed the princess had inherited Willow's hidden blood and was now a prophet. Monica noticed her uncle joined the conversation. Then she got curious what a prophet even meant. In her past life, she'd never heard of such a thing and assumed it was some high-ranking official. Brad remembered another dragon, a fiery one named Spike, but nobody should have known about him either. Willow grabbed the princess tighter, and she even felt a little scared, so the nanny took her back right away. But Brad noticed the girl was super light, while his younger son was way heavier. The Duke had only hugged him when he was already 8, so he'd felt much heavier back then. At that moment, Monica dropped her candy and started to cry, but Brad caught it in time and handed it back to her. The Duke began asking the princess where she'd heard about Spike, since it was all a huge secret. In the past, conquering the fiery dragon Spike was tied to other nations. Monica had once heard about the mission's success, but the Emperor used brutal methods back then too. The girl just admitted she'd heard her uncle already caught that dragon, but she didn't remember who told her. Now, Monica hoped Brad would take her to the temple himself, since she'd told him everything up to now. The Duke called on his subordinate, Hillary, and asked how often the princess communicates with the Emperor. All she knew was once a month. Then she guessed the Emperor already knew everything about Brad's plans. Hillary figured there had been a leak and someone had betrayed them. But Willow didn't get why the Emperor would mention it in front of Monica. The Duke thought it was done intentionally, and he couldn't stop wanting to know who the traitor was. Brad promised himself that traitor wouldn't live long. Meanwhile, Hillary planned to contact HQ the first chance she got. Willow was ready to take the princess to the temple, telling Greg to prep everything and the nanny to handle the luggage. He also decided to bring Rose along. But Monica thought it was a terrible idea and immediately started whining again. Brad quickly shoved some candy into the girl's hand to calm her down. It worked. The Duke also decided to guard the princess's route to the temple himself and rushed to the carriage. Glancing at little Monica, Brad vowed to watch her diet too. She looked way too thin to him. After 5 days without seeing her uncle, the whole team armed up and started the trip. But even with all those people around, the princess still felt bored and lonely despite the food they offered. Monica was determined to break through her uncle's coldness. It seemed every one of his subordinates thought she was amazing. The chat exploded with people joining in, all gushing about the little princess. Then she spotted a tiny window that hadn't been there during her stream. It let her read people's thoughts. Suddenly, Helen marched up in a long cloak with a big hood. barking orders for everyone to scatter as she headed straight for the princess. Meanwhile, the emperor was scolding a subordinate for messing up his last assignment. This time, he was ordered to return to the castle with only the princess, or lose his head. Helen gripped a magic staff, and in the same instant, held out a slice of cake on a plate in her other hand. She offered the slice of delicious strawberry cake she'd grabbed from the nearby city of York. People started whispering, "It's a long haul to that city, like a full day's travel." They realized Helen used magic to grab that slice, but she didn't see it as a crime. The princess thought her mom never gave her the mana blessing, and the crowd reminded Helen to treat the kid with respect. Monica checked her mind-reading window, active when someone stared straight at her, and realized Helen had misophobia. Now the princess was wondering why she called herself a streamer. She's not exactly a people person. The cake tasted amazing, and she shot a grateful look at her host. She tried to hug Monica, making the kid drop her strawberry fork. Big sad face. Uncle Brad swooped in, snatched the fork midair, and handed it back to the little princess. The Duke figured they'd all had enough after 5 days and needed a break, even though Monica kept begging her subjects to play with her. And even though Monica protested, Brad took her away so the others could catch a breather. The Duke found the subjects' behavior a bit odd. He'd never noticed them acting like that before. He sat Monica in a soft chair and handed her a plate with a slice of cake to finish eating there. Once the plate was empty, the princess asked her uncle for a hug, but he just stayed seated beside her. Monica kept asking, and the subjects started wondering how he could stay so cold-hearted. The Duke ordered a new carriage and arranged a feast for everyone, while the wizards handled the motion sickness. In her second life, they barely gave her food when she traveled somewhere with the knights. Now she saw the Duke as way better than that imperial family and wanted him to stick around forever. Monica noticed her uncle wasn't in the chat. He just logged in then out, and figured he'd lost interest. The princess got another candy from Brad, who suddenly decided to tally up how much food she'd eaten. Monica found it weird her uncle suddenly brought up tent food, and even weirder to count it. Monica decided to listen to the Duke. He asked if she'd seen a certain book at the Emperor's palace. Greg walked over, pulled out a crystal, and poof! A book with a fancy cover appeared in his hands. Monica realized it was a signed book, like a biographical dictionary, where the imperial family recorded names of outstanding people. It also listed whose talents came from helping the imperial family protect the sun. The first emperor was born under an animal's light and received Minerva's blessing. After that, his hair turned golden. After that, most of the kids were born blonde with a natural gift. But Monica wasn't one of them. She learned you could spot a talent by their eyes, the kind her dad had, and the emperor's duty was to fill that book. The princess's uncle had barely any of that talent, but she remembered everything from her second life. When Brad repeated his question, Monica admitted she'd seen that book before. She remembered every single detail because she was the one who'd written those names down. But later, countless gifted people listed in that book were murdered. Monica started thinking about what to do next and whether her uncle would take her to the estate. And if he did, the princess could finally have those candies, so she decided to get the Duke to do it. Monica pointed at the book and said the one she'd seen was a bit darker and way bigger. Brad offered her a bunch more cakes if she told him everything she'd read in that book. The Duke had no real hope, but he needed any info he could get. The secret about conquering Spike was starting to slip out, so Brad started showing the princess people, and she had to say if she recognized anyone. Monica just wanted to live among people who loved her, so she quickly agreed to her uncle's request. He promised her a cake for every answer. She'd asked for 100 of them. Brad agreed, and if she gave over 100 answers, she'd get coupons to trade for more cakes. Later, the Duke showed Princess Monica the portrait of the first person, and she instantly knew he was one of the underlings. In his past life, he was the guy who tortured Monica and played her for a fool. The girl confessed she recognized him, but then panicked, worried her uncle wouldn't believe her after all no one ever had in her past life. Brad patted the girl on the head, handed her a cupcake, and told her to keep going. "That's our girl," he said, rewarding her first answer with a sweet. He dragged Greg closer and asked what she thought of him. Though Brad was really just running a test, Monica could tell her uncle thought she was a goldmine, and the whole situation felt so off that she got a little queasy. Brad, meanwhile, wasn't seeing anything game-changing and started weighing his options for dealing with the princess if he brought her to the estate. Greg reminded him he'd been planning this move and vouched for the prophecy's truth. The Duke thought about pressing on but ran out of questions. Still, he shot Monica one last query. Brad tossed her another cupcake like, seriously, how many did they have? And told her to answer however she wanted. Earlier, she caught her uncle giving the nastiest glare as he walked off to chat with Greg. Seeing Monica's fear, Brad rushed to soothe her, saying his expression was only because the talk was top priority. Then Uncle Brad had her check out another guy, and she instantly recognized the kingdom's biggest trash. But the guy was a conspiracy mastermind who'd taken out a ton of innocent people. Monica stammered through her answer, saying the guy was good at his work, but a total human wrecking ball. The princess even suggested firing him as soon as possible, but Brad wasn't about to listen anymore. She was the Duke's sister's child, but he didn't have high hopes for her, and figured she was just throwing words around without thinking. He started yelling at the princess, demanding to know who the traitor was, and the girl just broke down in tears. She didn't know who it was, only that he was terrifying and dangerous. She remembered her uncle was the same in his past life. Greg stepped in, reminding the Duke he was the first to ask, and the princess was the first to mention Spike. Either way, it was hard to tell if there even was a traitor, though the Duke wasn't entirely convinced. He believed it was the same ability. Prophets were a rare power in the Willow bloodline. This power let you see the future, but it needed a matching partner, a knight for protection. Brad remembered his student, who trained hard and waited for his teacher's return. The last Knight Protector was around 200 years ago. These knights were always born exceptionally strong. If they couldn't find the prophet, they'd lose control of their power and go crazy or die. Greg suggested there was a misunderstanding. If the princess really was the prophet, the Duke was just driving her into a corner. But it wasn't confirmed yet. Brad still had doubts when one of his subordinates approached him. He thought the princess was completely innocent. She was just a child. The Duke thought they'd all gone mad. Monica was crying, and the subjects wanted to feel sorry for her. A lot of folks thought the girl had nothing to do with it. The blame was on the Duke himself, and he'd regret it down the road. Monica was even a bit shocked that everyone suddenly started backing her up. Plus, she scored a bunch of extra points for it. That many points let her earn a gift from the god himself. She just had to push a little harder. The nanny scooped Monica up. She'd always been on Monica's side, even in her past life. And now she was hugging the little girl tight. Helen stepped up to Brad. She thought there'd been a misunderstanding too. She suggested using magic to get to the bottom of it, even though she knew it could drain every ounce of her power. But Helen didn't see it as a problem. If she passed out, others could just pick her up and carry her. Monica's eyes were all puffy from crying. Rose tried to cheer her up with pastries and snacks. In the end, Helen lost all her strength and consciousness. The princess was devastated. Now everyone pitied her. She blamed her uncle, who didn't care at all, just like in her past life. Later, Brad approached the girl. She got flustered, unsure what he was about to do. Monica even wondered if his odd behavior was because of those battle wounds he got fighting the dragon. But she didn't want him to die, no matter what. But the princess couldn't hold back her fear anymore. She screamed she was terrified of the Duke. Greg told Brad to stop looking so stern at the kid. Otherwise, she'd be even more scared of him. Even though the Duke had no idea what he'd done wrong, he needed to think about how he treated the princess. Brad looked at Monica again, saw that his kids weren't anything like her, but decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. He figured maybe he should treat her with a little more kindness. He handed the princess a little box with the sweetest figs he could find, hoping it would do the trick. To get the figs and other popular snacks, he used Helen's magic whenever he could. Monica noticed the box looked delicious, but she didn't rush to open it. Brad thought she was worried the food was poisoned, but within seconds, the little one was already asking for the box. When she opened it, she found a fig cake inside, something she adored. Monica couldn't resist the good food, so her uncle suggested packing enough to fill a whole wagon. The fig cake was his way of apologizing to the princess, who immediately held out her pinky for a promise. It was the weakest promise the Duke had ever made in his life, and it even made him chuckle. Then Monica asked Brad to carry her, and he found her kind of amusing. She flipped her opinion so fast, but the little girl accepted the Duke as her uncle again since he was nice to her. Plus, only she could stop him from dying. Meanwhile, Brad noticed the girl was starting to pack on the pounds from all the sweets. He decided against renting an entire bakery in the next town, but Monica insisted he should still do it as a peace offering. She saw anyone who fed her as a friend. The trip to the temple took 15 days, and by the 8th day, the princess was clearly getting bored. The servants tried to entertain her with everything they could think of, rattles, handmade toys. But Helen kept most people away from the child, convinced that many toys could be a hazard and hurt her. Over the time the subjects spent with Monica, she managed to learn their names. Plus, they showered her with gifts, and she loved it, since in her second life, she didn't even have a basic rattle. Any gifts that ever came into the family went to her sister Lena, and now Monica felt great. Meanwhile, someone lost their mind and screamed they'd marry her and want a kid who looks like a little bunny. The guy was pounding his fists into a tree, and the princess had no clue why he was doing it. Someone even vowed to donate all their blood if Monica turned into a mosquito. Others refused to go to the post since the princess wasn't there, while another guy dreamed of having a granddaughter just like Monica. Meanwhile, Helen was thinking about how she'd battled the postal wizard to send her heart to the girl. The mage in the chat was extra active, which the princess found kinda creepy. Then they announced training time, which happened daily, and a bunch of people bid Monica goodbye. They weren't skipping training. The squad was gonna take down Spike the dragon, and only during these moments could Monica stay with the nanny. The princess peeked into the chat, and it looked more like a comment section with random thoughts. Monica wondered if she could chat with them. She wanted to give something back too. At that moment, her level spiked, and her rank jumped from squatter to baron. Plus, she got a reward. Back when Monica was streaming, all she got were silver and gold buttons. But now she'd earned baron status. The girl didn't get what it meant, but felt her sugar was low and started begging for more candy. But the nanny stayed strict and only let the little one have one candy before dinner. While they chatted, some monster lurked in the bushes, totally hidden from view. But then Monica caught the rustle, and the beast was ready to pounce, letting out a loud growl. Rose pulled the girl close. The monster's noises echoed all the way to the training yard. A second later, the beast sprang out, and the nanny was terrified of the werewolf snarling at them. People rushed back, ready to attack with arrows and whatever they grabbed. The fight was brutal and lasted a while. But then the Duke closed in on the monster. He drove his sword into the werewolf again and again, making sure it had no chance to live. Meanwhile, the nanny and princess were being whisked away in a carriage to keep them safe from the monster. Monica wasn't scared of monsters anymore. After living 2 lives and seeing how much scarier people could be, they used the princess like a puppet, snatching so many more lives than any beast ever could. And as Monica thought this, a werewolf crept up to their carriage window, reaching out with a claw. Rose clutched the princess tighter, ready to give her life to keep the girl safe. But the monster's black claws were already reaching for Monica's head, while its other paw ripped off the carriage roof. The girl thought she was a goner, but the next second, she was lying in her uncle's arms. The nanny survived too, and Brad covered the girl's eyes while carrying her past the monster's bloodied body. The princess kept trying to move his hand and peek around, but her uncle wouldn't let her. Later, Monica told the Duke she was scared, but he calmed her down, saying the werewolves were dead and there was nothing to worry about. But Brad thought the princess was just a wimp if she was scared of a dead werewolf. The girl didn't get how anyone could not be scared of that, and that's what set her apart from the Duke's son. A little later, the princess asked to be let go, even though she'd been scared before. Monica remembered when Brad had gotten angry at her 3 days ago and thought he was trying to scare her again. He still told the girl not to look at the bodies and said they'd had to fight 5 werewolves. Then Greg approached and brought up the Empress of the Sun, who was barely 7 when she tackled a werewolf. At 5, she caught 2, and Monica realized it was talking about her mom. According to legend, one of the Willow family was the first to slay a dragon, and since then, their blood has mixed with dragon blood. That's why people started saying there's no such thing as skilled generals or prosecutors. Brad figured the princess had dragon blood in her veins too, and had no idea she could read his thoughts. A little later, after the monster bodies were cleared away, the Duke let go of the princess, and Rose rushed to her. She was so glad it was all over, especially since Monica was safe and sound. To celebrate this, the nanny let the girl eat whatever she wanted and gave her a whole handful of candy. People started feeling the fatigue, even though these werewolves were nothing compared to the dragon. Monica decided to share a candy with Greg, and he felt that kid-like joy bubbling up inside him right away. The princess treated the magicians to some candy too, waving it off as their thank you for saving her. For Helen, the girl saved the prettiest candy because she used magic like a truth spell. Then Monica walked right up to Brad and handed him her favorite candy for saving her. The Duke tried to explain to the princess that gratitude runs in the Willow bloodline, and she figured he wanted to take her with him. This idea totally appealed to Monica, and she really wanted to hang out with these folks longer, so she blurted out her wish right then and left her uncle a bit baffled. Behind him, the princess spotted another werewolf even bigger than the ones before. It was the Werewolf King, but the Duke didn't faze it one bit and took him down in a flash. When he got back to Monica, he decided to show her what the wolf had in its mouth. Greg handed her a little bundle, and when he tore open the corner of the cloth, the princess caught sight of a tiny creature. It was a desert fox, which immediately started demanding in its own way for people to let it go. Monica really liked that little creature, but no one had any idea how this fox ended up here. The girl asked what kind of animal it was and if it could talk, and the uncle said it could only bark. Then the princess realized that she was the only one who could hear the fox's words and wasn't sure whether to admit it. Meanwhile, Greg suggested noting in the report that they found an item wrapped in red cloth near the guard dog. When they unwrapped it, the item was alive, and after examining it, they assumed it was a sacred animal. Meanwhile, Monica and the knights watched as the area was cleared of the infected monster's body. This rescued creature, which worshipped a god, was able to cleanse the monster-contaminated land. Although in Greg's opinion, this little fox didn't look sacred at all, and the other knights agreed with him. Also, it was strange that an item that had vanished in the Empire turned up here. Since sacred animals only live in very pure places, Greg suggested they report it to the Imperial family, but another knight stopped him, because if the Emperor finds out, it'll be bad. So it's better to write that the sacred animal was stolen. They started debating what to do, since what they saw was really sacred. Bread ordered to first burn the werewolf corpses with magic, and then take the fox with them. Suddenly, the fox broke free and 5 knights tried to catch her, but only Greg managed to catch her. Even though she was still young, she was already strong enough, and they needed to keep a closer eye on her. Then Greg remembered that according to legend, the sacred beast only obeys its master. But not many people know this, so he started asking around to see if anyone knew how to tame this fox. Monica had had enough of watching all this and decided to leave, until the fox suddenly begged her to stop. The fox realized the princess could understand her and kept calling out, trying to get her to turn around. Then it hit Monica. What if she asked her uncle to let her hold the fox? But her uncle said no. The fox, though, was game to let her touch its tail if Monica held it. She begged the Duke to let her touch the fox, even just once, but he was as stubborn as a mule. Monica's heart sank. Greg noticed the fox had quit arguing, and the princess was crying now. Bread thought for a second, and gave the okay to put the fox near the girl, letting her touch it. The princess lunged for the fox right away, and everyone braced for the fox to bite her. The knights started whispering, should only the owner be allowed to touch the beast? One knight figured why not, and reached out. Then the fox suddenly leapt into Monica's arms. Cuddled up to the girl, the fox knew it had been right all along. She had divine energy. Everyone gaped as the princess held the fox like it was nothing, and the fox didn't even squirm. The desert fox told Monica the gods had picked her, and the girl started thinking about what that meant. She figured it happened the second she came back to this world. The fox kept nuzzling up to her, even giving her a few licks. Monica remembered the second pouch, opened it up, and boom, got a divine gift. The fox was still thrilled the princess had met a god's messenger. It was a huge honor in her eyes. Then, the girl realized this little beast could actually hear her thoughts. Kinda shocking, honestly. The fox officially introduced herself. Her name's Angela, and she's the divine messenger in flesh and blood. She was sent to keep tabs on sins, but she'd be heading back to heaven after some time. Angela also told the princess she'd been waiting for this meeting, and she could really help her out. Meanwhile, the people around couldn't figure out how a little girl had tamed a sacred beast. They even thought, maybe just a touch could make you the owner. But they knew better. But they couldn't stop staring at the little beast chillin' on the princess's lap. They started inching closer to get a better look, until the fox got spooked. Angela immediately begged Monica to make them back off. She didn't exactly love humans. Monica did what she asked, and even teared up when Brad Willow came closer. He told the crowd to keep their mouths shut about what happened. Lose your eyes if you don't. The Duke threatened that if anyone dared to report this, he'd cut off their ears and pluck out their eyes before they even reached the palace. The fox, meanwhile, asked the princess who that guy was, and found out he's her uncle. Angela had never seen someone so strong before, could actually feel their raw strength and power. If he beats the fire dragon, he'll be the greatest man in the Empire. The fox also told the princess that after she touched her, she became her owner. Monica was thrilled. Though as a kid, she was more excited about having this soft, warm little animal. 2 days later, the party kept moving. Fox mostly perched on Monica's lap. Monica's legs were killing her, so Brad decided to take the critter off her. Angela asked what was up, and her owner explained Monica's legs had fallen asleep from sitting on them all night. Monica begged her uncle to hold her, so he shoved the fox aside and scooped up his niece. Suddenly, a loud crack. The carriage they were riding in tipped over on its side. No one got hurt, though. The knight immediately offered to switch the princess and the lord to another carriage. This one was totaled. Rose, who was being moved to a new carriage, told the kid to speak up if anything bugged her. Monica wanted to ride with the nanny, but the Duke hadn't given her permission. Normally, a Duke's wife, direct heirs, or immediate vassals ride together in one carriage. But Brad wasn't as indifferent as the girl thought, and let the nanny come along. He still kept his niece close since they had just a short way left. After a while, a huge palace came into view, looking straight out of a fairy tale. They made it in just 5 days, and with the city ahead, the Duke gave Monica a handful of candies as a celebration. The princess didn't even notice how quickly they'd arrived, since she'd spent most of the time eating and sleeping. She figured she'd have to say goodbye to the people she'd grown attached to, and accidentally tugged the fox's tail. Angela realized the girl was really taken with him and wanted to stay by his side. The Duke pulled his niece into a hug and reminded her he'd keep his promise once they reached the city. There, Brad planned to stuff the princess with figs until she burst. while the fox quietly taught Monica to use her uncle's connections. Monica could take a stroll if she wanted their stop. In the city was only for a day. The fox gave a nudge that they should take Brad along, and the princess jumped right in, begging him to accompany her. But the Duke had a ton on his plate. Still, the girl gave him the big pleading eyes, and he couldn't say no, just not for long. From then on, everyone had their own thoughts. Brad about their final meeting, the princess about how to win him over. After half a day, their carriage rolled through the city streets, and Monica caught the cold look on her uncle's face. The girl had no clue how to warm him up like cotton candy and pull him to her side. Monica wanted him to take her to the northern part of the country, but the more she thought about it, the more complicated things got. Still, the princess was sure it would work if she stayed in the chat window with him, like back in the streaming days. In real life, it was way harder to talk. Monica could speak clearly and confidently when no one was watching her. But as soon as she made eye contact with someone, she'd freeze up and start stumbling over her words. Monica figured that's why she could now rely on chat windows to get along with people in this world. She also remembered her second life, where she wasn't the empress who knew how to talk her way through anything. On the flip side, she'd been the worst ruler. Her life was so terrible and painful, she didn't even want to think about it. Looking back, Monica realized there hadn't been a single decent person around. Blacksmiths, architects, everyone was like that. But one young official stuck out in the princess's memory. He was different from the rest. Not long before the rebellion broke out, she got arrested, and not a single person treated her with kindness. Even the castle servants looked down on her back then, and it really hurt. Sitting in the death cell, she overheard someone telling the guards they were being too harsh on the empress. He thought the charges against her were ridiculous. She was too young to do something like that on her own. At that moment, all Monica could see was his back. It looked just like a knight's. The sadness of never getting to see his face, to even try thanking him, really got to her. 10 days later, they brought her to the execution square, and everyone around shouted for her to be killed. At the last moment, Monica for some reason remembered what that official had said. The young empress regretted most that she never got to see his face. This person was the last and only one to stand by Monica before her death. But now everything was different, and the princess decided to live differently too, even though she still wanted to meet that official. The fox asked what Monica was so deep in thought about, and she admitted she wanted to stay with Uncle. Angel liked this direction, since she believed her mistress and herself should live in luxury. But the girl didn't have much time left to convince Uncle, and she had no idea how to go about it. That's when Monica saw a knight calling her to a store full of kids' toys. The princess had heard of this store before, and now she was seeing it for the first time with her own eyes. She had never had any toys as a kid, so the girl was just thrilled by the selection. When Monica told Uncle about wanting to visit the store, he noticed the difference between her and his son again. The girl could clearly see his thoughts in the chat, but she had no way to use that. The princess couldn't believe that, over all that time, Uncle never developed any friendly feelings toward her. That's when Mike the Knight scooped her up and offered to take a walk and sightsee right away. Then 2 more knights showed up, wanting to escort the princess, and decided to settle the conflict with a game of rock, paper, scissors. Mike won the first round, but the other 2 started arguing he cheated and demanded a rematch. The knight asked the girl to hold on a sec while they sorted out the disagreement and came back to her. Meanwhile, Monica's nanny approached, holding the desert fox in her arms. The girl was thrilled to see her pet, but the fox had no clue why Monica called it a toy. Then Angela demanded the princess feed her, said she was starving. Brad showed up then, insisting they needed to grab a bite before the walk. The arguing knights agreed with the Duke. Turns out they were hungry too. After all that chatter, the princess realized she was starving and asked the nanny for food. Brad found it weird his niece was still hungry after all those snacks, but he suggested a restaurant, and before long, they were at a spot with great service. Seated at the table, the princess thought about how all the knights and mages they met were chill. They didn't care about class lines and got along great, eating whatever was on the menu. Way different from the snarky types at the Imperial Palace. Just as the food arrived and she was about to dig in, the princess felt a wave of drowsiness. The fox noticed her owner was about to fall, so Monica asked for some candy, thinking it might help. But her eyes were closing, and she started to collapse, dragging the fox down and knocking her to the floor. Rose reminded the princess it wasn't time to sleep yet, and tried to wipe her face with a damp cloth. The girl's exhaustion won out in the end, and the Duke saw she was worn out and asleep, drenched in sweat. Those words set the nanny on edge. She even double-checked with Brad before realizing the princess was sick. Rose then noticed the girl had a fever too, though that's pretty normal for kids. The Duke figured his niece was worn out from the schedule, and they'd run into some werewolves along the way. He called out to Mike, who was halfway through a bucket of chicken, and barked at him to get the doctor. The knight got anxious and saw how flustered the nanny was because the princess had a fever. The Duke had 3 kids of his own, but he never really cared much for them. He was cold even to his long-deceased wife. Brad started yelling at his underling for just standing there like a deer in headlights. Mike took off like a shot to fetch the doctor, thinking this was the first time he'd ever seen the Duke actually give a damn about someone. Zipping past the table where the other knights were lounging, he blurted out his mission as he ran. 10 minutes later, he came back with the doctor, the top doc in the whole region. Just 10 minutes ago, the same doctor had been sitting alone in his office, telling a knight he never makes house calls. But Mike was insistent and flung a pouch of gold coins onto the doctor's desk, more than enough to cover it. The gold convinced the doctor. He agreed to go with the knight. He didn't want to let all that coin slip away. When he showed up at the scene, the doctor knew he was here for the paycheck. But there was the Duke, the monster he'd always thought he was. Lord Breadwillow cut a noble figure, but the doctor had seen his fair share of roughnecks. None could touch the Duke. The kid's uncle barked at the doctor to fix his niece right now. He spotted the girl's limp body and got to work, starting with her pulse. The rest of them crowded over the old man like dark clouds, made it hard to focus. The knight gave him a warning. Watch your tongue. His verdict? Just exhaustion, plain and simple. Rose backed him up. She knew the princess inside and out. But Monica's fans lost their cool. They saw her breathing, every 3 seconds. The doctor didn't get why they hauled him here if they didn't trust his call. He didn't know how to take her breathing. Bread cut in. Why's the princess out cold and drenched in sweat if she ain't sick? Everyone jumped in. All kids sleep heavy. But the Duke's own son never did that. He was sure the girl was sick. Bread made up his mind. Find a real pro. He asked where the nearest big city was. Mike laid it out. Georgia's nearby, but it's a long haul. The Duke didn't seem fazed and ordered them to move out without delay. The knight was stunned his lord was changing plans so suddenly just for the princess. He also thought Brad wasn't grasping how bad his condition was, and Helen suggested dragging a doctor in through the portal. The Duke agreed, and the magic girl bolted out the door to do it, yanking the knight along behind her. Stepping back a bit, Helen slammed her staff on the floor, and blue energy started swirling around her instantly. A portal snapped open, releasing a powerful gust of wind that sent a spoon flying off the table. The Duke caught the spoon midair before it could hit the princess and make her situation worse. Leaning over the sick kid, Brad decided they'd stay in the city one more day. He told the knights to find a decent place to stay, befitting a princess too. A little later, they were in a local inn, and the room looked decent enough. Mike reported it was the best they could find, but Brad was too worried about the girl to care. She was sweating like a waterfall, and the doctor said healing magic wouldn't help. He explained Monica was too young, and the magic could backfire on her. Brad ordered the room heated up, and the second squad of mages was pulling out all the stops. But it was going to take time, since the north wind was making it a pain. Rose sat in the corner, still wailing that the princess was just asleep, and didn't get why no one believed her. Fox Angela was by her mistress too, but she knew the girl wasn't just asleep. The knights started talking among themselves. The nanny and doctor said Monica's fine, so this is how it's supposed to be. But Mike stuck to the Duke's orders, afraid the princess might actually be sick. Meanwhile, Monica started shivering from the fever and curled into a ball to warm up. She was having a dream where her mom and dad were right beside her, and Monica didn't want to come back to reality. The girl was scared, started muttering about it in her sleep, so Brad picked her up. Soon, Helen brought in the most renowned doctor, who was now crouched over the girl. After a quick exam, Dr. Susie confirmed the princess was just asleep. The doctor figured it was from extreme exhaustion. Same thing can happen to adults too. Since the princess is so young, long trips are hard on her, hence the exhaustion. But in her past life, Monica had a different experience, one that was hard to even imagine. But now, the Duke was convinced by the doctor's words and released her. The knights cheered. The princess was healthy. They wanted to thank Helen for her efforts when they saw her faint again, grabbed her and carried her to the couch. At night, when everyone was asleep, the Duke suddenly called a meeting and announced his schedule had changed. First off, he gave the knights a day off since Monica was totally wiped out, and it had them all cheering. But Mike had an urgent report for the Duke about his student Eddie, and Brad figured the kid had probably messed up again. Eddie was the Duke's only student, and now rumors were flying that the castle's outer wall had been wrecked during training again. This time, the damage was way worse than last time, and it sure as hell wasn't from a storm. As he was leaving, Brad gave the order that the kid's power needed to be kept in check with regular training sessions. Then he told Mike to shut down all training until the Duke got back. Brad's older son, Matthew, wasn't at the castle, so only the Duke himself could handle a power like that now. After that, the knights were free to head off and rest up, and once again, they thanked the princess for it. One guy was especially glad. 10 years working for the Duke, and he hadn't had a single day off yet. Another girl admitted she was certain the Duke and the princess were blood-related, no doubt. They also brought up Monica's mom. who'd be a legend if she was still around. Plus, they talked about the princess's beauty, comparing her to the duke before him. She was clearly a cut above. Then they started imagining how stunning Monica would be once she grew up and became the whole continent's favorite. Meanwhile, Brad approached the nanny and said she could head off for some rest too. He'd stay with the princess for now. But Rose argued, knowing the duke had been working just as hard all day and needed the break more. But the duke was insistent, and the nanny asked him to take good care of the little princess. Rose caught the shift in Brad's eyes when he looked at the girl. She prayed it wasn't just her imagination. Maybe it was a good sign. The nanny stepped out, and the duke, watching the kid, found himself wondering again. Was she really a prophet? He couldn't wrap his head around how a little kid could spill secrets about slaying a dragon unless she was a prophet. The more he chewed on it, the more time slipped away. Brad wondered if Monica would even hear him out. If she really was the prophet, the duke had to take her, both for her and Eddie's student. Somehow the current emperor had grabbed the throne, killed off everyone else, but left this one kid alive. But bringing her along was a risky move, no matter how you sliced it. Brad had his doubts. Eddie could end up paying the price for this, just like Sam did. But if Monica wasn't the prophet, it'd all be for nothing, and risk a showdown with the imperial family. The North couldn't start a war with the emperor, not yet. But somehow this girl had become important to the duke. The next morning, the kid woke up, stretched like a cat, then noticed the ceiling looked different. Monica's head spun. Had she just reborn or something? She started scanning the room, trying to figure it out. Then the kid heard the nanny's voice, checking in if she'd slept well, if she felt rested. Rose explained the princess had dozed off out of nowhere the night before, and the duke had readied her chambers. The nanny also overheard that they're heading out after a quick breakfast, since they need to make it to the temple before it's too late. Monica just found out she's been sleeping in the carriage the whole time, and they even made a stop so she could catch some decent shut-eye. Angela the fox had stuck by the princess nonstop, showing off her devotion. And the second they arrived, that little beast started begging for food, starving practically. But Monica couldn't get why the fox was so mad. She just thought it wasn't cute to fall asleep at the table, and now she's starving because of it. The princess started wondering why the others wouldn't let the critter eat like they'd totally forgotten she existed. But that wasn't the case. She just flat out refused the food they offered. Turns out she won't eat from a commoner's hands. Plus, Angela didn't trust any of them. She was afraid someone would slip her some poison. Still, the princess was certain. Unlike the fox, her attendants would never do anything to harm her. But the critter hadn't forgotten how they tried to trap her to snatch and sell. Or worse, Monica figured arguing with her critter was pointless. Time to properly feed her, and herself. When the princess and her nanny walked into the restaurant, the knights and fans were already there waiting. Everyone was shoving pastries and candy right at her face, baked fresh just for the little princess. Monica took in all the food and thought the nanny could finally relax. No need to sneak her snacks anymore. The girl thanked everyone for the treats, and in that instant, she was practically an angel in their eyes. Then Brad joined them and noticed everyone's been acting weird since morning. Monica lit up when she saw her uncle, but this time he just looked past the little girl. The Duke turned to Mike and ordered him to get breakfast ready since he was having a meal with the princess. The others felt a little sad, but also secretly happy they'd be having breakfast together. Before leaving, Brad gave orders for everyone to stow their gifts in the carriage's cargo hold. Some knights thought the setup was over the top, but nothing would have changed if the Duke was one of them. Soon a fancy spread was laid out, where Brad, Monica, and her fox cub tucked into all sorts of delicacies. The Duke also suggested the princess go for a walk around town and stop by a toy shop after breakfast. Hearing that, the girl dug into her food even faster, making her nanny's jaw drop. Soon, Brad had the princess in his arms, and she wondered why so many assistants were around for a simple walk. They stopped by a flower shop too, where the girl loved how nice it smelled. Then they hit the toy store, and the staff kept the girl entertained by playing with her. As they kept walking, Monica noticed something and started begging her nanny to buy it for her. The girl spotted a knight's helmet. It was so beautiful and felt oddly familiar to the princess. Rose was puzzled why the little one wanted that exact item, but the princess had her own reasons. In her second life, not long before she was captured, a soldier chucked a helmet straight at her head. Monica didn't see the point in it at the time, since she wouldn't have died from the hit anyway. But that helmet also reminded her of the one in the emperor's office, so the princess wanted to buy it. A fox hopped over to Monica, curious to check it out, and asked her to lift it up. Ange looked at the helmet and scratched her head, wondering why a little girl would need something like that, even though it didn't look ordinary. Princess gave Rose the same speech again, insisting she wanted to buy the helmet and wear it on her head. Sir Jack, hearing all that, turned to Hillary and asked if she wanted a helmet for herself. But Hillary figured copying the princess wasn't the smartest move, and told Jack to cut it out. Mike filled the Duke in on his unease. This helmet was from the previous Duchess. Brad knew the deal. He checked the bloodline, no lies there. That's why Monica picked this helmet over all the others. That silver dragon-etched helmet was Samantha's signature piece. The Duke walked over to the little tyke, and she hit him with the same request. Whether he'd say yes? That all hinged on her answer. Brad asked why she'd picked that helmet, but the princess couldn't spill the beans on her past life. She made up on the spot that this headgear just called to her. That's why she wanted it. After that, the Duke remembered. Back in their youth, he and his sister trained together, and she'd always worn that helmet. Both were fencing hard, but Samantha was still quicker than her brother and disarmed him again. Brad leaned against a tree and told his sister to take a break. The training had been going on for hours, but she just teased him, saying he was weak and couldn't beat her in a real battle. Then she noticed Brad's helmet again and asked why he even brought it. He thought it was valuable. His dad gave it to him, but his sister doubted it would matter since he had no skill. But Brad figured Samantha was just jealous and offered to share. She only had a basic helmet anyway, but she loved her own protective headgear. It always called out to her. Samantha was certain her dear little brother would feel it someday too. Brad's thoughts were interrupted by his niece asking again to buy the helmet. Then they headed to a pastry shop, and the girl thought the place was absolutely amazing. The shopkeeper was super friendly, and Monica wanted a pastry with strawberry, chocolate, and grapes. Rose wasn't sure the little one could handle that much, and suggested picking just 2. But Brad cut in and told Monica to pick whatever she wanted. He'd promised her, and now he was ready to buy the whole place. The Duke's man paid for everything and told the seller exactly which pastries to wrap up. The princess was thrilled to get all the treats, and the shopkeeper was happy about the big sale. Seeing a heap of cash, he figured the Duke must be some big-shot corporate heir. While Monica was happy her uncle kept his word, the fox reminded her to focus on winning the Duke's favor. This was their last pit stop before the temple, and the princess needed to charm her uncle fast. The girl grabbed a pastry and sauntered over to Brad, offering to split it with him. The fox doubted that feeding pastries would win the Duke over, but Monica wasn't giving up. She held out a spoonful of dessert right to his lips. Brad scrunched up his face like something gross was forced on him and flung the plate to the floor. The knights were stunned by his move, and the princess was hurt. Her uncle just chucked the cake like it was trash. She just wanted to treat him to something nice and make a good impression. To everyone else, it looked like the Duke had dropped that plate on purpose. It showed he was brushing off her kindness, and his move wasn't an accident. Sir Jack dove for the crumb, determined to eat it, but the others were confused why. He was yelling it was his slice, and he'd eat it before someone else could grab his fork. Meanwhile, the Duke handed the teary-eyed princess to the nanny. She got he might not like the cake, but he could have just said no. Monica was doing her best not to cry, so her uncle wouldn't see her as pathetic. Mike thought the Duke's actions were traitorous, but on the other hand, he believed the guy had just messed up. Brad walked up to the cellar and asked him to bake another super expensive fig cake. But this bakery only makes 1 cake a day, and the guy in the hat couldn't do a thing about it. Rose told the princess to head back to her chambers. The fig cake? She was gonna make it herself. Meanwhile, in the knight's room, the guys noticed Helen had disappeared, even though there was still a ton to check before heading out. Meanwhile, the girl had a plan and was already walking down the tile-paved sidewalk. She showed up at that bakery and tossed a bag of gold at the seller to get her way. She needed a fig cake, but he was all out of figs. For Helen, that wasn't a problem. A second later, a decent pile of figs hit the counter, and the cook didn't have a choice but to take the order. Then the magic girl barked at him to get to work. Fast, since the ingredients were more than enough now. Meanwhile, Brad was in another corner of the shop, actually glad he hadn't run into Helen. The Duke slipped outside without making a sound, determined to enjoy the crisp night air he loved. He remembered how sad his niece looked, clinging to the nanny, and he wanted to make it up to her somehow. Instead of the cake, Brad decided to grab the helmet he'd left at the shop for the girl. Then, he suddenly wondered why he even needed this, knowing it wasn't because he cared about the princess. When the Duke looked at the helmet himself, old memories and his sister came rushing back. Then Brad realized the princess looked like Samantha. That's why he was acting so weird and showing all those pointless emotions. Later, Monica sat on the nanny's lap while she explained they were about to leave, and the little one could sleep longer. A cool breeze drifted through the window, mixed with the distant sound of horses. Memories flooded the princess all at once. For a moment, she felt like she was back in her old life, when the nanny thought Monica would be just fine without her. Rose and the princess were torn apart by armored guards, and the girl knew the nanny had tried to run away from her, because all anyone could think about back then was how to escape before sunrise. The nanny escaped too at first, but they caught her and sentenced her to death. Monica burst into tears, and Rose couldn't figure out what had happened this time. The princess feared her nanny would try to run away again, but but the nanny swore she never would. They decided to leave earlier than planned, so they moved as quietly as possible to not wake the girl. Monica realized she was safe for now, and, before drifting off again, begged the nanny not to leave her. But the nanny couldn't do that. She swore she'd always be by the child's side. Rose carried the princess to the carriage, and the moment she spotted the cake, the girl was wide awake. Girl couldn't believe her eyes. There it was. A whole fig cake, exactly what she loved. Meanwhile, Helen was glowing. Princess was smiling again, and she didn't even mind draining her energy for that fig hunt. Monica wanted to meet the magic girl too. She told the knights and nanny to bring her in. Then the princess spotted her uncle, walking by without even looking her way. Girl figured Brad was still mad about yesterday. But hey, shouldn't she be the one fuming here? But Monica found her guts and took the first step to make peace. Then Knight Mike showed up and dropped the Duke's news. She had to travel solo from here on out. Princess was clueless about her uncle's disappearance. Knight gave her the lowdown. Schedule changed. Duke and his crew left ahead without her to handle the dragon. Still stung, Uncle didn't say goodbye before bailing on her. Maybe he just had enough of babysitting her and ditched. Remembered the rejected cake, now just a minor annoyance. Monica wanted to make up with her uncle and ride north with him no matter what. But now she might miss her shot. Still, the princess had top-tier knights on standby to protect her with their lives. But Monica still thought her uncle was faking the nice guy act to protect the royal image. The princess's thoughts were all tangled up. She couldn't stop thinking about the worst-case scenario, even though she prayed she was wrong. But every plan she came up with backfired. She had no idea why. She just wanted to save the Duke. That's why she blurted out that the Emperor knows about the dragon's submission and how things could go sideways. She even answered every question about the Book of Names. But it didn't do a damn thing. Monica figured she should just cut him loose. He didn't save her last time, and this Emperor's family sure as hell isn't on her side now. But there was the catch. She had to go back to that family after the temple blessing. The girl's fear was real, so the fox promised to watch her back if things went south. No need to panic. Monica was glad her little beast said she'd stick around. She was sick of everyone ditching her. Meanwhile, the Duke had ridden off into the distance. Greg caught how worried he was about the princess. Brad shot the knight a look. "You seem the type to get all worked up over feelings," he asked. Greg scoffed. "Hardly," he said, even though all he wanted was to stick around with the princess a bit longer. Meanwhile, the Duke dug into his pants pocket and pulled out the candy Monica had slipped him earlier. Greg's thoughts pulled him back. The Duke was acting all serious because he had to leave his niece behind. Then the knight remembered how his voice cracked the first time the Duke actually cared about someone. The other knights had the same thoughts. They only came along because they drew the long straw. But Brad knew he had to keep his emotions in check. Spike the dragon wasn't exactly a pushover. Meanwhile, the princess's carriage kept rolling, and Monica figured she'd share her last few candies with the nurse. She thought if she stayed in the imperial family, sugary snacks would be off limits, so she handed them to Rose. The princess already had a front row seat to her future. Knights harassing her non-stop. 3 days in, and they were nearly at the temple. Mike was impressed. She handled long hauls like a pro now. But then she burst into tears, and the knight got it. Parting was the reason. Helen was bummed too, but she promised the kid she'd come back once the dragon was down. She also swore to grab a massive fig cake on her way back. But the princess just couldn't shake the thought that her uncle ditched her like last time. He was a lousy guy in her book. Still, Monica didn't hold any grudges. The time they had together made her happy. She'd remember this forever, especially that pinky pact they made. After a quick pit stop, they were about to hit the road again when Jack and Helen spotted something. A carriage was coming toward them, and the knights instantly readied up for defense. Behind it rode a guy with a talent eye, and the carriage had an imperial family crest flag. The knights demanded to know who he was, and ordered everyone to prepare for a last stand. Albert rode over to them, the leader of the imperial knights. Mike introduced himself as the one sent by Duke Willow to guard the princess. But Albert had orders to take Monica himself. His job was to put her under his protection. In his past life, this commander had tortured the princess more than anyone else. She couldn't figure out why he was showing up now. There was another commander who oversaw the dragon conquests and led the wars. Albert handled the dirty work, leading the Emperor's hounds, the ones who operated under imperial cover. Now this hound with a bad reputation had arrived to drag the princess back to the palace. Meanwhile, Mike tried to talk things out with Albert, since he also planned to take Monica to the palace. But by Duke Willow's orders, the knight had to take the princess to the temple first and ask them to step aside. Mike had the nickname Smiling Devil, and he gave the commander a veiled threat. No way was he letting Monica go. Albert didn't think the Duke's orders ranked higher than the Emperor's, and wasn't backing down. The girl feared she'd have to endure their torture again, just for trying to get close to her uncle, but she refused to fall into their hands. Albert kept warning that this could spark a fight with the imperial family. Albert gave the knights one last chance to back off, or he'd call the whole thing a rebellion. Then, Mike suddenly asked Albert to take the carriage, figuring it was a misunderstanding. He also mentioned the carriage is loaded with magic to keep the princess comfortable. He wanted the carriage to stick around with the girl for her comfort, and Albert went along with the knight's suggestion. Mike had a bad vibe, but couldn't do a damn thing except pray the Duke showed up. The knight noticed the princess looked ready to burst into tears, and it hit him hard too. Then Helen and Jack started pushing back, saying you can't just hand the girl over like that, and the commander looked real sketchy to them. They even offered to tail him, but Mike told them to cut it out. The knight reminded the team about the Duke's orders. No stirring up drama in the imperial family. Their mission was to take down the dragon. Then he figured he'd join up with Brad, and started thinking how to report what went down. Meanwhile, Monica read in the chat the knights had promised to come back for the princess right after taking down the dragon. Helen was the biggest troublemaker, hell-bent on finding the girl no matter what, and she was ready to rip the knights apart. Monica started going through their memories one by one, like Jack and Greg, who were all softies. Then Hillary, who always raved about the girl's looks, and Roger the mage, who was like a grandpa to the princess, and Helen plus everyone else, because each one had promised Monica they'd meet again, even though it probably wouldn't happen now. The chat kept shrinking until only 2 people were left. One of them, Mike. He begged the princess's forgiveness for not protecting her, and was ready to take whatever punishment came his way. Eventually, there was only one person left, and Monica started crying while the nanny tried to comfort her. Shortly after, the carriage stopped, because the princess's crying didn't stop, and Albert decided to find out what had happened. The commander thought this girl couldn't bear the title of princess if she couldn't even handle a regular ride. Rose started objecting because Monica was still a very young child who hadn't even turned 4 yet. But Albert told her to shut up, or else she'd be in trouble and lose her tongue. Then the commander grabbed the girl by the collar and yanked her out of the carriage so she'd ride on horseback from then on. From the grip, Monica found it hard to breathe, while the fox prepared to use her magic to protect her mistress. Instantly, memories from her past life flooded the princess, ones where she had also been tortured. She was really scared and prayed that someone would help her and the nanny and save them. Suddenly, Albert saw a fist in front of him, and in the next instant, he was already sprawled on the ground with the rest. Uncle Brad came to the princess's rescue again, freed the little girl, and then took her into his arms. Monica was even a bit surprised when she opened her eyes and saw her uncle, who just apologized for being late. Alongside him stood a squad of knights, and the girl couldn't believe so many people were ready to come to her aid in this life. Commander Albert asked the Duke what he was doing there, and the Duke only got angry in response. In Brad's opinion, Albert and his subordinates had 2 lives each since they dared treat the princess this way. The commander wasn't backing down. He saw any interference in the emperor's affairs as a declaration of war. The Duke wasn't against it, but first he wanted to teach them some manners. Knights agreed. Each of them immediately picked a rival and was ready to give them a lesson, like scolding mischievous pups. Albert knew Willow's knights and mages were the best in the game. If they lost here, it wouldn't just be them suffering. The commander told Brad he'd report this incident to the emperor, but the Duke wasn't scared. The commander was ready to retreat this time, but he promised the princess they'd see each other again soon. He told Brad to take care of their princess, and that really ticked off the Duke. Albert wasn't about to call the girl theirs, unless he wanted to lose his damn tongue. The commander's team pulled back, and the knights were actually annoyed. They'd really wanted to take those guys down. At that moment, Monica asked her uncle if he was leaving again, but he had no idea why he'd have to. The princess admitted she'd cried her eyes out when the Duke left her. Then Brad handed the girl a candy and added, "I didn't leave you. I just went looking for snacks." The knights barely stopped themselves from laughing out loud. The princess was thrilled with the fig candy. Monica realized her uncle wasn't planning to leave, but the sting of that goodbye still hurt. She didn't understand why they came back, but she was over the moon like a kid. The princess wakes up, opens her eyes, and sees the sky. Then it hits her. Her uncle's back, and it's not a dream. The fox? She's thrilled her owner finally blinked, thought she'd passed out for sure. The princess finds out that while she was out for 3 hours, the others already made it to the temple. The knights notice Monica curled up like a question mark and assume she's freezing. But that's impossible. The temple area's climate control is always steady. They figure Albert and his crew gave her the jitters and start plotting sweet revenge. Helen's already planning to track those jerks with magic, blast them with meteors. Calls it divine justice. Time to hit the temple, but only a few can go inside. They wrap the princess in Helen's throw blanket, and now the fox is seeing it as just a yarn mess. Monica asks her uncle what this place is. He says it's the temple, but she's been here a million times. In her past life, she hit this spot so often, now it's seriously giving her the ick. The Duke, holding the girl, approaches the god's servant, and she starts greeting them like old friends. She also gives Brad major props for bringing the princess here. Meanwhile, the Duke spots the priests nowhere to be found. He was supposed to meet them when they arrived. The priest's the big shot in charge here. The servant says the priest got an urgent call and had to bail. The princess couldn't wrap her head around how this could be, especially since she needed his blessing. The Duke, as if reading the girl's thoughts, shot the same question at the attendants with a clear edge to his voice. One attendant offered to hold the ritual with other local priests who could get the job done just as well. But Brad still didn't get how a priest could even leave the temple when the imperial family was arriving. The attendant tried to clarify that the Duke had misheard her. Nobody was laughing at them. Then High Priest Harris stepped forward, filling in for the missing priest. Monica remembered him as a solid guy, respected by his peers. He was also the first priest killed when the others switched sides to Theodore. Harris apologized for the priest's absence, some urgent matter, but it didn't do much for the Duke. The priest then asked to speak with Brad alone, motioning for the knights to take a walk. Harris explained the priest had just heard the divine voice for the first time in 1,000 years, calling it servant. Monica blinked. She'd never heard of this in her past life, though she'd been a kid then and might have forgotten. But seeing the Duke's face, she could tell he'd caught on and was done panicking. The priest announced they'd start the blessing ceremony, instructing everyone else to prepare. Brad handed the girl to an attendant, who led her to the side chamber with the fountain before the ritual began. Monica felt out of place, but she was happy her uncle had come all this way to see her despite everything. Meanwhile, Harris scooped some water from the fountain, dabbed it on the princess's forehead, then told her to open her eyes. As soon as she did, a golden glow flared above her head, and the whole temple lit up instantly. In her second life, Monica had seen that same glow. It meant she'd been blessed. Afterward, the princess was handed back to the Duke, and instantly, she felt way more at ease in his arms. The next time, Harris suggested Brad should accompany Monica to the temple again for the ceremony, but the Duke said they could just bring the priest from the north next time. He'd conduct the ritual there. The princess couldn't believe her uncle had said something like that, but still they were already leaving the temple. Outside, Monica spotted a statue. It was the very goddess who'd reincarnated her. The fox couldn't wrap her head around the fact her master had met the goddess of fate herself. She thought it was awesome, but Monica didn't remember anything good from that meeting. The goddess had promised a great family, but that didn't exactly happen. Still, the Duke's words stuck with her. She wanted to know if she was actually going to live with the imperial family now. Monica called him Sir that time, which caught him off guard. But she wasn't about to get attached to someone who'd leave her again. The Duke made it clear. He was her uncle. They were family. She was supposed to live with her family. Brad was about to take the princess to his ducal estate, and Monica couldn't believe it was real. This wasn't a dream. Then Mike approached. He had urgent business with the Duke, and Brad led him off to the side. First, the knight asked if Willow was actually planning to bring the princess into her family. Because if so, then it's a real risk of all-out war. But the Duke wasn't backing down. He'd pay the price if it came to that. While they talked, Monica nibbled cookies, surrounded by the nanny and knights. But she wanted in on the chat. She begged to eavesdrop, and the fox whispered, "This is your chance to scare your uncle." Then Angela's paw pressed the princess's leg, and golden light flared around her. The fox made Monica invisible for 15 seconds, long enough to hear everything. Closer, she caught the words, "Full-blown war," and the Duke ready to foot the bill on his own. Brad added that the princess is a prophet, and he sees Eddie as the one for her, and that hit Monica. She was just a pawn in the Duke's game for the throne. But the second she tripped, the invisibility faded. Game over. Mike was stunned by the princess's sudden pop-up, but the Duke just scooped her up. Brad got curious why she was weeping again, and Monica held up a crumb-coated cookie. Mike was already ready to gobble up whatever mess she left, while Monica beamed, knowing she'd still be in the team. But seeing the look on Uncle's face, Monica didn't want to know what was on his mind anymore. A little while later, the Duke received a magical message that really made him furious. Mike asked what the problem was, and found out Spike's submission was being delayed, and they'd restore his rights. The knights grew wary, because if the dragon's social status was restored, the family would face serious trouble. The imperial family launched another chase to capture and subdue him, but it proved tricky. Brad ordered the knights to return, and later the princess asked Uncle if he'd head north. When he nodded in agreement, the girl was happy, despite being disappointed in Uncle today, but she'd still keep waiting for the day he loved her with all his heart. For now, she had to focus on the journey. As the knight squad traveled, they hummed about how cute the princess was riding with them. The knights believed even a cannibal would take flight the second he saw Monica's smile. And this girl could steal hearts with just a cute wink and a pretty gaze. The knights sang so long the Duke grew tired of hearing it, but Mike explained they were just fired up. Yet in the middle of all that noise, the princess slept soundly. So deeply, Brad envied her a little. But this time, the girl had nightmares, seeing sad scenes from a past life again. Opening her eyes, Monica saw a hand reaching for her, just like in her nightmare. But really, Uncle Brad just adjusted a strand of hair on her face so it wouldn't block her eyes. For a moment, the girl still flinched instinctively. She thought he might hit her again, like in her old life. Right then, the guy sitting on the throne was already impatiently waiting for the princess to show up. More time passed, and the Duke's carriage neared Willow's territory. Past the border, the northern magic would start. Monica assumed they meant the snow and cold, which she considered magical. Monica sneezed as the temperature dipped, and Helen instantly conjured her a blanket. The girl felt instantly warmer, like the carriage had heated floors. She relaxed a bit, but since the princess had flinched at his touch, Uncle Brad hadn't said a single word after that. She hoped the memories of being in the imperial family would fade, but she still had to be careful. If the Duke thought Monica feared him, he'd write her off as useless. To seem less suspicious, the princess decided to act more like a kid. She also planned to slowly feed him information to stay useful. Monica intended to keep this up until they'd be living together in the north. At the next stop, the princess wanted to stretch her legs, but wrapped in that blanket, she looked like a turtle to Uncle Brad. Outside, it was freezing, and she couldn't believe how fast the temperature had dropped. Monica was surprised that her nanny didn't resist the cold, and as it turned out, Grandma Rose was a northerner. They dressed the princess in a fur coat and wrapped her up in a scarf, making her look exactly like a turtle now. The girl also noticed her lips weren't moving, so the nanny eased the scarf down a bit. Brad told his niece to tough it out if she didn't want to get sick and cause trouble for everyone. Only the fox didn't hold back her laugh, saying she'd never seen her master look so ridiculous. Later, they hit the road again and first planned to stop by a town on the edge of the Willowlands. After a while, the princess spotted a tall wall with a crest and massive gates. The city's people cheered the Duke's return, while the little princess peeked around curiously from outside. There was snow everywhere, and winter hung around thick, making this the place where spring lingered the least. But even though the Empire calls this the North, the place looked seriously lively. Everyone here is tall, just like Monica's mom, so she figured that's why she takes after her dad. Soon, the carriage rolled up to the Duke's estate, and they were all set to greet Brad Willow. But when they saw the princess, folks were taken aback, thinking she was just a useless pain in the neck. They figured she wouldn't do the North any good, even as the former Duke's daughter. Still, the Duke and his niece were set to stick around for a few days. After that, they had to head to the main residence in the capital city. In the carriage, the fox noticed people whispering about her owner, but the girl hadn't heard a word yet. So Angela tapped Monica's ear with her paw, and suddenly she could catch every word for a whole minute. People were whispering, not believing it was the princess. They thought she'd died during the coup, and the fact she wasn't jailed and had returned to the North. That was a bad omen. The fox was furious, ready to torch them all, but Monica held her back. So Angela offered the girl, "Just step out if you want. Foxes always get treats." Angela gets so much food, she could easily feed her owner too. A little later, they entered the castle, where the head steward, Christian Tehran, greeted them. The girl was still trembling in her uncle's arms, and it even made her feel awkward. Brad immediately took charge. First things first, they needed a good meal after the long journey. Soon they were seated at a lavish table, and the fox asked her owner for the biggest slab of meat. Meanwhile, the chat window started flooding with messages about new members joining. Monica was getting annoyed and tried to disable it, but a confirmation pop-up appeared right away. Once the princess approved, the notifications shut off for 30 minutes, and she decided to enjoy her meal. Monica spotted a raspberry cake with giant berries from a special northern variety. The Duke noticed how much the princess liked the raspberries and ordered all the available berries brought to her. Christian tried to argue that the berries were meant for Brad, but the Duke just repeated his order. These were special berries that even regular aristocrats can't taste, no matter how long they wait. Up to 3 years. The steward was surprised the Duke handed over the raspberries so easily, considering she wasn't just some ordinary girl. Monica was the only surviving unhappy member of the imperial family. Before long, the berries were in front of the princess, and she was super grateful to her uncle. Brad noticed how fast the plate emptied and asked why she didn't mention she was starving earlier. She even blushed a little and promised to eat less, just so her uncle wouldn't hate her. But Brad wasn't talking about that at all. He just wanted the girl to eat slower, or she might get a stomachache. After the meal, they took Monica to her room, which seemed absolutely luxurious, with an incredibly soft bed. The girl couldn't believe the mattress was that soft, like she was sleeping in a cloud. She remembered all the happy moments from their journey and wished time would pause for just a second. The princess really wished the world only had good people in it, and with those thoughts, she fell asleep. Meanwhile, Greg called a meeting, but the Duke had no idea why he needed it. So the crowd started asking Brad why he brought the princess, since they were clearly worried about it. They were also worried that the Duke had gone as far as destroying nature and leaving his home to conquer Spike, only to come back empty-handed. Brad remembered hearing his subjects whisper behind his back, but now those words weren't the only thing that made him furious. He was also mad that the Emperor probably already knew about their plan to conquer Spike, which meant there was definitely a traitor among his men, maybe even more than one. Mike spoke up, saying they could take Spike whenever they wanted, and the others in the hall started arguing with him. But the knight added that the princess's presence was just as important because it affected their ties with the imperial family. The Duke added that his niece might also be a prophet, which shocked everyone else. No one in the north would forget the prophet's greatness. But Brad also said it was just a guess. Then, people suggested sending the princess back to the empty castle and keeping an eye on things since this could be dangerous. But the Duke, slamming his fist on the table, shouted that Monica was family and the heir to the pride and hero of the north, Samantha Willow. Brad also demanded to hear even one reason why he shouldn't protect the Willow family's heir. Plus, the Duke feared sending his niece to the imperial family, but he wouldn't regret his decision. Even now, when things are relatively quiet, no one would dare challenge the brave warrior and the best swordsman in the north, especially those who remember the Duke from a few years ago when he was a tyrant and a wild, rabid dog. Then Brad threatened that if anyone dared say a single bad thing about the princess, he'd see it as a personal insult. Meanwhile, Monica opened her eyes in her bed and had no clue where she was. Figs and cakes the size of fridges were zooming around her. Then all the pastries started flying off in some direction. The girl chased after them and saw the cake land in some kid's hands. Monica couldn't make out who the kid was, even when she flew closer, but his face stayed a blur. Then the kid devoured the whole cake in one bite, like he swallowed it whole. The princess was horrified. The boy noticed Monica, started running toward her, and that's when the little girl jolted awake from a terrible nightmare. She tried to figure out what the dream meant, but nothing made sense. The room was calm, but it was so dark, like a ghost was about to pop out. Then, the girl noticed a glowing patch on the wall next to the clock, shaped like a person. The princess thought it was a real ghost and freaked out. She screamed and dove under the blanket. The next morning, the nanny was the first to check in, asking how the girl slept. But Rose suddenly noticed the girl's face was all puffy and started asking what happened. Monica sniffled and blurted out about seeing a real ghost that visited her last night. Right then, Brad and Mike walked in, but they instantly knew it was just a bad dream. But the princess was having none of it. What she went through wasn't just a dream, not even a nightmare. The kid even woke up Angela to prove there was a real ghost in the bedroom. The fox should have picked up on the weird energy from that ghost. After all, she's a god's messenger. But the little beast saw nothing, even with her crazy powers, and confirmed it was just a dream. The nanny approached the kid so suddenly, she jumped, and Rose vowed to catch every ghost in the place. Then Brad came in, asked what ghosts were talking about, and Monica spilled the whole story. The Duke looked confused, then joked that the princess probably wouldn't touch the raspberry cake if she's scared of ghosts. When she saw the dessert, the girl flipped her stance real fast and told everyone it was just a dream. Watching Monica's gluttony, Brad suddenly noticed another similarity to his older sister. Later, Mike suggested the princess had the nightmare because she doesn't have any peers around. But the Duke didn't get what the knight meant and asked him to elaborate. Because of the bad weather, Brad was stuck at the residence anyway. So Mike decided to assign another kid her age to the princess so she wouldn't be so bored. The Duke thought of his sons, but they weren't around. And Eddie was studying overseas, so the knight took it upon himself to invite one of the subject's kids who could use a friend their age. Mike picked a kid from the Clark family, and Brad approved the pick, knowing their reputation. The next day, after noon, the knight arrived at the princess's room where she was sketching. He greeted the kid like usual, and Rose asked why he showed up. Then, the knight called in a boy named Trevor to step in and pay his respects to the princess. The boy explained to Monica her uncle's worry that she might get lonely and invited him as her friend. Mike added that all the Duke's kids were out of town, so he went with the smartest and most polite boy. Rose was thrilled by the news, but the girl thought she'd have way more fun with princes. After the intro, the knight left them to get to know each other better and maybe become friends. The princess started studying her new friend closely, and his face felt oddly familiar. The nanny decided to grab cookies and drinks to celebrate the new buddy's arrival. But then the girl remembered she only knew him as an older guy in her past life, and screamed for the nanny to stay. Those Clarks betrayed the North in her past life, and their family helped kill Monica's uncle. Once Trevor controlled all the power in the North, he trafficked people and raped women. Even the imperial family, mocked by a lowly noble, couldn't do a damn thing. Now Trevor stood over the princess, ready to teach her everything she needed since she was still a kid. But Monica just stayed quiet. her mind racing with terrifying memories from her past life. After 30 minutes, Knight Mike sat in the study, tapping his fingers on the desk, waiting for the Duke, who was running late. Then a maid burst in, face pale, and announced they had a major problem. Mike instantly assumed the princess was in trouble and bolted toward her chambers. As he sprinted past, he spotted a few maids peeking into the princess's room, too scared to go in. The sound of a child's cry echoed from inside, and Mike's heart sank. Monica was in trouble, but when he peeked through the door, there was Monica arguing with Trevor, who was getting attacked by birds. Then, out of nowhere, Monica clamped down on Trevor's arm, her bite like a venomous snake. Earlier, Trevor had loomed over the girl, sneering that she was the castle's curse, a bad omen in an empty hall. He even claimed the Duke felt sorry for her, brought her here, then dumped her again. And now Trevor would play the role of caretaker. Monica remembered from her past life that Trevor was a chatterbox, but she still couldn't believe how the kid could be this unbearable. Meanwhile, Angela grilled the princess, demanding to know why she was staying quiet and doing nothing. Right then, Monica snapped. She wasn't that weak girl anymore. She had a spine now. As Trevor reached for her forehead, she shoved his hand back and hissed, "Don't you dare touch me with those dirty hands!" But Trevor smirked and said, "Guess the princess isn't as sweet as I thought." Monica wasn't about to let this slide. She was going to make that kid rethink his whole attitude. Being just a kid, she charged at Trevor with her fists swinging and landed a solid hit to his nose. Trevor still refused to own up to his mistake. He kept arguing that Monica was mad at him for treating her like some pretty little doll. Before he could finish his rant, the princess jumped on him again, and the fox decided to double down on the chaos. Angela helped Monica summon every animal in the area, and the girl immediately ordered them to swarm Trevor. The princess felt a little lighter, realizing she should have done this exact thing back then. The fox tugged her back and whispered they should keep going to really put that slime ball in his place. Monica agreed Trevor had no right to stick his hands where they didn't belong, and took a bite out of his fingers to prove it. Mike burst in on the scene when the servant's scream echoed through the halls, and the princess immediately took a step back. Trevor just kept laughing, calling the rumors about Monica true and flippantly declaring he'd make her his personal toy. The princess didn't know how to handle it. She couldn't let her uncle find out she'd bitten the son of a high-value subject. The girl panicked, thinking the Duke would cut her off as family again. Her worst fears were repeating. In her past life, Trevor's connections always got him off the hook for his dirtiest antics. Not this time. She'd had enough. While the kid whined about getting bitten and pecked by birds, Monica shouted that Trevor had tried to punch her. Rose immediately checked in on the girl, and Monica only spun her tail even thicker. Mike stood over the kid and started grilling him about whether the princess was telling the truth. The boy suddenly went silent. Right then, Trevor's dad showed up and saw the bloody gashes on his son's hands. That set him off. Mike reported he'd already sent for a doctor, but he was trying to argue the princess wasn't to blame. But Robert Clark, the kid's dad, didn't buy that his son, with a couple of medals already, would be the one to strike first. He also thought the knight was just covering for the princess, and that really got to him. However, Mike had a direct order from the Duke to do everything in his power to protect the princess. Monica was surprised this knight was sticking up for her in such a messed up situation. Robert still didn't know the Duke had taken this unlucky girl under his wing. He asked when he could meet him in person. By now, Brad should have been in his office, but he stopped by his niece's place first. The Duke noticed something was off. Robert jumped in first, claiming the princess bit his son. The boy's dad was terrified his son might lose a hand. Trevor faked that he was in a lot of pain. Brad turned to the kids and asked how much of what Robert said was true. Monica decided to confess. She admitted she messed up completely, but the Duke wasn't looking at her. He turned to Trevor and repeated his question about what really happened. Robert tried to cut in again, but Brad pointed at the red mark on the princess's forehead. The boy's dad started reminiscing about all the stuff their family had done for the North, but the Duke figured he was talking too much. For Brad, what mattered most right now was that his niece had gotten hurt in this mess. The Duke called out anyone who dared dispute that, and dared them to step forward. But everyone stayed put. A servant marched in and announced the doctor had arrived, who immediately went to check the prince's hand. Brad stopped him cold and ordered the doc to start treating the princess first. He kicked everyone else out, even the nurse, and Robert barely caught his son before he hit the floor. After the checkup, Brad scooped the princess up and asked how she was feeling. She pointed at the bandage on her forehead, admitted it hurt there, then caught her uncle's expression. He thought the scoundrel should have just been killed on the spot for causing all that trouble. The princess got spooked, quickly said it barely hurt at all, and Brad cooled off. He patted her head and told her to stop tolerating anyone touching her, and to always tell him. Monica nearly melted when Uncle Brad called her family once more, and she hugged him tightly. The knights were laughing about Lord Clark's face now. How it was fun to mock. They still kept praising the princess for her calm and how she held her own. But the knights got confused when they noticed the birds there and figured Monica had magic too. The guys started asking Helen if she felt any magic, but she actually sensed something sacred. Later at the next meeting, Mike asked the Duke when he planned to get back to their main goal. The knight was referencing the tradition of the princess's gift ceremony, so the Duke agreed to hold the traditional event since Monica had only just arrived in the north. Then, he thought for a second and decided to throw a huge party instead, since the princess was wiped out from her travels. Also, Brad wanted to exclude any noble families with a vendetta against the princess. As for the party, the Duke set it for the following weekend and told everyone to get ready. A week later, Rose explained to the princess that everyone was coming to greet her today. The girl had no idea about northern festivals and was dying to hear more. She was worried they'd hang her by the feet or something even worse. The nanny then pulled out a stunning dress and made the little princess try it on right away. Monica looked absolutely amazing, and while admiring herself, spotted her uncle and Mike. She rushed over and started twirling in front of them in her new outfit. Brad checked it out, then called in seamstress Sarah and asked her to make a fancy hair bow as well. The girl charged full price for the fabric the Duke picked, but promised to finish the job. Sarah found it kinda weird since the guy had never cared about fashion before. The magazine had tons of fabric colors, and the Duke barked out orders for 2 pairs of each by Friday. The seamstress wasn't sure she could pull it off in time, but she promised Brad she'd make it happen. The princess's head was soon decked out in new bows, and the Duke ordered the head of wardrobe brought in. He scribbled something on paper and told Mike to hand the whole list to the stylist. The knight was even a little surprised. There was a ton of stuff: corsets, diadems, the whole 9 yards. Festival day rolled around, and the palace was packed with guests, mainly the Duke's elite knights and mages. They all gathered at tables in the courtyard, and soon Brad Willow stepped out with the princess in his arms. The guests froze in shock, and Monica thought it was a silent party. Everything was dead quiet. But then the crowd erupted, cheering her on with the best wishes anyone could muster. She checked the chat and saw her streamer status had just bumped up to Baroness. As a reward, she also got some unexpected luck on top of all the other gifts. Last time Monica got lucky, she ended up with Angela the Fox, so she was curious what was in store this time. The crowd was getting even more hyped, and everyone was shouting for the girl to wave at them. Meanwhile, Mike noticed Monica hadn't a clue about the party and started grilling Rose on why she hadn't said a word. The nanny started apologizing, saying she got so caught up in the princess's outfit that she completely forgot about this. And the princess, hearing their conversation, got curious about this holiday they all loved so much. So the knight explained the holiday to the girl briefly, starting with how way back in ancient times, the north was a remote, empty place. Because of that, any outsider visit was a big deal, so they always prepared gifts for guests. And the group whose gift the guest liked best could spend a special evening with them. The tradition eventually became known as gift giving and stayed that way all this time. This holiday was more for the northerners themselves, since it was so hard to reach them. They were happy for any visitor. Today, the princess noticed even those who recently had been full of anger toward her suddenly melted. After the first toast, Monica asked if she could pick the guests and got approval. There were so many gifts from people that at first the girl was overwhelmed, but everyone wanted the best for her. The princess went to Team 1, which had only knights, and who thought Monica was the best of all. The second team was all mages, and their motto was that magic rules the world. The third team was thrown together last minute, and was all servants, called outcasts. When the girl checked everyone out, Mike announced the holiday was officially starting. Then, the princess saw the gift from the last team, a huge pile of bows on the table. At the very top was the most beautiful bow with a black diamond right in the center, and it was known to be the priciest one there. Everyone knew only the Duke could have pulled off a gift like that. He was the only one rich enough. Monica was absolutely stunned. Not just because of that. I mean, in her past life, she'd never even been to a celebration in her honor. She'd show up to events in tattered outfits, and everyone would just laugh at her. They'd even promised to let her keep just her crown for her funeral clothes. All she'd ever dreamed of was showing up at a ball like a normal aristocrat, dressed in a beautiful gown. Even thinking that was too much to ask, she'd hoped for at least a fancy bow. Then, at the party, the princess spotted her name embroidered on the bows and realized her uncle had made them just for her. Soon it was time for the princess to pick the gift the winner would get. A dinner with her. The fox told the girl to go for the bows. They matched her best, plus there were so many. But Monica knew everyone would recognize the bows came from the Duke, and others would feel awful. The princess narrowed her eyes and randomly jabbed her finger, landing on the mage's team. They went wild with joy, while the rest just sighed, frustrated their gifts hadn't been good enough. Then Mike shouted for everyone to get ready. the Duke wanted to give his last speech. Brent looked pretty stern on his throne, and everyone feared doing anything to set him off. But he just said everyone was free to go. No one had anything to add about wrapping up the festival so fast. People didn't even try to argue. For their own safety, they figured it was best to just leave. The next morning, the second Monica woke up, her room was already packed with guests. Mike jumped right in, saying everyone was dying to see her, even though Helen kept saying their time hadn't even started yet. But Mike didn't want Monica waiting around forever. She looked a little tired. Meanwhile, the losers were peeking in shyly from the doorway, just trying to catch a glimpse of their favorite. Monica caught Jack's pitiful expression. She felt bad his team hadn't won. The knight insisted it wasn't her fault, but Monica still didn't want to leave them hanging. She suggested everyone hang out together. Then, out of nowhere, Duke Willow stormed in, throwing a fit. The rules were set in stone, no exceptions. He ordered the Sorcerer Guild to stick with the princess and herded everyone else to the meeting hall. On top of that, he wanted the head mage guild leader, Roger, to join the meeting. The old man couldn't believe he'd miss out on bonding with the cute princess. His team gave him the cold shoulder at the door, messing with him. But they weren't really trying to be mean. Monica noticed her uncle hadn't even looked her in the eye since. She figured the Duke was just hurt because she'd passed on his gift. The mages got ready to head out and prep for the meeting. But Mike told them to keep track of the time since the princess is still a kid. Monica noticed they vanished, and the knight explained they used teleportation magic, which only lasts 10 minutes. So they've got 10 minutes to prep properly and scrub up, no excuses, to keep things from getting awkward. Meanwhile, at the Emperor's palace, the commander reported that Duke Willow had snatched the princess. That seemed odd to the Emperor, but the commander also mentioned Brad had threatened His Majesty's knights. The Emperor saw Monica as just a toy, nothing more than a decoration stuck in the old palace. But the Emperor took it as an act of defiance when Duke Willow took the princess with him. Everyone figured Willow grabbed Monica just to shake up the imperial family's authority. After all, he'd been pushing for an investigation into the former empress's death, his older sister Samantha, for ages. But the imperial family blew him off, claiming the investigation wrapped up years back. The Emperor ordered the first unit sent to the northern border to flex the imperial family's power. Though the commander was certain the north was already on the verge of falling apart by itself, he'd already heard the screams coming from the northern temple. Any second now, they could make their move. And just like that, the rabbit hunt that had been long overdue kicked off, and the Emperor thought it was a hoot. At the Duke's castle, the mages were all set for the princess meeting and had already reached her room. Even their commander pulled rank before they could finish messing around with the little troublemaker using magic tricks. But then Jack caught a sneeze and Monica lost her grip, crashing to the floor. Roger caught her midair and chewed out his guys for playing with magic. The old man mentioned he was delayed delivering a report on their squadron to the Duke. But there was more to it. Brad also shut down future welcome festivities for guests. No more parties. Helen figured the Duke did this out of spite, since his gift got rejected. But the mages decided to pretend they didn't hear a word about it. Still, Monica felt awful. She thought she did the right thing, but Uncle still took it personally. Because of her, the holidays got canceled. Brad's always had that temper, especially from past lives. Either way, the princess decided to stick with him. She'd gotten this far because of him. Then the fox approached Monica and asked if the Duke would like it if the princess did something for him. Angela led the girl to a meadow full of flowers and the sweet scent of bell blossoms. But Monica thought the flowers wouldn't impress Uncle. He'd probably just ask what it was for. The fox kept talking about the flower and how it once caught a divine blessing from the gods. Plus, a flower with divine power could fetch a fortune. Monica started begging Helen to take her to the park, and the woman didn't want to refuse the princess. It was already late, and a bunch of mages were there to protect her if needed. Helen also mentioned the soil in the park had been left over from when it was a training ground. The girl didn't really believe a plant like that could grow there. They ran into knights, and Helen collided with them instantly, but Monica suggested they keep walking together. Soon, people spotted fireflies lighting up, like they were welcoming the princess. Everyone took it as a good sign. But this place had more than just the Duke's knights. They ran into the commander of the Border Guard's night squad too. Then everyone noticed Monica heading off somewhere, and for a second, it looked like Samantha was walking with her. The girl totally loved the fireflies and started playing with them, chasing the bugs across the field. People were just amazed watching her. They saw how much she looked like her mom, Lady Willow. Even the fireflies started greeting her as soon as she showed up at the outpost. The commander was ready to die without a second thought, but the knights weren't having it. He wasn't that old yet. They started talking about the princess again and imagining how charming a woman she'd grow up to be. While everyone thought the girl was just playing around, Monica was actually on the hunt for a rare flower. The princess asked Angela, who chimed in that the flower only grew underground. But Monica didn't get how a flower could grow underground. It went against nature's rules. That's why it was so rare, and she kept searching, pretending to play with fireflies. After a while, the princess spotted little dirt mounds, and when she ripped one apart, she found that exact flower. Just then, Jack caught up to her and reminded her it was time to go. Night had already fallen. Before they left, Monica wondered why there were so many dirt holes scattered around. The princess started shivering and begged Jack to hold her close. Back in the room, the knights kept talking about how the Duke was losing his damn mind over his niece. With his sons, he'd always been stiff as hell, never acting like that around Monica. His boys were all like Brett, cold, emotionless, never cracking a smile. Monica got curious about what they looked like. She'd never seen them before. Then the knights started whispering about Eddie. He was growing stronger, and lately, he couldn't control himself. Even the toughest of the knights knew he'd be outmatched if the kid didn't keep this in check. They figured it was the boy's age, and prayed Eddie would see the prophet before it was too late. Rose walked into the bedroom, noticed Monica was wiped out, and picked her up gently. The nanny laid her in a soft crib. Monica was already snoring, fast asleep. Rose noticed the girl was holding an unusual flower, but when she tried to take it, Monica had a death grip on it. The princess fell asleep with the flower. And like always, the fox curled up beside her on the bed. Midnight rolled around when the flower suddenly blazed to life. So bright it jolted Monica awake, and her hand was on fire. She yanked the plant to the floor, and suddenly a breeze was howling off it, swirling only around the princess. Monica had no clue what was going on. She just assumed some random mage decided to spam magic here. But Angela dropped the truth bomb. It all came from that flower she yanked from the meadow today. Monica nearly lost it, thinking it was about to blow, but the fox was like, "Nah, this is the goddess's blessing." Monica also instantly blamed the high priest's rep messing with her vibes. But Angela fired back. The flower had been holding on to that ancient blessing for ages, storing it deep inside. Now they were clashing, and boom, this chaotic stuff started happening. Then Angela yanked Monica's gaze skyward. And there she was, the goddess who dropped her here. The goddess waved down at the kid, laughing that she didn't expect the reunion would be this soon. Monica immediately started roasting her for lying. The goddess had promised her a good family. The goddess just cackled. Fun was the whole point, even if Monica found living on borrowed time hilarious. But the goddess flipped the script. She'd personally stop anyone trying to kill Monica as long as she stayed entertaining. Monica wanted to know what it really meant, realizing the goddess would let her die once the princess got on her nerves. She started asking why the goddess had never come to her, since she'd tried to summon her over and over. The goddess was shocked because she'd never heard the girl before, but figured out that's why she plucked the flower. And she began telling the princess the story behind the flower's blessing and the girl herself. Then she added that from now on, whenever Monica called for her, she'd be there. All the girl had to do was pluck the flower, and that'd act as a sort of summoning. But Monica still had her doubts and feared the goddess might trick her again. This flower was actually something special. At first, the goddess even wanted to wrap it up and give it to Monica as a gift. She wasn't sure how to do it properly, but either way, the flower was proof of the goddess's favor. Monica remembered the pouches she'd received when she was reincarnated and realized those proved it too. The goddess confirmed Monica's thoughts, said goodbye, and thanked her for filling her days with happiness. But before leaving, she made it clear she hoped Monica would go on to achieve great things and have a ton of fun too. After all, in the goddess's eyes, Monica had potential that guy never did. The princess never figured out who the goddess was talking about, but the goddess didn't spill the beans, just wished the kid a good night. She also decided to grant Monica the life she wanted, but warned her up front, no freebies. Everything's got a cost. After that, the goddess vanished, and Monica collapsed onto the bed, totally drained, which even spooked the fox a little. The princess was dreading what her uncle would think when he saw the mess in her room, and right then the knights started pounding on her door. They heard a commotion and noticed the door handle was bent inward and got real worried about the kid. Then they saw Monica flat on her back, unconscious, and knew she was in serious trouble. Jack burst in and shoved everyone aside, then spotted Monica and immediately radioed the Duke. Before the knight could finish thinking, Brad Willow materialized right next to him and started grilling him about what was going on. The Duke took one look at his niece and started firing questions. How long had she been like this? No one knew. Hell, they'd just arrived themselves, while the fox was perched on the bed, blocking anyone from getting near Monica. Brad knelt by the bed and told the fox, "Hey buddy, I just need one clear shot at the princess. I'd never hurt her." The fox stepped back instantly, and the Duke scooped up the little one and held her close. Meanwhile, the girl spotted the angry scowl on her uncle's face, and he was shaking, heart pounding like a war drum. She assumed the Duke was furious over the wrecked room. Meanwhile, Jack confirmed no forced entry. Same story from the other mages and knights. But they knew. Someone with raw strength did this. Helan didn't detect any magic. They figured the princess must have done it herself, even if they had their doubts. Then, Greg noticed the little girl had a bellflower in her hand. He recognized it instantly and immediately told the Duke. This really confused Brad. How could such a flower end up in the princess's hand? He ordered them to contact the head of the magic tower right away. The Duke decided to take Monica to his room. Even in a half-dazed state, the kid could tell how clean and tidy it was. Later, Brad was informed no one had seen the tower head since he took control. They couldn't find him anywhere either. The Duke wondered if he should visit the tower himself. Still, he didn't really need to. The mages were planning to come to the tower themselves and bring the Duke's envoy he'd sent their way. Meanwhile, the tower head had to answer the imperial family's call. He dropped everything to do it. Monica remembered how, in her second life, she'd written a letter to the Archmage before the envoys invaded. Back then, the mage had to ignore her message because his vassals were pressuring him. After that, the castle was taken over. But despite that, the princess thought things were much better this way, because if the tower head had responded and crushed the rebellion, his vassals would have made her a puppet again. And with that, those vassals would have dragged out the hell and horror the princess was living through back then. Soon, Helen showed up at the Duke's place with a doctor. She'd sent word for him as soon as she heard about Monica's illness. Dr. Nigel examined the girl and tried to take the flower from her hand, but her palm just wouldn't open. The mages laughed at him for failing to open a weak little girl's palm. Then Brad stepped in and decided to try it himself, knowing the doctor's efforts were pointless. The moment he touched his niece's hand, her fingers loosened instantly, and the flower ended up in the Duke's grip. The magicians noticed Monica felt safe around Brad, which is why she gave in. Her eyes flickered open, and she saw her uncle looked a little flustered and worried. She tried to figure out what was bugging him, but the princess was too weak to say anything. Monica was sure she'd given him one of the best gifts and didn't want him to be sad. The Duke stayed by his niece's bed until she fell back asleep. After a while, Monica felt fully rested, and her fox trotted up to her right away. Angela admitted she'd never seen someone recover so fast after meeting a goddess. The fox asked her owner for some food. She hadn't eaten in days and was starving. Monica was shocked she could survive that long without food and learned she'd slept for 4 days. The girl couldn't believe so much time had passed. It felt like just one night's sleep to her. The fox explained people usually sleep for months after meeting a goddess, and Monica was lucky to wake up so soon. Then, Monica realized she hadn't eaten in 4 days either, and it was a major problem for her too. Hearing his niece's voice, the Duke rushed into her room to make sure he wasn't hearing things. Rose was super glad the princess woke up and immediately told her how worried her uncle had been, and that during all the time Monica was asleep, the Duke hadn't eaten or slept either. The girl noticed his jawline had actually gotten sharper, and he'd lost a ton of weight. When Brad picked up his niece, he instantly suggested they grab a bite together. He agreed, but asked her to first thank everyone who'd been waiting for her to wake up. She noticed then that the magi and knights who'd been watching over her had also come in. The princess decided to thank them for sure, and knowing the future, she was confident she could pull it off. But for now, she had no idea where to start. Still, the first thing was taking care of those jerks from the temple. Meanwhile, in the North Wing Hall of the temple, High Priest Kyle Gordon was meeting with his attendants. They were already aware of the princess and the bellflower story, but still decided to report it to the High Priest. The glowing flower Monica held wasn't just a secret in the temple's north wing. It spread all over the northern city too. The High Priest knew only someone with divine power could make it glow. But the princess didn't just make it glow. She immediately used its destructive power. Duke Willow kept it quiet, so only he and the eyewitnesses knew the details. The attendant couldn't wrap her head around the idea that the evil princess actually had divine power. Kai Gordon lost his cool because the priest who reported this isn't blind. He can tell a bellflower from any other bloom. A lot of the duchy's inner circle had seen that flower firsthand when he tucked it into his chest pocket. He did it because the princess herself gave him that gift, and he couldn't just toss it aside. First Priest reminded the attendants of the duties they were supposed to carry out under the Emperor's family's orders. Everyone knew the Willow family couldn't have anyone with divine power. Their bloodline's got dragon in it, and the fact she's got divine power proves she's from the Imperial family. That family wasn't the ones you'd call descendants of the gods, even if sometimes people were born with that power. For the temple, this was a chance to use the princess as leverage to manipulate the Emperor. The First Priest even had a plan on how to get close to the girl. Plus, the Imperial family had to report anything about divine power in their members to the temple, but they didn't. Kale heard about it through rumors, then decided to go public with the princess's gift. But to do that, the First Priest needs the Duke's approval, which he's not likely to get. As the attendant hesitated, Kale showed him a stone that also radiated divine power. That stone was sent to the temple by Count Clark as a gift. He deserved a good reward for it. Meanwhile, since Monica had been stuck to the bed for a while, they decided to leave the city in a few days. The Duke was also told the Northern Temple wants to check items tied to the princess. They want to see if the items hold divine power, and Kyle himself wants to bestow his blessing on Monica. But Mike was worried about this sudden inspection, even though he knew rumors about the flower would reach the temple. He just didn't expect it to happen this quickly, which is why he stayed on edge. Marky Adam argued there was nothing to worry about, and Mike decided he was overthinking because he's been swamped lately. Then the knight reminded the Duke to call in all the noble families to properly welcome the High Priest. Brad agreed and gave the knight orders to prep everything. But Mike thought it odd the Duke bought in so fast. The knight even guessed Willow was about to call in all the nobles to show off his niece yet again. And a few days later, the princess already had a mountain of gifts from nobles, knights, and even commoners. The girl even felt a little shy that commoners had spent so much just for her. The fox explained Monica was a goddess-chosen child, and people get her blessings in return for the gifts. Just then, Rose walked in and called the princess to the table, where Uncle Brad was already waiting. When she got there, the air was thick, and she immediately wondered if she messed up again. But Uncle filled her in on the High Priest arriving, and then asked if she's up for meeting him. The girl remembered Kyle as that dirty mutt who sold his God-given powers for cash. He had a really close relationship with Trevor and his dad, and he committed brutal murders without a conscience. After the Duke died, the North was torn apart and eventually completely devastated. But those events were still far off, and the Duke noticed the princess was tense, so he suggested canceling the meeting with Kale. Brad could do that, even though he'd already approved the High Priest's arrival. Monica decided there was no harm in meeting him, at least for now. As a kid, she used to expect the priests to bring a bunch of gifts and toys with them. The Duke then ordered Mike to buy out the entire toy store and pack everything in gift boxes. Monica didn't get why they needed all that, since one cute bunny would have been enough. And on the day the priest arrived, people were allowed to get an audience with the princess too. The line was massive, and everyone was eagerly waiting to meet Monica, who didn't mind it one bit. Soon, Mike told everyone in line to lower their heads. Those boxes were waiting for them. They had to wear what was inside by the Duke's order, or they'd be tossed out, and he gave them 5 minutes to do it. Inside the boxes were hooded jumpers with ear flaps and special restraints that'd keep them from harming the princess. The High Priest and his entourage had to wear them too. It applied to everyone. Kale and his crew had been here for 15 minutes already, and they were a little stunned. They had to stand in line like everyone else and weren't treated as VIPs. Kyla wondered why so many people had shown up. It felt like some kind of holiday. Then the Duke stepped forward, and the attendant immediately started complaining about being forced to wear those outfits. But their temple was on Willowland, and the priests couldn't ignore his orders or even try to argue. Kai quickly apologized for his goal and vowed they'd follow every demand. Meanwhile, Mike kept stressing the rules. No one gets to talk to the princess directly. If they had something to say to Monica, they needed to go through Duke Willow first. The line got restless, but anyone unhappy with these rules could just leave the building. That kind of caution made sense. The princess was the biggest deal in this place. Monica couldn't wait for people to start coming to meet her. Then the door opened, and the girl saw every visitor was in a sheep costume. People didn't get the whole point, but Helen just didn't want germs in the princess's room. The girl didn't get it either. Seeing only eyes sticking out of the costumes gave her the creeps. Kyle tried to explain. This was all for the sweet, charming Princess Monica. They were all willing to go through with it just to see the angelic kid. Even people who hated Monica were totally baffled by this look. The princess quickly got used to these costumes and even enjoyed greeting guests. Monica's a stunning girl because her parents were the most beautiful people in the Empire. Kyle almost reached out to touch that cute little thing, but the Duke snatched his hand away. Bredd reminded the priest that if he wanted to keep his hands, he shouldn't cross that line. Then the Duke pointed to the line on the floor and told Kyle not to cross it. To the princess, the High Priest looked like a caged animal in a zoo. Something you couldn't touch. She saw herself as a caged rabbit, but figured she'd play along with her uncle's rules. Meanwhile, Kyle switched to his plan and pulled out the stone, acting like he was just checking it out. The princess suddenly got a headache, but forced herself to hide it for the visitors' sake. The priest noticed no power was coming off Monica and started wondering what that meant. At the same time, the girl started thinking her weird vibe was all because of Kyle's priest. But she finally snapped and yelled her head was about to explode. Nanny and Mike rushed to her instantly. Rose took charge and called the doctor immediately, while the Duke decided his niece was worn out and ordered the audience to end. The priest warned Mike he wouldn't forget this treatment, but the knight was just following the Duke's orders. Only the nanny, the Duke, and the knight were left in the room. Everyone else was ordered to scram. Audience was over. But a bunch of folks were upset, started throwing a fit. They'd put in a long haul just to get here. Then Mike came out and hit them with the same line. Visit's done. Little Miss is wiped out. No sense in bugging her. Meanwhile, Priest Kyle was heading out with Marquis Adam, both lost in their own heads, replaying what just went down. Marquis Adam turned to Kyle and started grilling him on how the princess meeting went. But to get any real results, there were a few more tests to run. Adam asked what Kyle needed to do. Kyle needed to meet up with the Duke, and his conversation partner suggested cranking up the effort this time. Gordon had to wait a minute while the doc ran the princess through the checkup. Duke wasn't about to leave her side. High Priest was standing near Brad Willow, blowing his top. He spilled the beans. He'd been in this line for 30 years, and this was the first time he'd run into holy power this strong. Kyle was itching to take the princess out ASAP, but the Duke was clueless about what the priest in robes was yapping about. The priest finally explained, "Divine power needs to stay in the temple to keep the peace." Duke definitely wasn't buying that. To keep it real, he threw a sword at Kyle, clanged right into the wall next to him. Brad stated flat out, his niece ain't going anywhere. But Marquis Adam had other plans. "This rule even the Emperor can't bend," he added, cutting through the tension. Looks like the Marquis said the Duke didn't have a clue about class distinctions. But hey, that didn't faze him one bit. He stuck to his guns. Mike caught the vibe from Brad and figured he'd already pinned down the traitor, ready to settle the score. Seeing the Duke's glare, the priest and Marquis rushed to apologize for causing a ruckus out of nowhere. Kyle knew they couldn't push the Northern Lord's buttons right now, so he made an offer. As a priest, he had to do his job. He asked for permission to check out where the princess worked her miracle. Plus, their trip had been rough, so he also asked for a day's rest. Then the priest yanked the sword from the wall and handed it to Brad, not daring to say another word. Kyle could feel the creepy vibe rolling off the Duke and knew better than to make things worse. Meanwhile, Brad stood up and marched over to Marquis Adam, who immediately started begging for mercy, knowing exactly what was coming. But the sword whooshed through the air, and the high priest's robe was splattered with blood as Adam's body crumpled to the floor. Then the Duke turned to Kyle and said he'd been hunting that traitor for a long time, the one who'd been stringing him along. He slung the blood-soaked sword over the priest's shoulder, sneered, and ordered him to stay put. Then he called over one of his knights and gave orders to set up lodging for Kyle and his crew. Shaking like a leaf, all Kyle could do was thank the Duke. Left alone with Mike, Willow barked out orders to toss those guys in the dungeon corner and boot them out the next day. That night, the Duke planned to watch them himself and try to figure out what they're hiding. After a while, the priest's carriage was heading toward the overnight stop, and Mike was assigned to escort him. Kyle figured they were just trying to get them away from the main castle, which is why they were sent by carriage. Anyway, the priest decided to take it easy. As soon as he walked into the building, the attendants greeted him right away. They were curious why Kyle didn't take the princess and retreated so fast, even though they saw the bloody mess themselves. Still, the priest hadn't forgotten Willow's gaze that night, wild as a rabid dog. At that moment, the Duke ended Marquis Adam's life without a second thought. Plus, Brita used to be known as the Mad Duke, who chopped off heads of anyone suspected in the old Duke's death. That's why the Emperor sent them specifically, and Kyle handed over a list of people he wanted to see that night. The attendant peeked at the list and saw names from the biggest killing guild up north. She even got scared of her own thoughts, guessing what the priest had in mind. But he had his own plan. When he was in Monica's room, the stone didn't react. He realized the princess already had the gift. That night, after a rough, long day, the princess was fast asleep, then suddenly found herself in some weird place again. But now Monica knew it was a dream. The pastries were spinning in front of her, same as before, but way more of them this time. Then she saw that same kid from the last dream and asked if he was a ghost. The boy didn't say anything. He just kept walking toward Monica, then grabbed her hand, which scared her to death. Then the princess noticed a shadow falling over him and realized he wasn't a ghost at all. But the girl still didn't understand who he was or what he wanted, while the guy told her to get out. Monica couldn't figure out what was going on, and he was already shouting for her to get out and open her eyes fast. The princess felt herself start to fall and screamed, and in the next moment, she was already in her bed. The fox was already pulling the blanket off her, and when the girl realized she was awake, she noticed a lot of smoke in the room. Angela told her to hurry up because if she inhaled that smoke, she'd fall asleep instantly, and suggested escaping through the window. Then the fox offered the princess to climb onto her back and used her magic to get out of the room faster. A moment later, they were already flying out the window, where they saw a lot of people outside lying on the ground. Monica asked, as they approached the Duke's castle, why the knights and mages weren't coming out, as if something was stopping them. The fox suspected that if everyone fell asleep without reacting, it might be really dangerous outside. Then she suggested finding at least one knight or mage, and right then, one of the knights came toward them. Harry was really glad the princess was okay, but told her to hurry up anyway, and Monica started explaining that there was a weird smell in her room and outside that made everyone pass out. And right then, the girl remembered her nurse. But the man in knight's armor assured her Rose had left long ago. The princess couldn't believe the nanny left her and just ran off. This guy was clearly lying. But Harry had the girl locked in his arms and was heading the opposite way, putting distance between them and the castle. The fox caught on something was up and that the princess was about to be snatched, so she pounced on the fake knight. Next thing you know, Harry was flat on his back, and Angela had the princess in her arms, sprinting away before he could blink. The fox remembered that scent, same one she caught from the creep who'd been sneaking into the princess's room. The girl's mind went straight to the priests, but Angela figured their best move was to vanish into the woods. The princess's thoughts locked onto Kale, the power-hungry jerk who'd cut a deal with the emperor to stay under the radar. She had to hold on until she found her uncle. No way she was going through that grueling trek north again. Suddenly, the fox caught movement. Someone was closing in. Soon as they turned, there was a mage with a staff in their sights. Angela sniffed the air. No stench of deceit here. The girl's soul was clean as a whistle. Meanwhile, the mage was already drawing symbols in the air. Next blink, a portal yawned open. She beckoned the princess and fox to follow and led them into a room stacked to the brim with figs. Monica grabbed the drink but stayed on edge until the fox gave the all-clear, no tricks in sight. The mage pulled down their hood and the princess's eyes went wide. Not a girl, a guy. Monica blinked in shock, but still tipped her head in thanks for the food and shelter. Then she started questioning the guy, wanting to know who he was and how he showed up just in time. But he didn't say a word. Soon, the princess felt the chill and grabbed a cup of tea to warm up. But the moment she took a sip, the guy vanished. She even wondered if he was a ghost. But Angela said his soul was just extra pure. Folks like him are few and far between. But because of him, the little beastie's owner can finally catch a break. The fox begged for some cuddles, and Monica wanted to go back, so her creature promised to help her out. The princess dozed off with the fox, while the knights searched every corner, shouting her name, worried sick. The Duke joined the search, barking orders and listening closely to Helen's hints. The magic girl definitely picked up the princess's scent using tracking magic. It was leading this way. Monica suddenly heard her uncle's voice and rushed to the window, thinking she was just hearing things. She stepped outside and could still hear her uncle calling, but he hadn't spotted her yet. Monica shouted back, hoping to speed things up. Right then, the kid mage's spell broke, and the Duke saw his little girl again. He was so glad to see her, and Monica heard his deep, tired voice for the first time. It was surprisingly soft. At that moment, the princess burst into tears, her first real tears since coming back to life. She threw herself into his arms, and all he could do was apologize for everything that happened. As he hugged his niece, the Duke suddenly realized he'd been a terrible uncle all this time. But he had to go back, so Brad ordered the journey to resume and carried the princess himself. Back in the room, the small wounds Monica got in the forest. The Duke decided to treat them himself. The girl wanted to say something to her uncle, but he told her to stay still during treatment. The princess took it as a no-talking order, but Brad clarified she just had to be careful with her mouth. Then the princess confessed she'd had a headache that evening when the priest entered her room. But the uncle reassured his niece she'd never see that man again and promised to call a nurse before leaving. Yet the girl wasn't scared anymore. She remembered that moment when Brad first called her by name at the tree. The Duke saw nothing odd about using names within his family. Then, leaning over the princess, Brad promised he'd always call her by name from now on. Later in the council hall, knights and mages discussed how a bloody war could start any moment. They also worried the princess would likely have to go through something terrible. Mage Roger hoped it wouldn't come to that, since the thought of blood already made him queasy, and he wanted to do something about it. But they all knew the threat to the princess had not just driven the Duke mad, it had shaken everyone living in peace. Then Brad announced Kyle Gordon was stripped of his authority and excommunicated from the church for his crime. This applies to anyone helping him too, and Mike asked about the ones they already caught. He suggested carrying out the order after they've used the villains for their own goals. Mike also clarified he's just worried about Monica because they'll definitely set the trigger after the Imperial Palace. If that happens, the duchy will declare total war, giving the Emperor and the Great Temple the chance to attack the North. But Brad didn't get how this connected to the princess and thought Mike was just afraid of war. The knight assured him he was genuinely worried about the princess, especially since the Duke met her and changed. Brad decided to change the subject and personally interrogate the prisoners in the underground jail. Then he handed Mike a cotton swab box with the princess's blood on it. The Duke asked to examine it using magic and find out how much blood had been spilled. As he left, Brad ordered a premium raspberry cake for Monica since he'd be tied up with a long interrogation. Mike didn't recognize the Duke who had held a monster's head just a few years ago. Then he flung that head into the face of the aristocrat who'd insulted the previous Duke. But now the knight felt something else entirely. Still, he decided to carry out the order first, thinking the Duke himself had gone mad. This sickness showed in the man's foolishness, his love for his niece, and complete obsession with her. A while later, Mike arrived at the dining hall, where the princess was finishing her cake. The girl couldn't hold back, and immediately bragged about the huge raspberry cake her uncle gave her. Then she started asking about the bad guys, and the knight calmed her down, saying the Duke would punish them all. Then Mike apologized for not protecting her, but Monica started defending him. Everyone passed out because of the smoke. That smoke didn't need much magic, so the barrier didn't pick it up. Now the Duke was wrapping up what he started. A plan that takes effort and resources can only be a tool of the imperial family. The princess realized this was the emperor's doing too. They wouldn't finish this with just one shot. Meanwhile, the Duke entered another cell to confront the guy who tried to kidnap the princess. All the villain's allies who escaped were dead, and Bread even felt bad for taking them out so fast. The Duke ordered the prisoner to just nod his head, and the magic would prevent lying. The mage already launched an energy ball for this, but the prisoner died instantly. He was the last one who could talk, but Bread wasn't here to expose whoever was behind this. Monica suffered more fear and pain than they did. Now the Duke just wanted revenge. He could get the info from Priest Kyle too. Kyle saw Bread, put on an innocent face, and tried asking why he and his innocent people were in custody. Kyle also thought the Duke couldn't fire him. His appointment and removal were under the High Priestess. Bread filled the priest in on last night's events and was sure he was involved. Then the Duke added that all of Kyle's men were no longer in prison cells, but dead. Then, Bread flung a stack of papers at the High Priest's face, and the priest immediately recognized the list of all his bribers. Kyle figured this was his shot at retirement, and quickly came up with a solid offer for the Duke. The priest had a list of everyone opposing the imperial family, and was ready to hand it over. But it didn't convince Bread Willow. He slammed the priest with all his strength, but let him live. The reason was his niece, and Kyle now owed him for the rest of his days. The Duke ordered the knights to write up everything that happened the night before, send it to the main temple, and request a new leader for the northern temple. Mike figured the Duke let Kyle live to keep the temple princess from getting blamed. But Bread actually did it for the temple itself, since the princess would be living there in the future. Plus, the emperor was expecting failure, and the Duke wasn't about to become that tyrant's puppet. Either way, Willow's main goal was keeping the kids safe from any threat. The Duke put the girl's safety above his anger, even though he knew bringing her back to the main castle would have to wait. Mike was amazed by how far ahead his lord had planned, even though he was curious what would happen when Monica returned. Plus, there were still old castle problems to resolve, and one of them involved the young lords. A few days later, the princess and her nanny on the terrace saw a crowd gathering to watch where Monica was going. The girl hoped she'd be heading to the main castle so she could tell Uncle something else about that fire dragon. But the princess had to keep it natural, no raising Uncle's suspicions. Out on the street, Monica and her fox noticed nobody made a sound, like they were all afraid the girl might overhear. So she asked the nanny, who said the Duke would kick anyone out who made a peep. The fox guessed Brad was jealous, not out of worry, but because he thought Monica might fancy someone else. But the princess quickly corrected the fox. Her uncle wasn't that kind of guy. Jealousy doesn't fit him. The crowd was almost whispering, begging the girl to come back soon, and how they'd miss her something awful. So Monica called Helen over and asked her to hand out all her snacks to the people. And just like that, every person got a slice of that tasty cake, even if they couldn't believe it was happening. It was the princess's mercy she'd given it to them, and they better appreciate it. Everyone started praising the princess, holding up their little cakes like precious artifacts. Sweets were all the girl had to give, and she told them to take 2 or even 3 pieces each. Back in the carriage, the Duke asked Monica if there was a slice left for him. The girl blushed. She'd given everything away so fast, but she still had the last piece. She decided to give it to Uncle. It was the cake Helen baked and packed in the pouch Magus Roger gave her. But the Duke asked, what will Monica do when she gets hungry if she gives all this away to people? Even though the princess was happy to share, her uncle didn't think it was noble and told her to be more careful. Then he touched the flower, now priceless to him, and promised to reward the little girl no matter the cost. Brad knew that if she was left alone, she could end up in danger, so he started thinking about getting her a companion her age. A few days later, they were nearly at Willow Castle. Passing through a forest Mike called magical. The wizard's tower is at its center, and the archmage who lives there can always reach the Duke using his power. That's why the Duke is always surrounded by forest, and his path always connects to it. Monica thought Mike was talking about the boy who helped her that terrible night, As they chatted, the carriage pulled up to the castle, which now looked completely empty. The princess remembered there had been a huge crowd here just recently, but she only saw a bunch of people gathered beyond the gates. The Duke noticed the girl shivering, realized she was scared, then explained everyone just wanted to see her. Rumors of a divine blessing had already spread across the north, and Brad then asked his niece to let go of his hair. The girl blushed. She'd instinctively grabbed him, but the uncle promised to hold her during that time. At the castle, the steward greeted them with servants, and the Duke explained all these people would serve the princess in the future. Brad also decided to introduce his niece to more people, and soon she saw a group of boys in their early teens. The oldest was the Duke's firstborn, Matthew Willow, who politely greeted their father's return. The second son, Din, did just as well in welcoming their father with genuine enthusiasm. Youngest Russell looked a bit flustered, but still gave his dad a respectful greeting. The Duke then introduced his sons to the princess, who noticed the first two looked almost exactly like their uncle. The third had this striking beauty, and all of them shared the same jet black hair. The girl figured they'd inherited those locks from their mom, right before her uncle called on Monica to say hello. The Duke introduced her as his older sister, Samantha Willow's daughter. And yeah, she's the imperial princess. The brothers had never seen the princess before, but welcomed her with the right amount of respect. The younger one's gaze, though, felt off compared to his brother's. The princess even thought it looked a little mean, but she didn't want to seem scared, so she returned the greeting, ignoring Russell's empty stare. He still came off as cute, with that kid-like way of speaking, but the stone-faced delivery was kinda creepy. The fox also noticed the Duke's kids had weird expressions, and guessed they were just starving. Overall, the girl figured she got a decent welcome at the Northern Fortress. Meanwhile, the chat lit up. Viewer count just hit 10,000. To celebrate, the princess got to level up one of her skills. She could level up her streamer rank or power up divine abilities. But the girl still couldn't pick which was better. Monica got extra time to think this through. Choosing the wrong path was a serious risk. Her decision would shape her future and her channel's fate, though the princess still didn't get what that actually meant. Then Monica suddenly noticed the silence had returned, like no one there cared she existed. But the girl had long stopped expecting kindness. She just accepted it all, and got it wrong. She didn't see it yet, but one maid was barely holding back a scream of admiration. The Duke's rule was clear: make too much noise and you got tossed out. But holding back from a kid like this? Impossible. Rumors said this princess fell from the sky. Now the maids had proof right in front of them. Over lunch, the Duke explained everything here was oversized to match northern standards. But Brad promised soon everything would get a full rebuild. And just then, Russell walked in. Monica couldn't figure why the whole castle needed redoing. It wasn't exactly subtle. The Duke figured a bigger family meant bigger adjustments. Basic logic, really. Brad secretly wondered why his niece hadn't grown at all. She was 5, for God's sake. How was she ever going to be an adult? Monica read her uncle's thoughts in the chat, and it hit her like he'd promised her a future together when she turned 15. In her old life, even at 15, she looked tiny. Starvation doesn't let you grow up properly. The rest of the boys joined them at the table, but the youngest one's face stayed just as blank as ever. But then Princess Monica noticed the older brother had the same look. She figured if the uncle was so icy, his kids probably picked it up too. Monica thought they were just stunning when they smiled. And honestly, she was dying to know what the Duchess was like. She even wondered if she'd been reincarnated a little sooner. She could have stopped her from dying. Still, Monica had no real info on the Duchess, just a few dry facts from last life's report. Turns out Monica found out the Duke of Willow married the Duchess for all the wrong reasons. But despite that, they weren't total strangers. The problem? She was always in bad health. That's why she kicked the bucket soon after the third boy was born. Same day Monica herself showed up. Monica kept thinking, those boys wouldn't be so stiff if their mom was still around. The princess's uncle was decent, but way too cold and distant. Sometimes it floored Monica just how much. After dinner, the nanny took Monica away. Mike, who just happened to be nearby, noticed the Duke didn't act this way around his boys before. At the same time, Monica wished she'd been born even earlier, still carrying her memories, so she could actually save her parents. Suddenly, a chat window popped up, asking if Monica wanted to save her own mom. Brett, who scooped her up right then, didn't even catch why his niece jerked so suddenly. Monica was totally thrown by the system's question, but reached for the window instantly. Before she could even touch him, the window shut, and she just told her uncle she wanted to walk on her own. Monica hoped that if the window had already appeared once, she could definitely see it again. Losing herself in thought, she stumbled right into Matthew walking beside her and nearly knocked the girl over. The princess saw his face and realized the boy was really angry, but she had no idea why he was acting that way. but not wanting to worry her uncle with her suspicions, she just reached for his hands again. However, the Duke had other business and decided to leave the little one with Matthew, whom he was supposed to meet later in the office. In Matthew's eyes, Monica looked like a tiny sparrow, and he didn't even know how to talk to her. Looking at how tiny she was, the boy even thought she might break if he so much as touched her. Then, Matthew led the princess to a new room that looked like the biggest one she'd ever seen. The bed itself was amazing and so soft Monica and the fox jumped on it right away. But now it was time to choose which level the princess was going to boost, as required earlier. Upgrading the streamer would unlock a room that could hold even more viewers. But the girl didn't see how it could help her here and decided it was better to boost the divine power level. Then Monica noticed Angela had the chance to level up too, and she liked that, because if they boosted the fox's divine power, she'd be ready for any dangers in the future. But the thing she liked most was boosting her streamer level. It let her read people's thoughts. Monica was about to make her choice when the window slammed open, a breeze whooshed in, and a glowing shadow appeared with a kid's silhouette. The princess thought it was a ghost, but couldn't figure out how it showed up in broad daylight. At the same time, a giant hand started creeping toward the girl, which totally spooked her. Scared out of her mind, Monica buried her head under the pillow, hoping it would all end like a nightmare. And that's exactly what happened. When the princess peeked out, the room was back to normal and dead silent. Telling herself it was just her imagination, the princess sat on the bed and got lost in thought. This vision made Monica remember the kids who helped her, one of them being the boy from her dream. But she was more curious about the boy in the woods. To find out more, the princess needed to ask her uncle. She could have also asked the wizards, but her thoughts got cut off when she spotted Din nearby. The princess jumped at the surprise, especially since his face was still scowling. Din thought she was a wimp, even though she wasn't. She figured if he'd faced whatever she saw, he'd be scared too. Monica realized it wasn't a ghost at all. It was Din. But now she was curious why he was here and why he climbed in through the window. Din thought himself brave and talented, so climbing in through the window was a piece of cake. Then the boy noticed the fox, assuming it was a pet, while the fox was ready to nibble his nose. But then Din explained he just wanted to check on the princess, even though he didn't get why she was so tense yet. Then the kid suddenly stood up in the middle of the room and started sprinting. The girl was even scared about what he was gonna do. Turns out he wasn't planning anything supernatural. Din just wanted to jump on the fluffy bed. The impact of his feet on the mattress sent Monica and the fox soaring into the air, like they were floating. Then the two of them gracefully landed on the soft surface, face plants into the pillow. The princess totally loved what just happened, and even asked the kid to do it again. But Din's plan was just to tease the girl a bit, and when it didn't work, he decided to head out. Monica begged the kid not to leave, but he wasn't about to give in and just walked toward the exit again. Din didn't want to be the princess's cute little guy, though he didn't even notice where he actually was. Then the nanny walked in, and seeing the sad princess on the bed with boot prints around, got a little confused. The next morning after breakfast, Monica strolled through the forest clearing with the nanny, the fox, and a few more maids. The maids couldn't hide their admiration for the princess's cute face and healthy look anymore. After walking a bit further, they ran into Mike, who was loading a wagon with other knights. Seeing the girl, the knight immediately offered to carry her for a bit, and she didn't say no. Mike brought the princess to the dragon statue and explained the Duke's mission was to protect and manage these lands. Their families got huge power, and everyone gets a top-notch education to handle monsters. This knight was a great storyteller. It reminded Monica of her dad from her second life, who used to read her fairy tales all the time. While reading, her dad also dreamed they'd meet her mom and finally get to hug as a family. Meanwhile, Mike was showing the princess the forest and distant mountains, then told her never to go in there alone. Monica figured there were ghosts, but the knight explained the forest was full of terrifying monsters. That's why Willow's mansion is right next to the forest, to protect the town. Mike's main goal was to get the Duke's family to handle the monsters themselves. The little princess needs tight security right now. Later, as the weather cooled off, they returned to the castle and ran into Russell in the hallway. He was sprinting to class to avoid getting in trouble, but he froze when he saw the princess. Then he tripped, face-planted, and sent all his books flying. Servants were already sprinting over to help, but he waved them off. Monica knew he looked pathetic not because he was hurt, but because he was embarrassed. She took the first step, offering her hand, but Russell just blinked at her, confused. She shrugged and said, "Hey, I fall flat on my face all the time too." Then she held out her hand again. The girl really wanted to help, and even offered to check out his bruised knee. To her surprise and delight, Russell didn't complain and rolled up his pants leg. Monica then slapped a band-aid on his knee. After that treatment, the princess was convinced his knee was all fixed and beamed a happy smile. Meanwhile, the boy got curious. If she kept slapping down like that, did her butt hurt? But Monica felt great. She'd already mastered the art of graceful landings. Then she glanced at Russell, caught a sight, and suddenly the kid was curious. What did she see? The princess grinned and teased. Right now, Russell looks like a total cherub. That compliment hit the kid right in the feels. First time anyone called him cute. Monica was totally into his little face. Thought it was the best she'd seen since her own. Russell thanked the princess and muttered an apology for the death glare he'd given her the first time they met. Then he asked the girl if she wanted to check out his magical book collection he's been studying. Nobody else cared, but Monica was instantly hooked. The kid promised to swing by later and show her the books. But right now, he had to head to class. When he left, Monica couldn't wrap her head around how no one else cared about his research. But she was curious. Why did he speak so awkwardly? Maybe he wasn't even older than her. Mike, who had been watching all this time, finally let out his joy that the young lord was smiling. Russell went to his deceased mother and inherited her beauty, but he was also known for never smiling. Plus, being too vulnerable, he didn't let anyone touch him. The fact that Monica managed to touch the boy was also a surprise to Mike. Russell isolated himself, avoiding others' touches. Yet he easily reached out to the princess. Usually, the young lord spends time in the library, diving into magic studies. Anyway, Mike was really happy that this kid was smiling and wanted to see it more often. Then the princess asked why Russell was talking as if he were younger than her. The knight guessed it was due to his obsession with magic, and possibly other psychological reasons. The girl found it strange that Mike knew almost nothing about kids, but now she couldn't wait to meet Russell. The knight also told the princess that the older and middle sons were skilled with swords, and the middle preferred staying in the castle with the knights. The older always led the punitive expeditions, and often left the castle. In any case, both were good. Only the youngest son had a natural talent for magic, so he's training to become a mage. Then the princess realized she knew a lot about the North's fate and her uncle's death, but nothing about her cousins, probably because they all died young. But still, the little girl felt it wasn't enough and hoped to remember something. Later on, when Monica was eating in her room, Russell came to her again through the window. The girl still asked him to use the door since climbing through the window was too dangerous. But the boy thought it was nothing for him, then asked what the princess was up to. At that point, Russell saw a bunch of cupcakes, and she admitted the knights had given them to her. They're really nice to her. Monica noticed his sword was a toy, while the boy wondered why his knights never brought him anything, even though he thought his gift was way cooler. It still bugged him that they didn't bring desserts. The princess noticed Russell was getting annoyed, but couldn't figure out why. After all, they had everything in the duchy. The boy said nothing else and got ready to leave the same way he came, in through the window. Monica noticed he and the middle son looked like kids who never got unconditional love. The next day, the knights invited the princess to watch their training, and she found it more pleasant than breakfast. Matthew kept giving the girl weird glances all morning. He hardly ate anything. Uncle Brad ate nothing either, just sat there with a serious face, and Monica hoped they wouldn't act like this at every meal. Then the girl suddenly felt like this place was super familiar, then overheard Greg talking to Helen. The knight asked where Eddie was found out he'd gone into the woods that morning, then asked to call that boy over. Greg wanted to introduce him to the princess, but Helen was against it and said they could only bring him over a bit later. They even started arguing about it, and Monica thought it was really weird. But Helen spotted the princess and instantly sprinted toward her, leaving the knights alone. She asked the sorceress what happened. Her outfit was all messed up after all. Helen reassured her everything was fine, then handed Monica a bunch of fancy balloons. They were magically sealed to last longer, which really got under Sir Jack's skin again. Hillary suggested tying them to the princess's waist, and the princess loved the idea. But as soon as they were tied, Monica felt herself lifting off the ground. The balloons yanked her up, and the knights barely grabbed her before the wind could whisk her away. They decided to cut down the balloons. It worked, but Hillary was scrambling to apologize to the princess. Meanwhile, Sir Jack barked at all the mages to get back before they caused more chaos. Monica replayed how she'd floated off the ground. It felt totally unreal. The knights then offered to show her the performance they'd prepared. That's when Din waded into the crowd. Wondering why everyone was laughing, the crowd turned at his voice, and the mood instantly turned serious. The knights immediately bowed to the young master with respect. Meanwhile, Din approached the princess and greeted her himself. She returned the greeting warmly. Then the kid turned to the knights and announced he wanted to do team training today. But not everyone was on board. Some begged to skip just this once, but Din wouldn't give an inch. But even though there wasn't supposed to be training today, the young master insisted on pushing it through. Then the kid thought everyone was ignoring him, but the princess shot that down, said it wasn't true. Still, it bugged Din that she'd only just shown up, and already everyone adored her. Plus, Everyone was giving her all sorts of gifts. Never once did any of them give him a thing. Meanwhile, the princess kept tugging at her brother, begging him to play and have fun with her. But Din pushed back, said he was a northern knight who couldn't play with a kid, even though he really wanted to. Didn't want to upset his dad. Then he shoved her off, saying this was training time, not playtime, and to back off. She hit the ground and fought back tears, not wanting to cry. She'd really hurt herself. Din realized he'd messed up big time, but now it was too late to turn back. He had no idea what to do. Knight Jack rushed over, sensing something was wrong, and immediately checked on the princess. He told Din Monica was still too weak. Her willow blood hadn't awakened yet. Then he reminded the kid of the knight's code. No treating the weak like that. Jack had always been straightforward, and that's what Dina liked about him. But after today's incident, the boy felt like that support just vanished. He spun around and bolted right then, leaving the knight confused about what had just gone down. But the knight was more worried about the princess and let the boy run. Monica confirmed once again that these three boys were seriously strong. Dina's footprints were even etched into the ground. Jack started apologizing to the princess, saying the guy was really not a bad person, just a bit rough around the edges sometimes. He was ready to take the blame for it, but the other knights insisted it was their fault. The princess, though, didn't hold any grudges, and told the knights kids mess up sometimes. She also noticed everyone was stressing over Dina, even though he didn't see it. But he's just not getting it. Monica decided to head out after her cousin right then and told the others to stay put. Jack tried to argue, but she barked at him that it was an order and they wouldn't dare question her. The knights and mages all noticed she was moving pretty fast for someone her age. Meanwhile, Eddie, still in the forest, caught sight of a balloon rising over the trees near the castle. He realized someone had entered the woods, while Monica kept searching for Dina, with the fox tagging along. Soon, the girl found him, but she also noticed her legs weren't tired at all despite running so far. The princess didn't realize it yet, but the power of her willow bloodline was already starting to kick in. As soon as the girl set foot on this land, her power started awakening without her knowing. Catching up to Din, the princess decided to throw herself at him and show off her strength way beyond her years. A moment later, they were both tumbling through the snow, Monica trying to grab the boy by the hair. When she managed to grab him by the hair, Din started asking why she followed him instead of staying to play with the knights. But the princess wanted to play with her cousin, so she chased after him. Din, however, noticed the knights had been acting weird because of her, and Monica didn't agree. The princess thought he was just jealous because she had this super cute face. Then she remembered from her first life, when she was a YouTuber. There was this donor who always looked out for her, hiding his care behind grumpiness. Now this kid reminded her of that person, the type who couldn't put their affection into words. At that moment, Monica stopped fighting, pulled a cookie from her pocket, and handed it to Din. She was hoping he'd take her treat, then they could play together. For a while, Din kept refusing and didn't want to take anything from the princess, but she kept pushing. And for the umpteenth time, he pushed Monica away again, and she went tumbling into the snow, which cushioned the fall this time. She took it as a challenge and decided to switch things up this time. She immediately burst into tears and shouted that her cookie had dropped and her ball had flown off, and poor Din had no idea what to do. He even clenched his tiny little fist, and Monica was sure he was about to hit her again. But Din didn't do anything like that. He just stood over the little girl, and a tear started pushing its way out of his eyes. The princess herself stopped crying in surprise and rushed over to her little brother to comfort him. Din didn't know what to do or say, but he stammered out an apology anyway. Monica could tell the boy really regretted what he'd done and wanted to find a way to cheer him up. The princess took pity on him and said she wasn't even hurt and told him to stop crying. The kid shot back, "I'm not crying, my eyes just stung. Knights don't cry." Din really felt bad about how he treated the little girl, and she offered to take him back to the knights. She took off her glove and showed him the small cut. Just a little ointment would fix it. Seeing the princess's bruise, Din realized everyone would hate him now, especially his dad. But Monica told him not to worry and promised to stay with him and give him all the love he needed. They walked back hand in hand, even though Din felt a little awkward about it. Then he figured they were in trouble now. They'd gone into the forbidden forest. Monica remembered Din had run through the magic door, and she'd followed right after him. That's when the princess realized why the landscape had changed. She hadn't noticed it during the chase. They didn't know how dangerous it was here, but they were still far from the door and had to get there fast. Then, Din suddenly remembered how the princess cried over her balloon and was determined to go find it. The girl thought it was too far, but as a knight, he had to take responsibility for his actions. The guy ran off, and Monica got a bad feeling, even thinking about following him. However, the fox disagreed with the princess's decision, because she also had a very bad feeling. For a while, they wandered the forest searching for Din. but he was nowhere to be seen. And the girl with the fox didn't forget there were a lot of monsters here. Suddenly, Angela spotted some movement and got ready to attack, while the princess, scared, hid behind her. But what came toward them wasn't a monster. It was Din, holding a balloon in his hand, surprised why Monica was there. The girl had been really worried about him, and he thought her small but very brave. Meanwhile, it started to get dark, so the kids hurried to leave the forest before the monsters got them. But soon they heard something. Then a big pile of snow came at them, and Din barely dodged with the princess in tow. Then he picked up the little girl and ran like hell, knowing the monster had found them after all. Then the kids saw the actual monster with big horns coming toward them to attack. The boy recognized the monster. It was called IMP, and once they were fairies, but fell and turned into monsters. Usually they move in groups, but it didn't stop Din, who bravely charged at it. Fox asked her owner to climb back on her back so they could leg it out of there and not slow down Dina. While they were sprinting along the trail, the girls spotted a few more monsters lurking in the trees. Glowing red eyes were the least of their worries. The princess tripped and crashed into a pile of snow. She barely registered the bruises, jumped right back up like it was nothing. But a massive, snarling IMP was already towering over the girl. One hairy claw extended her way. Monica froze, thought this was the end. But then, out of nowhere, another kid burst in and charged at the monster. Din was wrestling with his own monster, but still caught sight of his cousin in trouble. Just in time, a mysterious night boy swooped in to save the day. The princess didn't recognize him, but Din did. Snapped right back to his dad's apprentice, Eddie. That cheered Din up. He refocused on the fight, ready to finish the monster off. Eddie was throwing down with the beast, kicked up a blizzard of snow. The princess couldn't get a clear look at his face through the storm. Meanwhile, the fox caught the same energy signature glowing from the guy as her owner's. That surprised her. The monster was down, crashed like a fallen tree onto the young knight's boots. Then Eddie strolled over to the princess, all concerned about her injuries, asking if she was hurt bad. Din showed up at the same time, gave Monica a once-over for bruises. She was fine. So he turned to Eddie, realizing the kid had been in the woods this whole time. The Duke's student kept quiet and humbly greeted the young master. Monica heard his voice and instantly recognized it from somewhere. Then it hit her, her dream where a kid warned her about danger. Back then, she couldn't see his face or hair color. Half his head was in a shadow. Now, the princess was certain it was him, but his hood still hid his face. The guy, as if reading her mind, pulled down his hood. Finally, she could see his face. That face was familiar. She knew exactly what he looked like as an adult. But Monica couldn't figure out why he was here. Din got worried about her. She remembered the day the leader ordered her execution. That was the rebel leader with this kid's face who sentenced the empress to die. On that day, the verdict was announced. Crowds gathered to spit or throw stones at her. Monica clearly remembered when he delivered the verdict and the way his face looked. That man glared at her with fury on the execution day. That's why she never forgot him. Now, Monica didn't get why the guy who killed her in another life was saving her now. Back then, the princess didn't know his name. Everyone just called him the leader. She never imagined Eddie was the same person. Ed noticed the girl had gone pale and started getting worried about how she was feeling. Meanwhile, Bread Willow and a group of knights were already running toward them, searching for the missing princess. The Duke went off on his son for ignoring the command to stay out of this forest. But Monica stepped in to defend him, explaining her balloon had flown away, and Din just helped her get it back. Still, the Duke didn't back down from his stance, convinced the princess ended up in danger because of Din. The girl kept defending her little brother, saying he actually protected her and even got hurt. After that, Bread decided his middle son had finally gotten that knightly head on his shoulders. He even gave the kid a shout-out. He was still reeling because he hadn't even gotten to explain yet. But his father suddenly stopped being angry, which hadn't happened since the day he was born. Suddenly, the princess protested the Duke hadn't praised properly. He should have ruffled his hair first. Bread didn't argue with his niece and followed her instructions, telling Din to keep protecting the princess. The boy couldn't think of anything to say back, besides agreeing and taking the job. Honestly, the kid had always wondered if his dad loved him, and now he knew for sure. All this happened because of the little princess. And then the Duke caught sight of his apprentice too. Bread figured Ed had also gone to find the balloon, but Ed argued. He'd noticed a bunch of monsters gathering and came to see what was up. Then the guy noticed that Din and Monica were in a tight spot and just went ahead and helped them. The Duke realized this was their first meeting and ordered the student to greet the princess properly as he should. Looking at the girl, Eddie thought that if angels existed, they'd look just like her. But Monica suddenly hid behind Din's back, and only from there thanked Eddie for saving her. The guillotine he'd led her to was still burned in her mind, even now that he was her rescuer. The Duke figured the princess was just spooked by the monsters. even though she hadn't been that scared on the way to the temple. But now these kids were all here together, and that played a role. Brad just repeated his warning for them to stay out of the forest. After that, they all headed back to the castle, picking up Eddie along the way. This kid was fated to be the prophet's partner from the moment he was born. He and the princess had been born as a pair, which is why the Duke had trained him all these years. Back at the castle, Brad spoke to the boy, and he understood that when the prophet was in danger, his own heart ached. Then, he remembered how he'd seen a monster's paw looming over the princess's face in his vision. And it was a warning. A weird ache hit Eddie's chest too, and now he knew the princess was his prophet. But he still didn't get why Monica had looked so scared at him in the forest. Eddie couldn't wrap his head around why his destined partner was so terrified of him. The moment the Duke brought the princess from the forest, the knights begged her for forgiveness. But only Helen suspected they'd botch things right away when they said they'd take care of the princess. The magic girl also needled them for not watching the kid closely because they were too busy showing off. Monica felt bad for them because she didn't see any guilt in them, so she shouted, "I decided to run away on my own!" The Duke wasn't letting Jack off the hook, though, and planned to come up with a punishment for him. The princess looked at Eddie, who stood nearby, and her mood dropped again. His presence stirred up sad memories. He just stood there, silent, still not getting why Monica was acting that way. But he hoped it'd pass. Meanwhile, the girl spotted Din nearby and decided to talk to him without any witnesses. She grabbed his hand at the right moment. He panicked, thinking something was wrong. Her expression said it all. The next day, Din invited the girl to the central garden, which she really liked. Even though it was winter, the garden had a ton of flowers and plants. Din's mom used to take care of this garden. They cast a spell so the flowers would bloom all year round. Now, Russell maintains the magic dome, and Matthew brings different seeds from every trip. Din also admitted their dad was the one who wanted to enchant the garden. That's when the princess laughed. The boy didn't get why she laughed, but the girl just loved hearing him talk. The princess seemed really cute to Din, and even made him think they gave her some special treat. Then, Monica started asking questions about Matthew, since she needs to know everything about them to save everyone later. Either way, this is the first life where the princess met the Duke's sons. Din explained the older brother is also a knight, but totally obsessed with monsters, and goes on daily raids against them. Monica already heard Matthew went on another expedition recently, and could be gone for months straight. Then, the middle brother decided to spill a secret to the princess, and admitted his brother is actually really sick. The girl got really scared for Matthew, since she'd never heard anything about it before. Din gave that sad, thoughtful look, and dropped that his little brother just has mysophobia. He thought that because Matthew always bathes in icy water before bed on expeditions, and keeps a magical bag of clean shirts. The princess found it kind of weird that Din thinks that about his brother, like he doesn't wash at all. Then he mentioned Russell, who's a wizard, but always holed up in the library and has a weird personality. Next, Din brought up Eddie, the student, and reminded the princess he's the guy who saved her in the woods. The girl decided to hear it out anyway. More info is better, even if she didn't much like him. Eddie's the Duke's only student and has insane strength, so Brad Willow dotes on him like crazy. People even say the Duke treats this kid like his own son. Din was sad, knowing Willow didn't care about her own kids, and no one else realized it. But the princess didn't believe her uncle could hate his own son. He was her best brother. One night, Angela suddenly woke her master. So urgently, it felt like something awful had happened. The princess opened her eyes and saw Russell standing in her room, holding a stack of books. He explained they'd planned to meet, but he'd been swamped with library study and totally spaced it. Monica was glad to see him, though he'd bet she'd yell about the midnight visit. The kid remembered his promise and brought his collection of magic books. Then, Russell tossed the books up. They spun above their heads before he decided to show something else. The books sprang open, and creatures started pouring out. Not just regular beasts, but monsters too. As soon as they appeared, the princess froze in fear. But the kid quickly reassured her it was just magic. Then, he dismissed the creatures and conjured a little energy ball that lit up the whole room. Monica couldn't believe Russell was pulling off serious magic at such a young age. The kid had raw talent. It didn't take much effort for him to do that. She even envied him a little. He couldn't help it, then asked her brother if he liked studying. Russell noticed she was into it and offered to teach her one of the simplest spells. Then the princess asked if he taught himself and found out the kid had a mentor named Donald. Monica remembered from her past life that this Donald was one of her worst subordinates. Her uncle had just blown a gasket at her on the way to the temple because of this guy. She couldn't believe this guy was her brother's mentor, but she caught Russell's face darkening when he brought him up. Donald had to play the loyal servant up until her uncle's betrayal. Then Russell dropped his biggest secret on Monica, and the girl was all over it. The kid wanted to introduce his cousin to his super special friend. They needed to head to the castle's abandoned wing, but it was freezing at night, so Monica said they'd go tomorrow. Russell admitted he'd just discovered a secret place in the manor, wished the princess good night, and split. By midday the next day, Monica was already sneaking off to the meeting spot, telling the nanny she was going to take a walk. Her little brother had been waiting there for a while, holding a special flashlight for their adventure. The kid told the princess's mom used to live in this part of the castle when she was still alive. Then, he hoisted the girl up, and they slipped in through an upper floor window to dodge the guards at the front gate. Monica spotted his mom's portrait on the walls, and it felt kind of weird. Her brother said his friend lived here. Russell led the princess to the basement. The place was so gloomy, no way anyone lived there. Even though the flashlight was doing a decent job lighting their way, the girl kept asking the fox Angela to stick close. Russell walked ahead, talking about how it bummed him out being the only one learning magic. His brothers and dad had all been swordsmen, but his new buddy started cheering him up. After a while, they reached one of the rooms where Russell's mysterious pal was waiting. The kid approached one of the boxes and yanked out a tiny bundle hiding behind it. When Russell turned it toward the light, Monica spotted tiny eyes and ears sticking out. This critter didn't look like a normal animal, more like a monster with a goofy grin. The princess didn't flinch at all, just walked over and said hey like it was a new friend. Only the fox stayed tense like something was off and ordered her to step back. The girl had no idea why the fox was panicking. It was just a baby monster. But Angela wouldn't budge. The fox recognized the fuzzy ball as a red devourer, a monster that eats people. These things hide their true self under that adorable exterior, then feast on human souls. But the worst part was the monster's high-tier status. That's what made it deadly. The princess remembered similar ones from her past life, but this one looked different. Angela said its real form would pop up soon. Angela thought it was wild the kid called it a friend, and warned they needed to ditch it before it transformed. The girl saw Russell being all cheerful, and figured he had no clue about the danger, so she stuck with him. Monica tried to explain everything to him, and begged him to ditch this little monster. It was way too dangerous. The second the princess tried to yank the monster out of the kid's hands, it shifted and let out a growl. Its eyes glowed angry red, and instead of a cute little mouth, there was a horrifying jaw. Even Russell was thrown off when his buddy started screaming, thought those kinds of monsters couldn't even make a sound. Monica started explaining to her brother, "This is a red devourer. It's not just some harmless critter, it's a total threat." Meanwhile, the monster shifted. Couldn't keep up the disguise with that divine beast's energy messing with it. Angela realized this thing had already gobbled up way too many human souls, and was now packing serious power. This monster was even deadlier than the one the princess saw with Din in the woods. Way higher threat level. The girl was confused. How did things get this out of hand so fast? The place was guarded, so how did no one spot the monster? Then the princess saw her brother shaking like a leaf, terrified and clueless why his buddy turned into a nightmare. The monster was all set to grab Russell, and Monica was ready to try and save him. But the fox yanked the girl by the collar and pulled her back. No way she was getting caught in that mess. The monster was blocking the exit, so there was no way to just run for it. So the fox went for a distraction, while Monica had to find someone fast. The princess approached Russell and started begging him to go get someone, but he was still in shock, and Monica reminded him, "That monster isn't your friend. It's a total threat." Right then, the kid felt his heart drop. If that was true, did it mean he had literally no friends? The girl couldn't see how her little brother was suffering, so she stepped up and claimed to be his friend. Monica swore she'd be his friend forever, no matter what, even if it killed her. It snapped Russell out of it. Next thing you know, he's using magic to bail them out. Suddenly, Angela screamed at her master to watch out. The monster was right behind her. At that moment, Monica realized the goddess had given her the best, but she was still powerless to protect herself. A magical dome materialized over the girl, blocking the monster from grabbing her. Then, a message lit up in front of Monica. Time to make that choice you put off earlier. Last time, she never made her pick. Her uncle's son showed up and ruined it. Now she knew the smart move was to boost the divine beast's power. But just then, a new message popped up, offering the princess a different path. Monica had her doubts, but she trusted the system again and went with the streamer level up. She hit level 4, earned the title of Viscountess, and unlocked the unlimited shop. Next up, they offered channel growth items, only available if you traded in streamer points. At that moment, the girl noticed Russell was barely holding back the monster's attack, but she knew that last window didn't pop up by accident. She grabbed one of the vials. This vial had to be tossed right into the monster's mouth, and Monica was about to test if it actually worked. Meanwhile, the monster's claws were nearly through the magic dome. Russell would be caught any second now. The kid was stuck. He was barely holding on, but nothing was coming to mind. Monica was already tossing a magic pepper vial toward the monster, the sneeze-inducing kind. The vial zipped through the dome's barrier and smashed into the monster's snarling face. The creature started sneezing nonstop. Tears even streamed down its eyes. Seeing it worked, the princess told the fox it was her turn now. But suddenly, all the souls the monster had swallowed started waking up. Any attack was useless now. Angela asked the princess if she had another one of those vials she'd thrown at the monster. There was one left, and this time, the fox was going to throw it herself. First, she had to get closer. Meanwhile, the kids tried to sneak toward the exit, dodging the monster's sharp claws. The fox was already moving. She leapt and hurled the vial straight into the creature's face again. The jar broke again, and there was a small explosion. But something felt different this time. The princess lost sight of Angela and started calling her name, hoping she'd answer from the dust cloud. Suddenly, the kids spotted a shadow, and the guy immediately started asking what the heck was going on. Matthew showed up, saw the monster, pulled out his sword, and got ready to fight right away. The kid was fast and skilled, but taking down this beast took a few solid hits. His shirt got bloodstained, and he groaned loud. He'd only just ironed it earlier. Russell looked scared, and Monica assumed the older brother was mad at the younger one for this. Then Matthew asked why a little princess was wandering around such a dangerous place. The girl couldn't think of an answer. Then they noticed Russell's face fall from losing his friend. That made Matthew furious. He yanked the kid and told him flat out, "A monster can't be your friend." But the boy still didn't see it as a monster. The older brother figured he'd brought it here himself. Monica jumped in and begged Matthew to let the little one go. She'd bite him if he didn't. The girl had already checked out the second and third of Uncle's sons and liked them. She hoped Big Bro was cool too. Matthew dropped his brother, and the princess ran to him, panicking for him and feeling awful. He was still sad about being alone. But Monica reminded him he had her as a friend now. Big Brother couldn't accept that this little sparrow dared to threaten him. The princess was furious he called her a sparrow again and glared at him. Soon the kids were at the estate gate, and the girl carried a fox that kept sneezing. She'd still inhaled some of that powder, and Russell promised to help reverse it with a spell. Matthew, who had brought the kids home, suddenly recalled how his brother had broken down crying. He found it strange. He'd never seen the kid cry before. Besides, the only person who'd stayed with him was his mentor. Now Matthew found himself wondering who this princess was, that she could have such an effect on his brother. Angela noticed someone approaching and immediately alerted her mistress. And there, Donald the mentor was, greeting the princess immediately. The girl immediately remembered his true nature from her past life, even as he introduced himself. But Monica already knew he was a first-tier knight and mage, as well as a traitorous vassal. She responded politely, but reminded herself to stay wary of this snake. Russell greeted the mentor, who immediately noticed the somber mood of his master. Monica caught a glimpse of fear on the boy's face, though she hoped she was just imagining it. Donald said he sensed danger threatening the kid and hopped right into action. He also mentioned some kind of rope-like link with the master that lets them know when the other's in trouble. The girl had no idea mages put this kind of magic on their students. Now she was trying to figure out how Matthew ended up in the basement, since he didn't know where his brother was. Monica was also curious how Russell ran into the monster down there and started taking care of it. Meanwhile, Matthew explained he sometimes goes there to honor his mom's memory. Today, he heard screams and went to fight the monster. Donald got curious what kind of monster the young master had to struggle against. But Matthew thought it weird the mage asked that first. Shouldn't he have checked how the monster even got there? The mage admitted he was a bit hasty. Matthew's older brother planned to report the monster to the Duke immediately. The guy figured it was too serious to ignore. They had to find whoever was behind this. Monica noticed Donald was worked up. She knew his smile hid something else. He was happy the princess and Russell were safe, even if he didn't get why they went to the basement. Matthew said his brother misses their mom too. At his age, a mom's just essential. But Monica didn't buy that Russell thought about mom when he picked a deserted spot to care for the monster. But there was no real reason to keep chatting. Matthew decided to walk the princess back to her room. Donald noticed his student was hurt and invited him to come along for treatment. The princess was seething. She wanted to stop this guy, but wishing wouldn't cut it. Monica got a bad vibe, but Matthew was already telling her to follow him. He knew where her room was. The Duke had shown him the spot on the map and told him to head there first if things got dicey. Matthew also explained that flying monsters sometimes show up, so people need to evac, and the princess is top priority now. But Matthew also noticed Monica looked fragile, like a little sparrow. In her room, the girl found her nanny all worked up, clueless about how she'd snuck out. Rose was stressing over the princess's dirty clothes and why she was with Matthew. But the girl just asked for food. The young master was too lazy to explain. All that mattered was the princess was safe. He handed the kid to Rose, calling the princess a sparrow again, which left the knights baffled. They couldn't believe the young master called her that. Meanwhile, Monica told him to cut it out with the nanny. Rose wanted to take the kid right away, but Matthew insisted on carrying her to bed. He was trying to figure out how this kid weighed less than a sack of wheat. He remembered weighing about 8 sacks as a kid. That was the Willow family's norm. In his book, regular kids should weigh at least 3 sacks. Matthew figured the girl wasn't getting enough to eat and decided to keep an eye on her meals. Rose asked again what had happened and found out they'd been in a battle. That really spooked the nanny and made her even more worried about the kid. But Matthew didn't say another word. By evening, the princess still wasn't feeling right, and she'd been fighting sleep since lunch. But she had to visit Russell, and Monica thought maybe she could try using her power. She immediately ordered the unlimited shop to open so she could pick out something good. There, the princess saw the number of items had increased, and a magic wand called the Rod of Love had been added. She also found out this item had been automatically purchased with half of her remaining points. The girl didn't get why it happened, but followed the instructions and grabbed the wand. Right then, the nanny walked in and announced young Master Russell had arrived, looking exhausted. Monica even wondered if the scoundrel Donald had taken proper care of him, but still felt happy to see him. The boy admitted he hadn't come through the window this time, like usual, because his mentor forbade it. The girl thought that sounded fishy and remembered the rope linking him and Russell. The princess guessed the rope wasn't meant to sense danger. It was so Donald could track where the kid was. Their chat got cut short when a knight popped into the room and asked why Monica wasn't asleep so late. Mike showed up and quickly apologized for interrupting Russell's downtime. But the knight had a mission and had to take the kid to the Duke's office immediately. The princess instantly connected it to what happened earlier, and again figured something was off with Donald. To make sure everything went smoothly, Monica decided to tag along with Russell and Mike, even though the Duke would probably explode later. The knight just couldn't say no to the little girl. The princess noticed her little cousin looked genuinely terrified. Monica felt responsible for figuring it out and grabbed the kid's hand, ready to head to Uncle. Once they got there, the princess planned to speak first, hoping the Duke would listen to her. Brad shot Mike a questioning look, but Mike couldn't exactly refuse the princess's request. Then Monica spotted the same magic tutor Donald sitting in the other chair. She knew he'd already spun some story to her uncle and probably made everything sound worse than it was. Russell greeted his dad, who looked pretty rattled. He'd obviously heard the whole thing from Donald and now wanted to know why his son went down to the basement. But Monica remembered Matthew was the one who wanted to explain first, so she didn't get how Donald got ahead of it. Seems like Donald just snatched the kid's report and decided to pass it off as his own version. Matthew was on the fence too, but he just didn't know what kind of guy we're dealing with here. Both reports were handed in, but Donald's was the one that rang true. Princess was worried her uncle might actually believe his story, one that definitely painted Russell in a bad light. Duke figured the kid from the Willow family was so homesick for his mother, he couldn't even handle a single monster. Monica couldn't believe her uncle said that. She didn't get how the family ties even mattered if the kid missed his mom. Thing is, it wasn't just any monster. It was a red devourer, a top-tier beast. But the bigger point is, Russell's just a kid, practically the same age as the princess. She was about to argue with her uncle and set the record straight, but the mage cut her off. Donald asked the Duke to let him speak as Russell's mentor. The mage put on this fake nice guy act, and it made the princess sick to her stomach. She knew Donald was just a self-important jerk who only saw lower-class people as slaves. He started rambling about how, unlike knights, mages need to be more sensitive to properly handle their power. But the Duke had no idea how being sensitive even connected to this. Donald claimed Russell's moody personality was exactly why his magic levels are so high. But the kid also struggles with emotional control, which is why the mage wants to take charge. The mage kept insisting Russell got this far only because of him and demanded the Duke acknowledge his efforts. Red Willow did owe Donald a lot, and the princess knew the mage was using that. What's more, he convincingly took the kid's side, talking the Duke's ear off, which made her hate him even more. Monica didn't get her uncle's reaction. After all, he was known for not holding back his emotions before. The Duke just killed anyone he thought was wrong, which is why they called him the Mad Northern Hound. The girl didn't see the issue. If Russell couldn't control his emotions like her uncle, so what? And she thought it was totally unfair the kid had to sit through all this. Meanwhile, Donald was insisting it was his fault. After all, it all happened because he didn't train Russell right. The mage even asked the student to confirm it, and he had no choice but to back up his teacher. The kid stuttered a bit, and the Duke decided his son couldn't even answer like he should. Little Russell bowed to his father, feeling guilty and bracing for punishment. At that moment, the princess remembered standing on her knees once. No one was there to protect her then, and the Duke was already reaching for his son. In that instant, he looked just like the monster from her past to her. But she wasn't that scared princess anymore. She couldn't let her little brother get hurt. Monica grabbed her uncle's hand and stepped in front of the boy, thinking he hadn't done anything wrong. The girl insisted Russell had actually saved her and blamed the Duke for yelling without asking anything. But the Duke couldn't figure out why his niece had drawn that conclusion. After all, he'd raised his hand not to swing a fist. Brad wasn't about to yell at anyone. He told Monica to let him finish. The Duke had heard everything Donald wanted to say, and now it was his turn to listen to his son's side. The kid's mouth dropped open in shock. No way he'd expected this from his dad. But the Duke knew you couldn't get the full truth hearing just one side. Exactly what his niece had told him earlier. And now he finally got it. Brad glanced at the kids, still in shock, and told them to spill the real story. The boy, looking guilty, admitted he hadn't been good enough. But now he'd train harder with the mentor. Russell even teared up. His first time the father actually asked for his opinion. But the princess knew he was just scared of the Duke. Still, the kid kept sneaking glances at Donald, but Uncle Brad didn't catch it. The princess figured the mage had held Russell back, and now he was suffering under the mentor's control, just like she had in her past life. Donald couldn't keep hanging around the kid. Monica was already brainstorming how to make that happen. Meanwhile, the Duke realized getting the truth out of his son wouldn't be easy. He ordered Mike to search every corner of the estate grounds. The search had to be thorough. Something had brought a monster here, and he wanted to know why. We need to focus extra attention on the area where the princess lives. Also, the barrier needs reinforcing there. Mike promised that as of today, the princess's chambers will be guarded by the top knights. Monica realized this was the end of it. She couldn't believe her uncle had given up trying to find the truth. Reacting to the streamer's wish, a window popped open, and the princess saw a magic wand in her face. She had no idea why this thing randomly showed up, but she decided to go with it anyway. To make the wish work, the princess had to say, "Let a miracle happen," and the magic word abracadabra. But when she did, everything stayed exactly where it was. Nothing changed. Not getting why it didn't work, Monica started waving the wand with all her might. Meanwhile, Donald was already dragging Russell away, even though the girl really wanted to stay with the kid. The girl realized the system messed up. That whole step-by-step plan led nowhere. Just then, another window appeared in front of the princess, saying the miracle already happened. But she wasn't buying it anymore. Donald and her little brother were already way out of reach. Later in the office, the mage yelled at the boy, saying the Duke was super mad at him. Plus, even though he's his dad, he still embarrassed Russell right in front of the princess. Then Donald promised to make him the greatest mage ever. But the kid had to remember this humiliation forever. After that, the mage planned to heal the kid's wounds and report everything to the Duke. He kept saying no one would believe the boy's story, since he literally didn't matter to anyone. Russell imagined his dad calling him pitiful, while his brothers refused to even look at him anymore. Then he remembered the princess grabbing his hand and swearing to stand by him. She was on his side. But Monica was worlds away, so all Russell could do was vow to work twice as hard when this was over. His teacher, normally friendly, looked like the devil in disguise today with that fake smile of his. Meanwhile, the Duke went to the princess's room and stayed there ages, even though she'd planned to go check on Russell. Even if the princess tried to sneak in, she'd still can't get to him since the kid needed more healing time. Russell looked fine, but the princess figured he'd probably gotten hurt holding back that monster. But Monica remembered the Duke had already told her about the treatments her brother had received when she arrived. The fox was panicking that the Duke was ready to melt the princess's brain with his death stare and begged her to run. But Monica was more worried about her little brother and ordered Angela to go check on him. The fox agreed. But her mistress better be ready to fork over a damn huge chunk of meat for this favor. As the fox darted off, Monica decided to play dumb and asked the Duke why he kept staring at her so hard. The Duke just watched his niece play. He already knew she was the only one worth protecting right now. The princess took it as tailing, and Brad was surprised the little girl even knew that word. The Duke figured maybe the princess had heard it from someone in the palace. Then the girl started asking about Russell, and the Duke remembered that not long ago, the kid hadn't been taller than the middle of his calf. After a while, the princess finally got tired, and Brad laid her down in the crib, thinking she'd been getting roughed up before. Current Emperor Theodore took the throne after the murder of Duke Willow's older brother. He did the same thing with former Empress Samantha, Brad's older sister, sending her off to war. Everyone knew Theo despised Samantha, so the only surviving princess never got a fair shake. Now the Duke regretted that when he wiped out the northern nobles connected to his sister's death, he should have arrived a little sooner. Brad started wondering if he was still doing things that had come back to bite him. Things he hadn't thought about in years started bubbling up in his mind. Now, his younger son kept popping into his head, and he wanted to do something for the kid. When the princess opened her eyes the next morning, she saw Russell standing right there by her bed. The girl slept right through to lunch, and her little brother got worried she was napping too long. Monica jumped up. She had to ask Russell something, and he'd better answer. Grabbing the boy's hands, the princess needed to know if his tutor, Donald, was beating him up. Russell was really surprised by the question, but Monica took his facial expression and body language as an answer. She'd lived with the same mindset, blaming herself for everything, and knew how tough it was to bring it up. Now, the princess knew exactly what would help open Russell's heart, so she shared how she'd once been trapped in a terrible place. Monica decided not to mention what the current emperor had done to her with sticks and whips. The kid couldn't believe Monica had been treated the same way he had, but she told him nothing like that had ever happened to her. The princess perked up and asked to study magic with Russell under the tutor. At the mention of the tutor, the kid's leg even twitched, and he decided it'd be best if he taught his little sister himself. Monica thought Russell was about to say something, but he suddenly remembered he had to get back. After promising to come back, the kid slipped out the window, and just then, Din walked in from it. The middle brother was startled and assumed the younger brother had a fight with the princess, but Monica suddenly jumped on Din, demanding to know where Magician Donald's room was. The kid didn't get why Monica needed that guy's room. He had no idea about the brother, but Din knew where the magician's room was, and told the princess it was at the top of the Eastern Tower. Still, he wanted to know why the room was so important to Monica, but she stayed quiet. That tower's on the opposite eastern side from the princess's quarters. Because of that recent trip to the woods with Dino, it's going to be tough for her to sneak in alone now. Even if she rides the fox, she'll stand out. Monica was thinking about asking Uncle or the nanny for help. But then Donald would have an excuse to look innocent about what he's doing to Russell. Plus, that guy's got a suspicious streak. He can't trust his own staff if he thinks they're onto him. So Monica decided to pump her little brother for details on Donald and his room. Even though the mage has his own estate, getting a room from the Duke here shows major trust. Donald loved the spotlight, never hiding that shadowy, soot-black side of him. He especially enjoyed watching Russell squirm, messed with him whenever the mood hit. The Duke never knew how to show love. His boys picked up the same cold act. An irony of ironies, the mighty Willow clan, with all their outside strength, could be shattered from the inside. Russell admitted his inexperience to the mentor, who kept telling him that owning up to his weaknesses was half the battle. Donald had no problem slipping his poison into the kid, passing it off as love. Yet he'd always spin it like the punishment was for Russell's own good. Right then, the boy remembered how Monica pushed him to train with that tutor, and he was glad she wasn't around to see this. Still, he was silently praying the princess would somehow find a way to help. At the same time, the princess got a flower from the system and had to meet some conditions to unlock the view. She didn't understand exactly what she'd see, but instantly got a preview mode for the miracle. But this preview had limits. Monica could only see Russell trembling. Then the preview closed, and the princess cursed Donald in her head with every bad word she could think of. Din just watched Monica's behavior, but couldn't figure out what was going on with her. She started wondering what she needed to do to unlock the view, and learned she had to register a trustworthy helper who already knew the truth, without even viewing the miracle. Monica realized this helper had to be someone who knew about the bullying Russell went through. That person had to be in the castle, but it definitely wasn't Matthew or Din. At this point, Rose walked into the room, and the princess thought maybe their nanny could be the one. Monica immediately grilled Din about having a nanny, and he confirmed there was one. But then the boy added it was in the past, and the princess thought Donald probably did it. Soon enough, Monica asked her uncle to take her to the Northern Duke Academy. The academy was sponsored by the Duke himself, and had the brightest students gathered there. The girl was completely blown away by what she saw. She'd never been to one before. Mike could hardly believe the princess had the nerve to show up here. The Duke had specifically ordered a top-notch tutor for his niece, but she wasn't here for that. Monica decided to keep Russell close so Donald couldn't mess with him. Plus, Din had mentioned earlier that their old nanny had enrolled here and vanished. Then she bumped into Count Avram, the academy's headmaster. He was just as smitten, like the goddess herself had handed him a gift, and he saw her as a blessing to the land. The princess was thrown. Why was everyone suddenly bringing up the goddess? Monica had only come to track down Russell's nanny, but didn't know where to start. Then a woman named Fate approached. She was the three brothers' former nanny. Now she was a top educator, in charge of early childhood programs here. The girl beamed at finally finding her, while the uncle nodded. Fate was indeed a solid teacher. Noticing how kindly the Duke treated her, the princess was sure she'd been a fantastic nanny. Then she saw Russell's gloomy expression, and suddenly wondered if the nanny had been bullying him too. But if that were true, she wouldn't have left the castle in the first place, because then Donald would have kept her around to prevent her from accusing him. Besides, Fate looked really kind, and she didn't just randomly end up in that teaching spot. But then again, the princess knew from experience that someone who seems nice can be really cruel. Monica knew better than to trust people just because of how they looked. But right then, Monica needed answers, so she grabbed Russell's hand, encouraging him. Then she suddenly spun around and marched toward Fate, ready to get answers from her. But Mike scooped her up mid-step, eager to show her everything he'd prepared. Monica protested. She hadn't come here to sightsee. Soon, they carried her to a spot packed with kids, all doing their own thing. The knight brought her up to a telescope, and she loved stargazing. But then she remembered her mission, just as the students and trainees showered her with gifts. Uncle Brad never stopped keeping an eye on her, and wasn't about to let her outside where it was still freezing. Kids can pick up a cold in a heartbeat during winter, so you've got to keep a close watch. After going through all the gifts, Princess Monica finally decided to confront Miss Fate again. But right then, Brad barked that it was time to go, and Monica started throwing a fit again. He noticed the kid had a fever, and didn't want her to get worse. But she kept fighting him anyway. She never found out why Russell seemed anxious when they met. Then her uncle promised to bring her back here in the summer. Monica immediately asked if her younger brother Russell would be joining them, and got a positive answer. The kid was a bit confused. He didn't get why he had to come back here again. Soon they were heading toward the exit. And not far behind, Fate stood watching the kids. Russell felt her eyes on him and turned around, thinking maybe the nanny wanted to say something. But he didn't stop to find out what the ex-nanny needed. He kept walking with his dad. Fate watched him leave with a sad expression, her heart aching with sympathy. A few days later, it turned out the princess had still caught a cold. Her body was weaker than she'd expected. Rose explained that kids usually react this way to seasonal changes. It was Monica's third time through this. Over those few days of sickness, she couldn't help Russell or find a proper assistant. The princess needed to talk, at least once, to the former nanny of her cousins. One day, Monica called Din over and started asking him about their former nanny Fate. She found out the woman was a great cook. Especially her cakes and cookies were legendary. Din, who hadn't seen his mom much, used to think Fate might have reminded her of his mom. But in the end, the nanny just left one day, and now the kid'll never know. The princess was super curious last time about why Fate just up and left. But Din didn't know anything else, except that at the time, the nanny was taking care of Russell, and just left without saying goodbye. Matthew tried to explain then that Fate had her own reasons, and the boys shouldn't get involved. Even so, Din really liked this nanny and sometimes missed her like crazy. Monica decided to use this as a chance and offered her little brother to go visit the former nanny together. The boy didn't argue with the princess because he'd get to see his favorite nanny anyway. They asked Jack and Helen to tag along to the academy again. The magic girl was stoked about it, even though the knight thought they should clear it with the Duke first. Din pointed out he didn't need Dad's permission to leave the estate, especially with Monica all better. The princess asked Mike to watch over Russell because she trusted him so they could hit the road. The girl couldn't help but notice how pumped Helen was about the trip, but it didn't matter to her. Soon they were already at the academy, found Fate super fast, and she was glad to see them again. Din only had good memories of her and was stoked to see her again. The nanny started asking how the young master had been all these years, now that he's all grown up. Fate also thought about the late Duchess, and how happy she'd be to see her son now. At this time, the princess noticed the nanny was talking to the middle brother in a totally calm way, nothing like how she talked to Russell. But then Monica spotted a bunch of desserts Fate had made just for her, all fancy and stuff. After trying the treats, the girl immediately thought this lady was nice, but then caught herself. I mean, if Donald starts feeding her candy too, he might turn out a good guy for the princess. Fate brewed her tea without milk, since Din gets stomach aches from it, and the kid was surprised she still remembered. But the nanny could never afford to forget anything related to the young masters. Monica kept telling herself Fate seemed like a solid person, and if this was all a game, this woman could totally pull off a villain role. Her inner voice kept saying the nanny wasn't actually evil, and Monica was torn. Then one of the teachers came over and told Din the academy head wanted to see him. He told the princess to stay put while he went, promising to be back quick, and she kept munching on the cupcakes. Fate, watching the princess, noticed her smile looked just like Lord Russell's. Then Monica got curious if the nanny had ever seen the youngest brother smile. Since she raised him from a baby, of course, she's seen his cute little smiles. Then Monica straight up asked the woman if she knew what was really going on with Russell. It looked like Fate was starting to catch on, so the princess couldn't push too hard yet. She was worried the girl wouldn't say a thing. The girl shared what her little brother's like now, and asked if he was the same before Fate left. But the nanny saw Russell as the sharpest kid she'd ever met. If it weren't for one little problem, she'd still be with him today. Fate admitted it all went down because her husband had this massive gambling debt. Then the nanny realized she'd spilled more than she meant to, and tried to steer clear of the subject. But the girl wasn't about to let it drop. She was this close to cracking it, and decided to hit up the all-you-can-buy shop. That's where the princess found some magic powder. Sprinkle it, and you can uncover someone's secrets. She thought it was a total game changer and snatched up the bag of magic dust right away. Then Monica sprinkled the dust all over the nanny. Had to know what she left out. Princess wanted to know the real reason Fate left the kid hanging and took off. And the nanny explained, being a nanny who had her own pride to protect, she couldn't let the Duke find out. She didn't have a choice but to leave Master Russell behind, even if it tore her apart. At one point, Fate even wanted to stick it out no matter what. She loved the kid too much. But then Mr. Donald showed up and reminded her she couldn't stay on as a nanny. No credentials, no way. The mage dropped a hint. The Duke would be real upset if a nanny with a jerk husband stayed close to his kids. To avoid being kicked off the estate in disgrace, the nanny was offered a chance to transfer to the academy voluntarily. Monica had just confirmed that Donald always starts by pretending to be kind, while secretly looking for someone's weaknesses, then uses them for his own gain. If Fate hadn't agreed to leave back then, she'd be just another pawn on his chessboard right now. After that, he went after Russell, convincing him that he's the only one who truly cares about the young master. He painted the nanny as the most irresponsible traitor who abandoned the kid. Monica couldn't figure out how the mage could treat a child that way, and now thought even worse of him. The girl figured even just kicking him out wouldn't be enough, seeing how upset Fate got. Now that Donald had completely cut Russell off, the princess was ready to ask this nanny for help. The girl spilled everything she knew about her brother's situation, and from the nanny's face, she figured the woman already knew. The nanny couldn't figure out why she'd told the princess, but still kept thinking Donald wasn't a bad guy. After all, if it weren't for Donald, Fate wouldn't even get to catch glimpses of the kids sometimes. But Monica kept insisting the mage was no honest or good man, while the nanny still thought it was all her fault. The princess got a pop-up notification that she'd found the right helper, while Fate vowed to do whatever it took. As soon as she finished speaking, the Duke appeared in the room and was about to take his niece home. The girl even got a little nervous. She hadn't told the Duke about coming here, yet he'd found out almost instantly. Besides, the Duke had planned to leave on a business trip today, but looks like his plans just changed. Bread, meanwhile, asked the little girl about her health, and she proudly claimed she felt perfectly fine. But the Duke decided to argue with her, and to prove it, he grabbed her wrist with one finger. Although the princess didn't see anything supernatural in it, after all, she was just a kid. Meanwhile, the Duke thought his niece was still tiny and needed to eat even more. Nanny Fate also decided to confirm that the little girl was perfectly healthy, even if she was smaller than her peers. Either way, the Duke was set on heading home and immediately scooped up the princess. Din asked his father for permission to stay a little while with Nanny Fate, since they hadn't seen each other in ages. Brett agreed, but asked them not to stay out too late, which caught the boy a bit off guard. Nanny noticed that while she was away, a lot had changed, even without the Duchess's influence. On the way, Monica noticed there were very few flowers, and the uncle explained that without magic, it's really hard for them to grow. In the duchy itself, there were plenty of different flowers, but that was because the Duchess loved them so much. Then, Monica suddenly asked her uncle if he loved her brothers, which confused him a bit. She explained it was just out of curiosity, even though she really wanted to know as soon as possible. The girl just couldn't figure out how he managed to raise them the way they turned out. Monica was wondering if Uncle really loved his kids. Why did he mess up their upbringing so badly? On the flip side, if the Duke didn't love them, he could have at least faked it. The princess wanted every single person in this castle to be happy, no exceptions. She knew how desperate that person's wish was after going through unimaginable grief. A kid who, even back then, was eaten alive by the thought that no one loved him. Now the princess was sure the Duke's younger son was in the exact same spot. Though Monica also knew Donald hadn't actually hit the kid yet, but it was just a matter of time. From her experience, a magic user goes for punches and whips when they think the enemy's about to fall. That's why the little girl needed Bread's uncle's answer so badly. She'd been begging him non-stop. The Duke had never even heard that word before. It felt foreign and itchy, like it had no place in his world. If someone else had asked Bread Willow that question, he'd have ignored them flat out. The Duke's whole life had been nothing but blood and battles. He also remembered the Duchess asking for one last favor, her final request. Bread hadn't had a warm relationship with her at all, just a political marriage. She hadn't been warm or tender with the Duke either. She kept her distance, acting all quiet and noble. Besides, Bread's wife had her finger on every detail of the household and never nagged her husband. And this woman was fully behind the Duke's need for revenge, which made him want to spend the rest of his life with her. In the end, she begged Bread that if anyone ever asked him about love, he'd listen to their request all the way through. The Duke didn't love his wife. But at that moment, he thought he could hold up his end of the deal. He knew whoever asked about love would be someone obsessed with him, even as he figured no such person would ever exist after all the hell in his life. After promising his wife he'd honor her request, her smile stuck with the Duke the rest of his days. Soon after, Bread's wife died, and during the funeral, it looked like the sky wept too, sending rain down to the earth. But she left behind a little kid the Duke avoided at all costs, because the boy's laugh was way too much like his wife's face in her final moments. Seeing his son smile was unbearable, so he wanted some way to fix it. He'd bring it up with Mike a lot, and one day, Russell overheard his dad's words. The kid thought it was because he sucked at swordplay, so he decided to try harder. Around that time, Donald showed up in his life, offering to be his mentor and teach him everything. Now, when the princess asked the Duke about his love for his kids, he took his time answering her. Rather than answer, Brad started explaining that his duty was to protect the people within these walls. The Duke saw everyone inside these walls as family, the kids, the loyal staff. And now the princess was family too. Even if he hadn't liked it, at first it didn't matter anymore. In fact, the girl seemed so fragile to the Duke, he wanted to find her the safest spot inside the castle walls. Monica was still dying to hear his answer. She even wondered if her uncle had ever felt that way. Then Mike and Dean showed up, and the Duke decided to show the princess something. He took the kids a bit farther and showed the girl a little cottage peeking out from the trees. Eddie, the Duke's student, lives there. He'd recently saved a kid in the woods. The girl didn't get why Uncle decided to bring up that boy who still scared the princess. But after that, Monica barely saw him. He'd started spending way more time training. The Duke figured the more the kid trained, the better it'd be for the princess. She'd see why soon enough. When they got back to the castle, the girl remembered how recently Uncle had called her family. That meant he should trust her words. And she did. Willow blood ran through her veins. So Monica decided to ask about what happened last time. The princess reminded him he'd been furious that day, demanding her name, even pushing her. The Duke was stunned by his niece's claim. He'd never done any of that. But still, he got angry then, and really scared the little princess. And she was scared of him for a long time after. Monica saw how flustered the Duke got, feeling super guilty toward the little girl. He really felt bad and vowed to keep apologizing until she forgave him. The princess, seeing how worried her uncle was, decided she could forgive him for that mistake. But Monica noticed the Duke wasn't even thinking about his sons, and the way he showed his feelings felt off. The girl still wanted confirmation that Brad would stand by her no matter what she said. The Duke didn't hesitate to confirm it, and they resealed their little finger pact. Yet Brad just didn't get why his niece made such a big deal about trust. He figured providing the kid with comfort would be enough, but he never thought she might not trust him. Then he realized it was because the imperial family never treated her right, playing with her like a doll. If that's true, why hadn't she ever mentioned it now that she's safe? Brad had no doubt Monica still feared the imperial family's influence. Otherwise, she'd have shared her pain by now. To help the princess breathe easy, Brad decided to show her just how powerful and grand the northern lands were. The Duke hoped that after this, Monica could finally share her pain with a calm heart. Brad also wanted the girl to know the North hadn't protested the Emperor for just any old reason. Duke Willow wanted more than anything for his niece to be able to breathe easy, knowing she was safe. He immediately gave Mike the order to get everything ready to show the princess the full might of the northern people. To do that, the Duke proposed holding combat competitions by the end of the week, and a special venue needed to be set up for it. But the knight worried the people might not finish preparing everything. Only 3 days were left until the end of the week, so Brad compared it to an enemy attack that wouldn't wait for them to get ready. Plus, the Duke had heard the army's discipline was slipping lately, and he was hinting at Mike's fault. The knight didn't want to look bad in his lord's eyes, and promised everything would be done on time. Mike had no intention of complaining. Doing so would mean he wasn't qualified to be an assistant. The next day, people could already read the announcement. There was going to be a demonstration performance. Mages, knights, and aristocrats had to prepare. For them, it was a bit of a surprise. Meanwhile, the Duke decided to visit the princess, who was just finishing one of her favorite cakes. Brad didn't beat around the bush. He told her the demo of Northern Power was set up to show his niece. He wanted the girl to know that the power meant to protect her was strong, and she had nothing to worry about. The princess grew curious. Would her little brothers be showing off their strength too? After all, they were old enough now. The Duke confirmed they'd be there, though he was more focused on showcasing the knights and mages' strength. If the kids, especially Russell, show off their skills, it might push Uncle into the wrong ideas again. Eddie will also be part of the showcase to demonstrate how much his abilities have grown. The Duke left the princess to rest, but she got sad that this Eddie just wouldn't give her space. A few days later, everything was ready for the contest where almost everyone was taking part. Knight Jack was especially excited to show off all his strength. convinced that knights were the toughest. Meanwhile, Helen insisted that just waving a sword wasn't enough, and that magic power was just as crucial. The aristocrats were talking about how they barely avoided the Duke's purge years ago. But the Emperor still pushed their family to the sidelines. Now they knew the Duke really cared for the princess, so their top goal was to catch her eye. Everyone tried to find some talent in themselves, but one guy stayed unhappy. Donald was furious that he was so close to making his younger son his puppet. But now, after all that effort and isolation, he felt the kid might slip through his fingers. This was a great chance for Donald to get a slave with incredible power and a solid background. He couldn't let this chance slip away, but he also knew Willow Duke really well. Brad needed to quickly realize that Russell was a magic genius and shouldn't end up in this contest. Otherwise, all the work Donald's mentor had done would go down the drain. Besides that, the sorcerer managed to trick the kids so easily only because the Duchess died. Things were going smoothly until that princess showed up and started butting in. Now, Donald was ready to do anything to make sure Russell didn't get away from him. The kid decided to show the princess a thing or two about using magic the day before the contest. He showed up when the girl was about to hit the hay, and Russell asked if he could come over a bit later. The only time the kid could hang out with the princess was at night since he'd been buried under homework lately. Even on day one, Monica noticed something about her uncle's younger son that stuck with her. In her second life, the princess wasn't as observant, so her self-esteem got completely crushed back then. Now, when they met up in magic class, the kid lit up the candles and walked his sister through it step by step. But no matter how hard the girl tried, nothing worked out, and she decided she had absolutely zero talent for it. Plus, the princess was already exhausted, so she flopped down on the floor and suggested Russell try it too, tugging his sleeve. Monica figured kids should play around every now and then, even if it was just nonsense. The princess believed things would eventually work out, and Russell wouldn't have to follow anyone else's lead. That night, Monica decided to tell her little bro she actually had one talent. She could know absolutely everything. The girl confessed she knew how Donald had been tormenting Russell and offered to help. Monica couldn't stand watching her little brother suffer anymore. She wanted those villains to pay for what they did. So the princess had already signed Fate on as a witness and was ready to show her Uncle Russell's memories. But that wasn't enough. Once Russell showed his skills, no one would side with Donald anymore. Monica wasn't letting him off the hook in this life. He'd have to pay 100 times over. So she made Russell a deal. He had to enter those competitions. The kid was still young and a little nervous, but the princess swore he was way more awesome than he thought. Russell caved and promised to do his best to show off his abilities there. She also wanted him to crash in her room until the event started. She'd handle explaining it to her uncle later. The kid lit up. He didn't have to go back to his teacher. Monica spilled her whole plan then. After hearing her out, Russell threw in a few additions to their plan to frame Donald. Monica talked the Duke into pushing the competitions back 3 more days. Russell needed time to prep. The princess also noticed that when he stopped trying to fit in, his speech was totally normal. She figured his speech problems were all stress-related. Pressure was getting to him. The kid caught Monica staring and assumed she was stuck, offered to help out. Their chat got cut short by Rose the nanny, who popped in saying the princess had a visitor. Right then, someone walked into her room. Someone she never expected to see, Donald. The girl was instantly confused and furious, while Russell, out of habit, got a little scared. The mentor found out his pupil had been here for days and wanted to take him. But then Donald saw Helen and Elite Knight Jack sitting by the kids. 2 people he wasn't exactly close with. He still greeted them, but the knight dropped a hint the mentor wasn't welcome and had come for nothing. Plus, Jack noticed the princess acting weird, like she was ready to pounce on Donald. The mentor addressed Monica, trying to convince her Russell couldn't put off his lessons any longer. But the princess argued back, shouting the little brother was staying with her until the contest. Then Monica grinned and declared the Duke of Willow himself gave the green light. Donald had no choice but to leave the room. But he wasn't about to let it end there. If it weren't for the knight, he'd be pushing that little brat right now to get what he wanted. Monica already knew the mentor was up to sabotage the contest, but she was sure he'd fail. The next day, Donald peeked into the princess's room, but Helen was guarding the kids and kept him out. 2 days later, when he showed up, the Duke was playing with the kids this time, and Donald didn't dare go in. Later, Donald approached Brad, and he confirmed Russell was allowed to skip lessons until the contest. The mentor had no choice but to walk away empty-handed and leave the Duke's office. Monica felt like sitting still was boring and suggested a walk with Russell. Helen called Jack, who was surprised she'd invited him somewhere like this so late. The mage was about to discuss something with this knight and looked pretty serious. She started by mentioning the princess had been acting kind of weird the past few days. The girl always looked excited whenever Donald came into view. Jack was stunned by the confession, and Helen figured he hadn't noticed anything. But the knight had seen moments when the princess actually didn't act like a normal kid. Helen started reading a child development book to understand kids better. She read that when kids are scared, they tense up all over, and figured it had to do with Donald. She'd never liked this guy to begin with, but now she was certain something was off about him. Now Helen wasn't letting him out of her sight, figuring he might have hurt the princess. If her suspicions proved true, she'd personally see that knight get turned into steak. Helen was absolutely furious. She adored that little girl with all her heart. The princess gave that sweet smile to everyone, except one rude rich guy. Donald had been a real creep from the start to the mage girl, even when he smiled. If he even thought about hurting Monica, Helen was ready to kill him where he stood. Seeing the girl's anger, Jack suggested starting by digging up info on the mentor, then hashing it all out later. The knight begged his friend to be super careful, but she was dead set on what she was doing. After their walk, the kids were wiped out and crashed in the princess's room. That's when Russell sensed someone's mana. Opening his eyes, the boy realized it was the mentor calling him back. Russell was terrified, but he knew disobeying would be even worse. Russell thanked the sleeping princess for her kind words and belief in his innocence, then started to leave. Now the boy figured it was time to break free and left the room. Soon he spotted a dark figure, faintly lit by a kerosene lamp. The boy recognized the mentor in his long cloak. Had a serious matter for Russell. Donald leaned in and insisted Russell stay out of the competition. The mentor said Russell wasn't skilled enough and would embarrass himself in front of his amazing brothers. Donald kept reminding him that in the whole castle, only he truly cared about Russell. The mage claimed his student was the only one worthy of becoming the next duke. Back when he was dumped by his nanny, he showed her exactly how capable he was. But Donald didn't think now was the right time to let the kid show off all his skills. Then he asked Russell to come with him, and the kid got confused because he'd already promised the princess. Knowing the kid might refuse, the mentor tried a new angle, throwing in all sorts of flattery. While Russell listened, Donald wrapped magical threads around him, tight enough to crush. The mage figured the kid had completely forgotten who'd lifted him up in the first place. Honestly, the mentor saw Russell as nothing but a helpless brat with no future. Trapped by the ropes, the kid begged for mercy. Donald just laughed at him. He repeated again how useless Russell was, even struggling to break this rope. Then he reminded him how he'd sacrificed everything, a legendary mentor, to raise this kid. Done lecturing, Donald let him go back to the princess, but with a warning. "Next time you're in front of me like this," he said, "I won't go easy on you." The ropes let go, but Russell knew he couldn't do anything while he was still terrified. Still, what can a trembling, sniveling kid do anyway? That's when he remembered the magic stone. The princess gave him the stone so he could use it against the mentor. Monica explained that this device can record voice, and that recording will be key evidence. But the kid never thought to use it since he figured no one would believe him. The day before, Monica asked him to go with her to the mentor, planning to hide while he talked to him. Russell regretted lying to her now, vowing it was his last lie. After all, they were friends now. Monica was furious when she learned her little brother had gone to the mentor alone, but he just didn't want her getting hurt. Then she spotted the bruises on Russell's body, which made her even sadder, even as he apologized. The kid would have never forgiven himself if the princess had gotten hurt instead of him. She kept crying, and the only way Russell could make it up to her was by winning. Monica believed in him and his strength. She knew he could prove to everyone how amazing he was. 2 days later, a huge crowd packed the stadium where the trials were about to happen. The princess was worried about Russell. Normally, the mentor healed him right after hurting him, but this time he'd forgotten and just sent the boy some medicine, which he refused to take. Russell figured the bruises could be proof for the princess too, and he was actually glad about it. At the same time, the princess just wanted her little brother to stay a kid, not act all grown up. Mike snapped her out of it, pointing out her uncle had arrived, which meant the trials were about to start. Every time there was an event at the Northern Castle, it always kicked off with the Duke's welcome speech. Plus, Willow was the kind of guy people trusted completely and followed without a second thought. When the competition was declared open, the Duke scooped up his niece to give her a better view. Besides, he'd always loved admiring the most beautiful kid he'd ever seen. The girl's charm came from her cute little face, not her clothes, but her uncle insisted on getting her a bunch of new outfits. The princess's second life was taking a different path, and she was curious how her future would turn out now. Monica told her uncle she loved everything here, but she was sad that the flowers wilted so fast. She even thought it'd be better if the flowers were made out of precious gems. The Duke wanted to order gemstones instead of flowers, but the princess begged him not to. So instead, he decided to have the mages work on making the real flowers last longer. As he was talking to Mike about the details, Russell approached the princess. He was up next. Before he left, he promised Monica he'd prove to everyone his talents were just as good as his older brothers. That promise meant a lot to him, and he was determined to keep it no matter what. Monica promised to watch closely and cheer the loudest. They sealed their deal with a pinky promise, and Monica felt her little brother still trembling. Monica remembered how in his past life, Donald treated her so badly she couldn't even think about disobeying him. But her little brother had beaten that fear, and the princess was really proud of him. Then the fox, who never left Monica's side, spotted the monster beasts in the cages and figured they were being bred there. But they'd actually been brought here so the knights could fight them and show off how strong they were. Matthew was up next. He braced himself to take down a monster way bigger than him. The monster was terrifying, towering over the young knight, but he was already swinging his sword. And in the next moment, the defeated beast was already lying on the ground with its throat cut. At the same time, the Duke covered his niece's eyes with a handkerchief and realized he'd totally forgotten she was too young for that. Meanwhile, the crowd was already talking about how Matthew's swordsmanship reminded them of the Duke. Next up, Din took down the monster, slower than his older brother, but still totally awesome. After his victory, he proudly waved his sword at the princess, showing off his strength too. Monica thought he was amazing. Her uncle explained that the whole family was like that, and she was his pride too. The girl noticed the Duke was talking about it like it was nothing, but it didn't look natural on him. Then Monica asked Mike to explain the details of these contests, and he offered to tell her all about it. The main goal was to take down the monster and show off your skills. The winner would be announced at the end. The person who pulls this off will be the one who puts on the most jaw-dropping display of combat skills. Audience reactions matter a lot here, but the final call came down to the Duke and the princess. Meanwhile, Monica's connections kept showing up on the arena, dropping some seriously impressive moves. A little distance from the princess, Donald sat with a visible fidget in his posture, knowing his whole plan was falling apart. The girl asked the Duke if she could watch the contest with the non-participating vassals. Monica had already planned how to pin Donald down and keep him from running off. Then the princess overheard Matthew, who stood behind her, call her a sparrow. He said he could finally join up here now that his part was done. He also mentioned Dean had gone off to train. The princess noticed his shirt was clean again and couldn't figure out when he'd managed to freshen up. She also learned the middle brother had gone to train. He couldn't beat the older one, and it was driving him crazy. Matthew compared him to a monkey. Too impatient, always rushing off somewhere. Monica then asked the older brother if she liked him, which caught him completely off guard. But it's hard to hate a little bird, so yeah. The princess was totally his type. Then she started asking what Russell and Dean thought about her, according to the older brother's take. Matthew said they liked her too, and Monica couldn't help but think his answer sounded exactly like her uncle's line. She needed to know if this guy would actually help his brothers if they ever got into trouble. He also had to figure out why he went after Russell the last time the Red Devourer showed up. But Matthew just thought it was risky, and he was worried his younger brother might have drawn the monster here. Because if that was the case, Matthew would have had to step in and handle things himself to keep his little brother from getting publicly humiliated. And if that happened, Russell might have just died out there somewhere since he was still too weak to survive on his own. Monica was still surprised by how he reacted that day. She thought the priority should have been calming the kid down first. But Matthew never learned how to show his emotions any other way, just like his dad. So the older brother decided to ask Princess Monica straight out why she started asking those kinds of questions. But then he remembered how fragile she was and how she could buy the farm the second she got left alone. The girl was counting on Matthew to protect her and not croak this time before he had to. Monica finally got just how much love the guy she never met in her previous life had in him. A little later, Russell walked into the arena with a magic staff in hand, ready to show off his strength. The host announced the night tournaments were over, and it was time for the mages to show their stuff. Russell Willow was called out as the one to kick off the mage competition, and he got ready to fight the monster. A monster came out that was several times his size, and Monica lost it over how huge it was. She was stressing out about her little brother pulling it off, and Mike noticed she never gave him that same pep talk for himself. Then the princess zeroed in on Donald and breathed a sigh of relief that Russell hadn't fallen victim to his bullying. Meanwhile, the mentor was secretly hoping he'd pulled it off, and the kid would never make it. Meanwhile, young Willow had already thrown down the gauntlet, and the fox got cold feet for the kid. Like, something bad was definitely coming. Russell whipped up a magic shield to block the monster's attack. But out of nowhere, black smoke hit the scene. Monica could see the magical smoke, straight from the goddess's gift to her. The princess caught on. It was dark magic, the total opposite of divine power. The kind of power that turns people into slaves, soulless puppets. The fox had no clue how this happened, but one thing was for sure. The kid was in deep trouble, and that's when Monica got it. Why Donald had been so chill from the start. Still, she couldn't figure out when he'd pulled it off. Then it hit her. He'd been planning this for a while. Now, all he needed to do was finish the job. The fox told Monica, crafting dark magic spells can take years to pull off. And this one wasn't even fully baked yet. But Donald wasn't waiting around. The mentor ordered Russell to become his slave. But then, his magic was flowing all wrong. Meanwhile, the knights were buzzing about the kid. How he was blocking attacks like it was tugging on a rope. The black smoke started to clear because the spell wasn't finished, and the monster's attacks were waking something up inside the kid. Monica knew only she could see the smoke and decided she had to call off the contest. But the fox spotted the smoke coming back and instantly warned her about the danger. If that smoke took over the kid's mind, it'd be all over. The princess didn't get why her sacred beast couldn't do a thing, but it was too risky. If she jumped in, the boy might get hurt even worse. The monster already felt Russell weakening. It prepped for another strike. Terrified for her little brother, Monica screamed. The kid snapped out of it and raised a shield in front of himself. The princess was relieved she could help like that. She was already planning to end this trial, but then she remembered their recent talk. This was a good chance for him to show his stuff, but Monica couldn't just stand by. She had to do something herself. She asked Helen to make sure every single person could hear her right now. As her little brother started to weaken again, she told him to remember his promise. Then the princess clapped her hands loud and hard, shouting at Russell to focus. The boy instantly remembered how they'd tied their promises to their pinkies not long ago. Right then, a huge rush of strength hit him. He was ready to keep his promise. He raised an even stronger shield in front of himself and started attacking the monster in return. The beast tried to reach the kid from every angle, but now it wasn't getting anywhere. Russell leaped up, ready to smash his opponent with his magic staff. After a crushing blow, the monster collapsed to the ground, and the boy sat on top of it like it was a giant rug. The tip of his staff was blazing with fire, showing just how powerful that hit had been. A moment later, a huge fire blast erupted from him, shooting all the way up to the sky. Everyone was stunned by what just happened, especially Princess and Mentor Donald. Even Duke Willow was confused. He hadn't expected his son to be this strong. The crowd jumped up, cheering wildly toward the little wizard. The fire in Russell's staff dimmed a bit, and only then did he realize just how much power he had. Viewers thought he'd just pulled off teleportation magic, one of the toughest spells out there. But all the young warrior heard was his little sister's voice, cheering him on. Russell had poured every bit of his strength into that spell, only because of the princess. The crowd kept marveling at how he'd managed such serious magic at such a young age. But this was the moment a genius wizard was born in the Northern Fortress, and Russell was glad about it. Although he'd been a total genius for ages, it's only just now that everyone's catching on. The princess was over the moon about her little bro's win and thought he was the coolest, seeing how fired up he was too. Monica hoped only good stuff was coming their way from here on out, and nothing bad would touch them. Besides that, the girl hoped her uncle was just as impressed as she was. His son had nailed that technique. Folks thought the kid found slaying the monster in one hit boring, so he played around with it a bit for fun. They guessed the Willow fam just couldn't lose, and Russell was a total prodigy for his age. Suddenly, the Duke ordered the competition to a halt and told Helen to bring his youngest son to him. The kid was caught off guard by the abrupt ending and even thought his old man was ticked about something. Russell fell in line in front of the Duke, clueless about what was coming, but ready for whatever. But he definitely didn't expect his dad to tell him to ditch the coat and roll up his sleeves. It left him totally thrown. Then the Duke yanked up the kid's sleeve himself, and everyone saw the bruises on his skin. Total shockwave. Folks thought he'd gotten hurt during training, but these injuries looked all wrong for that. The instructor jogged over to the Duke and begged to explain, hoping to save his skin for the second time. Donald said they'd been practicing spells lately, and he could have gotten hurt during that session. But Monica screamed that the instructor had beaten his student, and she saw the whole thing with her own eyes. Donald tried to explain to the girl that there'd been a misunderstanding. He'd never be so bold as to lay a hand on the Duke's son. The mentor was certain she had no proof, but the girl was ready to produce it. The kid yanked out her pouch and fished out a baby rattle, which only made Donald laugh harder. He figured a toy couldn't possibly serve as proof, unaware of the secret hidden inside. Monica pulled out the magic gem and was ready to watch her mentor's face when he heard his own voice. The princess was certain now he'd be too humiliated to act so smug once the truth hit him. Brad Willow grabbed his niece and ordered her to stop before she played the recording. Even as she begged him to hear her evidence, the Duke insisted she hold off. He wanted to hear it from his son's lips, but the kid froze up again at the worst possible moment. All that bullying had eaten away at his confidence. He stood there between his father and mentor, tongue-tied and lost. The kid had full-blown anxiety now, even though he'd come this far. It was like he still feared his father would write him off. Right then, the princess's system popped up, an alert that all conditions for the miracle were met. Monica grinned. But she still didn't get why the goddess had handed her this exact ability. She remembered the past life, how she'd prayed that, in her next one, everyone would believe her words. Back then, she'd wanted more than anything that no one else would ever have to feel that kind of pain. And now, Monica was starting to get why she was given this exact power. The ability to hear people's hearts. The kid could now stop fights before they started, shut down bad deeds, and mend broken bonds, which meant the princess couldn't let that past mistake happen again. She'd wanted this miracle to happen. Then, the system told her the fate line had shifted, and Russell felt something different inside himself. He felt like a big weight had lifted, and suddenly he knew he wasn't scared to tell his dad everything anymore. The Duke admitted to his son that when he met the princess, something clicked for him. Brad realized there was a whole lot he didn't know, stuff he needed to figure out, including getting to know his own son better. He asked the kid again to spill everything that happened. The Duke leaned in close, and his face wasn't scary or anything. It looked like he could be trusted. The kid had waited so long for this moment, he couldn't hold back. Teared up a little, but the words still stuck in his throat. Brad figured his son would stay quiet like always, so he just turned around to walk out. But then Russell snapped. He couldn't wait anymore. He called out to his dad and flung his arms toward him. The Duke got it. He couldn't leave his little heir hanging. He turned back around and opened his arms for a hug. The Duke figured even if the kid stayed quiet again, he had to give that hug, had to be there. In that moment, Russell's eyes lit up with courage. And finally, the words he'd been holding in for so long burst out. Standing before his dad, the boy said Instructor Donald tied him up and beat him. After that, the kid begged his father for forgiveness, saying he couldn't be a good son for him. Russell also admitted that when Donald tortured him, it hurt so bad he started sniffling. No one could believe it. Everyone thought Donald was the most amazing mentor around. Then Donald dropped to his knees in front of the Duke and said maybe he went too far because he got too attached to the kid. He also admitted he made a huge mistake, and now he's kicking himself for it. Everyone here knew the Duke had never been much of a dad and always let Donald take charge. Donald was hoping that would save him, but Helen had her own words to say. The magic girl said Duke Willow had to investigate Donald Orman. Right now, she'd been chatting with Jack, who'd met up with some discharged knights. He told her their faces went pale the second she mentioned Donald's name. That got her wondering why they stayed quiet. Straight up, Donald was threatening them, using their secrets against them. The previous Duke had set up a strict code to stop this kind of thing in the squad. Anyone breaking that rule was supposed to face consequences. Period. Monica could tell Helen and Jack had already dug into this guy. They found out Donald secretly exploited lower nobles and used violence on new knights. The Duke established a rule years ago during the Bloody Purge that forbade mistreating subordinates. That rule became sacred, and nobody even thought about breaking it. But Donald cut off a junior knight's hand, just for fun, and poisoned a mage for a magic experiment. After those revelations, no one felt like defending Donald's mentor, but he started yelling it was a setup. He couldn't have committed such awful crimes. The mage swore he'd never violated the Duke's orders and asked to bring the witnesses Helen mentioned. He even swore he'd cut off his own head if what they said was true. Monica couldn't take it anymore and pulled out a recording stone from the toy. It lit up instantly. People didn't understand what it was at first. They thought it was some magic, but soon realized what it was. They heard the recent conversation between the mentor and Russell when he tied the kid up with rope. Plus, the visuals of those events played back, and the Duke saw it all with his own eyes. The rest of the evidence for Brad would be brought by Nanny Fate, who was just gathering it in Donald's room. The mentor knew nothing would save him now, and just begged the Lord to listen to him. He kept insisting it was all a lie, and he was framed after all. He wouldn't dare hit a kid. While Donald was begging for forgiveness, he was already calculating what else he could do to weasel out of this. He started claiming that if the Duke punished him, all the hard work would be for nothing. For a moment, silence fell, and the mentor thought it was working, until Brad's sword flashed through the air. Blood splattered instantly as Donald clutched his bleeding hand and groaned in pain. He kept arguing the master shouldn't treat him this way. It was all part of the training after all. But despite his excuses, no one took his side. Not that it was a surprise. Russell rushed to the princess, shielding her from the horror. The kid shouldn't see this. Meanwhile, Donald was already begging the young master to remember what happens if he dies. But the kid wouldn't even turn his way, and Monica had one last thing to say. The princess charged at the mentor with her magic rod of justice, striking him multiple times. The Duke even liked his niece's enthusiasm, gave her a thumbs up for her attack moves. Then he confirmed that discipline's part of training sometimes, but Brad never gave Donald the green light to go all violent on the Willow heirs. Now the mentor was left guessing what fate the Duke had in store. But even without the words, it was clear. Donald had crossed the line. Time to pay the price. But the mentor still refused to admit his sin, insisting he'd never done anything wrong. The Duke was also furious that he'd ordered the princess to produce evidence. No one had the right to tell her what to do. Brad wanted to shut the mentor up. No more talk about what he'd done for the North. He now saw Donald as garbage, unfit to be in his duchy, let alone anywhere on the northern lands. Helen stood off to the side, giving her quiet support to the Lord, while clearly disapproving of the mentor. Brad then told Mike to fetch the people Helen named. He wanted to question them personally. The Duke had Donald locked up in the dungeon. He'd deal with him later. The mentor started threatening Brad, said he'd regret what happened today, and that he couldn't treat him like this. But the Duke wasn't listening anymore. He just stomped on the mentor's face. He was too much noise. The knights nearby were cheering. The mentor got exactly what he deserved, and then some. A few who'd backed the mentor before were now visibly shaking, scared they'd get punished too. Monica went to her little brother, making sure he was all right. The princess thought he was the best in the showcase and gave him a proud hug. He was happy he kept his promise. The contest was called off right then. The Duke leaned in and whispered to his younger son. The kid looked shocked. Monica immediately started badgering him, asking what his uncle had said that had his ears burning. The princess even thought Brad had scolded Russell again, but he swore nothing like that happened. Then, he told his sister his dad praised him for showing guts and defending Monica. But that wasn't all. His dad, the Duke, also said they were a family, and the kid felt really good hearing that. Monica was happy because it meant her uncle cared about the family, even if some questions still lingered. The princess didn't get it. How come Brad supposedly loved the family, but had been so cold toward his own kids? She had no idea why, but decided to put off digging into it for now. Monica just thought it'd be way better if Uncle Brad showed the kids a whole lot more love. Another announcement blared out. Today's martial arts competitions were wrapping up. They added that despite all the chaos, a winner had been declared, Russell Willow. No one could argue it, and the crowd erupted in cheers for the champion. The princess was especially thrilled. She'd always believed her little brother would win, and never doubted it for a second. Sir Jack and Helen both knew it was all thanks to the princess's hustle. Monica, watching on the screen, couldn't get why those two were gushing over her instead of Russell. Then, a blinding light flashed in the princess's face, and she saw the attention points stacking up. This time, the girl managed to rack up a bunch of attention points, and now she can pull off something like magic. Plus, the princess could trade those experience points for any items in the shop. And now, a new item with magical properties will pop up every time. Either way, the girl knew she could take a breather and have some fun, basking in her victory. After a while, Uncle Brad settled the princess on the bed and told her to take a little rest after everything. The girl wasn't against it, but she wanted to ask her uncle one more thing, and it was important to her. Monica really wanted to know if the Duke believed her, and he did. Confirmed it by tucking her in with a blanket. But now it didn't make sense why. If so, he didn't check out her evidence right away. Brad smirked, then declared that proof wasn't needed to back up the princess's claims. Plus, the Duke had her words about traitors in the north on repeat. He didn't doubt them for a second. And if she'd laid out her proof up front, she might have gotten herself in hot water. And until he tracked down every last traitor, he couldn't risk putting his niece in a dangerous spot. Brad didn't want to relive the pain of family loss again, but getting the truth from Russell was his main goal. Plus, the Duke was getting a little embarrassed, realizing he hadn't been the best guy for the princess and his younger son. But the girl still hoped her uncle could be better, so she told him to hustle over to Russell's room and get it done. Brad noticed again that the princess handled life a lot better than he did and didn't waste it. The Duke soon entered his son's room, which was still up and reflecting on the day. The kid lit up, leapt from his bed, and sprinted toward him. The Duke pulled him into a warm hug, savoring how good it felt to just wrap his arms around his kid, without needing a reason. As Brad wished the little one goodnight, he spotted the older brother loitering in the hallway outside the room. Matthew declared he'd be on guard duty all night, since he still thought his little brother was a wimp. He caught his dad's tired eyes. Tonight's events had clearly kept him awake. The Duke now understood he had a whole lot more to learn in this life. Later, Mike showed up. After enduring brutal torture, Donald had been thrown in prison. Then, the Duke asked the knight if he thought he'd been too cruel to the teacher. Losing the tendons in his hands and legs wasn't just brutal for a mage, considering all he'd contributed to the North's growth. Mike argued the Duke had done nothing wrong, and fully backed his actions. Either way, Donald's contributions to the North didn't justify his sins. The North is a place where people strive for a happy, peaceful life without oppression. The Duke confirmed the North was their home, and the Willow family was the barrier that protected them. If we don't cut away the rot, the northern lands will be left with nothing but a hollow shell, just like the royal family now. Then, Brad remembered that day, when Monica talked about the traitors she'd seen in the Book of Names. At first, the Duke had thought the kid was just carrying out the Emperor's orders. But today, he was sure it was the opposite. Brad Willow also planned to quietly eliminate all the rot, starting today. Mike took the order under consideration, and then asked about the princess's abilities they'd seen that day. Then no one brought it up because of other issues, but everyone was still just as curious. The Duke had thought about it too, and now he couldn't deny it felt like nothing else but the prophet's magic. But he wasn't planning to question the kid, even if the knight didn't get why the master had decided that. Brad explained that unless the princess wanted to talk about everything, he wouldn't stick his nose in. He figured this was the way to make up for his guilt as her guardian, or more accurately, as her parent. This girl had become a new star in the northern sky, and her arrival had changed a whole lot of things. Now, Mike was really curious about what the princess would change as she grew older, and what future awaited her. 3 days passed. Monica woke up in the morning, and as usual, stopped by the shop. She noticed the black pepper was gone, replaced by 4 new items. The point count had gone up since the recent events, but the princess was still wondering what the new items were. There was a potion you could drink to instantly become a mage, plus a shaker that made flowers fall. Also bullets that terrified enemies, and a ghost mask, but its effects weren't specified. The girl decided to skip the last item because she didn't want to see ghosts at all. She didn't have enough points for everything at once, but she was curious what they'd done with Donald. Monica went to her uncle, who was just ending a meeting, and let his niece in. Mike was a little surprised since they'd just started, but the Duke asked what Monica wanted. She straight up said she wanted to see Donald, but Brad refused to let her. He thought the underground prison was too damp and gross for a princess. She shouldn't go there. But Monica needed to confirm something, especially since she remembered from her past life being in worse places. The princess reminded the Duke again that he'd trusted her about traitors in the duchy. Brad noticed how stubborn she was, just like his sister, and suddenly missed her a little. So the Duke agreed, but made his niece promise never to get too close to Donald. The prison stank so bad, Brad even suggested she turn back, but she pinched her nose and said no. Then, Brad ordered Mike to gather all the knights to clean up the sanitation there. Soon, Monica saw her old mentor in a cell, looking more like a ragged homeless man now. Monica asked her uncle to let her go, but he reminded her of the promise she made. The princess confirmed she was holding true to her word and told him not to worry so much. Meanwhile, Donald started ranting again about how he was not guilty and always loyal to the North. The princess was happy with the show, but she still thought it wasn't enough. She decided Donald had never truly felt remorse for the atrocities he inflicted on Russell. The man had spent his whole life enjoying his superiority, manipulating and exploiting others. Monica figured it was time he felt the same terror he caused everyone else. To punish her mentor even more, the princess had a special item ready for him. She fired a few terror-inducing bullets at him, and Donald immediately saw a huge angry tiger appear before him. The prisoner instantly felt wild terror, screaming in panic and begging for it to stop. The Duke and Knights saw their former mentor thrashing in a fit of terror, but they did nothing. Monica kept watching as the tiger monster pounced and gnawed at Donald, showing no mercy. Brad found it odd that his niece came here just to witness this. He told her to leave, while she couldn't understand why her uncle didn't question it. Still, she felt good knowing she made Donald feel worse than awful. Not long after, the Duke reconvened the council and passed his sentence on the prisoner, declaring he deserved death. But he also knew they couldn't ignore Donald's contributions to developing the North, so he decided to exile him to Chimera Peak instead. Mike was still curious why the Duke didn't just send the criminal to the execution block. What's more, most of the people at the meeting were pushing for his execution, but the Duke was convinced Donald couldn't have pulled this off alone. If we kill him and his accomplices, it's like cutting off a lizard's tail. Brad decided to use him as bait. He didn't care if the traitors were Northerners or Imperial pawns. He did it all to protect his sons and the princess. Then he signed the order right there. The next day, word got out across the castle that Donald was being sent into exile. The servants whispered among themselves that a scoundrel like him should have been executed. Even the mages and knights were pushing for it. But the Duke stuck with his decision to send him to Chimera Peak. That mountain's in the northernmost part of the country, completely buried in snow and ice, and 99% of the creatures living there are the worst kinds of monsters. The princess knew he was being thrown in there as bait, even though it looked like they were tossing him to the monsters as food. While walking to her room with the nurse, Monica overheard someone behind her call her a sparrow. Turning around, she saw it was Matthew, who asked where she was headed now. When she replied, her older brother offered to help with the cleanup, and she found his sudden offer weird. Then Matthew suggested doing a raid together so he could prove how good he was at it. But the princess knew her uncle would be furious, so she figured her brother had a reason for approaching her. He tried to explain he just wanted to spend time with his little sister, and nothing bad happened. Monica hadn't expected this, but she decided to use the moment to ask him for something. When Matthew agreed, she asked him to show her the Duchess's portrait. The princess had long wanted to see what she looked like, but the Duke's son knew they'd have to go to his mom's estate. But monsters often showed up there, and that could be really dangerous for a little girl. Still, she didn't see any danger in it, trusting her brother would protect her for sure. They headed there soon after, wandering the halls a bit before stopping in front of the Duchess's room doors. Matthew still didn't want anyone else coming in, so he left the knights and rose outside and went in with Monica alone. The girl noticed the room smelled amazing, and the guy explained it was from the Duchess's favorite flowers. A special spell kept that scent going even after her mom died. Then she spotted the portrait on the wall and marveled at how beautiful the Duchess was. The princess noticed that the youngest Russell looks exactly like his mom, like 2 drops of water. Monica also got curious how things would have gone if the Duchess were still alive. Either way, no matter what happened, this woman would never let violence happen, especially not to kids. The princess stepped closer and gave the Duchess a mental hello, hoping she was watching from heaven. Especially how awesome little mage Russell did at the contest. She also promised to protect her brothers and Uncle Brad. No doubt about it. Monica knew how the future would turn out, so the Duchess didn't need to worry. Staring at the portrait, the princess saw her mouth twitch and knew it wasn't just her imagination. The girl got really scared it was a ghost and ran to her brother screaming. She yelled the portrait was moving, but Matthew hadn't seen anything. Everything stayed the same. Monica kept saying the Duchess smiled, and then he remembered his mom always did in that portrait. The girl believed her brother and figured she was just seeing things, so she calmed down. Matthew noticed how scared the kid was of ghosts and decided to tell her something else. As soon as she asked what, a chat window popped up saying she unlocked another ability. But she decided to check the new stuff later and asked her brother what he wanted to tell her. Matthew admitted he didn't jump into monster hunting right away, and the girl got curious. What actually made him fall for it? The kid just didn't want to stay cooped up in that castle, so he'd try any way he could to get outside. Hunting monsters was the only way to forget that gloomy castle vibe, and his always annoyed middle brother, plus his younger brother Russell, was always crying and locked up in his room. And then there was their dad still stuck on his dead wife and craving some bloody revenge. That castle had never been a fun place, not even when their mom was around. But it got way worse after she was gone. Matthew started vanishing on monster raids all the time, and the princess figured out he felt lonely. The guy thought it odd that the little kid knew what loneliness was, but he told her not to follow the older ones. Then Matthew admitted that since the princess showed up, he actually liked hanging out in the castle more. The girl told him not to go running off to dangerous places anymore. Just play with her. Monica climbed onto his lap, and he noticed how soft and warm she was. It totally calmed him down. Matthew had to head out, and the princess asked if she could stick around a bit longer. He said okay. This place was protected by magic, so it was safe. The next second, Matthew was saying goodbye, and the princess was happy to check everything out. Now, it was just Monica and the Duchess's portrait left in the cozy atmosphere. The girl was staring at the portrait again when she suddenly heard a click near the door. She jumped in surprise, but then thought maybe Matthew had just come back. But when the door opened, Mike stood there. He had spotted the knights by the door as he passed by. Deciding to check, he confirmed everything was fine. The girl explained her little brother had been with her but had just left. Suddenly, the girl heard a rustling. When she turned her head, she saw an egg sitting on a beautiful stand. She immediately asked Mike what it was. When he looked, he couldn't recall ever seeing anything like it there before. That egg was the only one of its kind in the vast northern region. It was called the Prophet's Stone. Its power was simple. The stone signaled the arrival of the most powerful prophet in the north. According to the Duke's grandfather, he saw the stone begin to glow the moment the prophet touched it. That egg was extremely important and priceless, so Brad ordered it to be kept right here in this room. After hearing the story, the princess asked the knight for permission to touch that beautiful thing. But no one in the north could deny the princess anything. Plus, this was a good opportunity to confirm. When the girl touched the egg, she felt it was soft and warm. She couldn't believe a stone could be that warm. Mike was stunned. After all, the Duke had clearly said the stone should glow when the prophet touched it. And before this, he'd seen the princess display a unique power. He was certain she was the prophet. The knight decided to report this to the Duke right away, but missed a key detail. If a regular person touched the stone, they'd think it's just a rock. But the princess noticed its temperature. Mike overlooked it during the chaos, and now tried to explain to his lord, but the Duke couldn't make sense of it. After hearing him again, the Duke guessed it wasn't the real stone, but the knight was convinced of its authenticity. Mike confirmed he was the only one who saw the event, and no one else there knew the stone existed. Plus, no one else could know, since all the stones except one are controlled by the main and capital temples. The Duke ordered everything to stay secret, because he wanted another way to test the princess's prophetic power. There was another kid in his castle who could help determine if Monica was the prophet or not. 2 days later, the little princess couldn't sleep because she was scared. Every time she dozed off, she heard strange noises. The fox remembered her mistress mentioning ghosts, and Monica had begged her not to think about them. They already scared her enough. Still, every time she heard something, and suddenly she felt someone touching her. The scared girl jumped up, then realized the fox must have touched her to scare her a little, but the fox hadn't touched her, and then both of them saw a shadow approaching them. The princess lifted her head and saw a woman's silhouette above her with flowing hair, which terrified her even more. The first thing that came to Monica's mind was that a ghost had come to visit her in the middle of the night. A moment later, the figure drew close enough for the girl's face to come into view, and it looked oddly familiar to the princess. But the girl was terrified and buried herself under the blanket completely, since ghosts were the worst fear of her life. The princess suddenly realized it could just be a hyper-realistic dream, like the one she'd had with Eddie before. Still, she begged the ghost not to punish her, and heard the ghost say she had no reason to apologize at all. Carefully peeking out, Monica saw the woman had a pretty friendly look, even with a warm smile. The ghost also explained she had no intention of taking the girl away, because then who would watch her boys? The princess squinted and realized the woman looked almost exactly like the portrait, but the Duchess was dead. Just to be sure, Monica asked if she was Penelope Russell's mom, and she confirmed it. The Duchess then complimented the princess on being just as lovely as she'd imagined. Meanwhile, the girl noticed her fox had fallen asleep again and tried nudging it awake to feel less scared. But it calmed its owner, saying not all ghosts are evil, and she should try chatting with the ghost. The girl was still scared and clung to the fox's tail, begging it to warn her if danger was near. The Duchess was amazed by the princess's ability to understand the sacred animal, like it was some miracle. Penelope admitted she couldn't understand the creature's words herself, but saw they were clearly conversing. She also said she had no intention of scaring the girl she'd come to thank, and greet her instead. The Duchess was grateful that her sons and the Duke were finally smiling again, which made her really happy. Bread wasn't exactly a warm guy to begin with, but he still had his moments of being romantic. He'd give her flowers, or take her for walks in the garden, or just do little things to make her feel special. But after his sister died, Bread lost the ability to laugh and convinced himself the imperial family was behind Samantha's death. The Duchess gasped, realizing she'd been talking about the princess's mom. She quickly started apologizing to Monica, desperate to make up for making the little girl sad. But the princess didn't see herself as a kid anymore, and honestly, her mom was just a blurry memory. They barely saw each other since the princess was born. Her mom was always off fighting wars. The Duchess also said the Duke was furious with himself for not being as amazing as his sister. And while he ruled the North, traitors started popping up. Plus, he was crushed over his sister's death. The princess asked if her uncle at least found all the traitors. But if he had, guys like Donald wouldn't have been able to do something so nasty to Russell. The girl was shocked the Duchess, as a ghost, could see everything Donald did. Penelope thanked Monica for actually catching that villain. The girl knew little about the North from her past life, so she asked the Duchess, how many more traitors were there? She said some of them survived the purge and split into 2 enemy camps. One camp had Donald alongside aristocrats who'd started doubting the Duke. The Duchess could have tracked them down but didn't have time. When she died, she was just guessing. Penelope noticed the princess wasn't like other kids and decided to ask her something. Monica had the experience. Plus, she thought she was smart enough to listen to the Duchess. Her aunt told her about the traitors she'd identified. But as a ghost, she couldn't go beyond the castle walls. Listening to the Duchess, the princess realized how much anger she'd built up toward those traitors. By the end, Penelope even started crying. She wished she'd talked about love more when she was alive. So the girl offered to deliver a message to her family if she wanted to say something. The Duchess also admitted she only realized the Duke's love after she'd died. Then, a little awkwardly, she asked the princess to keep teaching Brad and the boys about love. Penelope wanted them to avoid regrets like hers after death. She believed Monica could do it. The girl briefly wondered, did the Duke even understand love? Had he ever felt it? Now the princess understood. Her uncle, even when in love, just didn't realize he loved her. She promised the Duchess she'd do her best and asked her not to cry. After all, she couldn't wipe away her tears. Besides, their family. Penelope realized she really missed that word, so she apologized to Monica again. The Duchess thanked the girl again for helping Russell. Now she owes her a favor. It was really hard for Penelope to watch the family she couldn't talk to or touch anymore. After that, Penelope had to leave, and the princess needed to sleep. Monica invited her to come by again, Left alone, the girl couldn't figure out why she just now saw her aunt's ghost, since the aunt knew all about Donald's cruelties. Penelope could have come to her that day, when the princess first ended up in her room, and then the girl remembered the chat window mentioning another ability. After thinking it over, the princess suddenly realized this ability lets her see ghosts. Monica didn't like it, but then she thought maybe it's something else altogether. At first, she thought it might be a premium chat with a special badge. And for now, that was all she could think of. So Monica decided to sleep on it and think more in the morning. The next day, the girl slept in late and came for lunch with her uncle, all drowsy, and the day was gloomy. The Duke didn't pay much attention to the food because of her sickly complexion, and Monica found that a bit worrying. But she assured him she was fine and wanted to talk to her uncle. It was going to be a serious chat. Monica started by saying, when she arrived in the northern lands, she realized there are a lot of jerks like Donald here. The princess is seeing weird stuff, like Spike the dragon, and the Duke realized she was talking about the prophet's power. The girl figured out he actually believed she was a prophet and decided to go with it. Then she caught the strange look on her uncle's face and thought maybe she was too blunt. She read his mind and found out he really did think she was a prophet, and the result was a fluke. Monica had no clue what result they were talking about, but saw he trusted her completely. The Duke backed up his niece's claim about the traitors and asked if she'd figured out who they were. When she confirmed it, Brad got super curious who the traitor was, but got cut off mid-thought. Mike burst in with an urgent message, leaned in, and whispered something in his ear so the princess couldn't hear. The Duke's face lit up with alarm, said he had to leave fast, and promised to finish the talk later. Monica agreed to wait and take a stroll, even though she thought their conversation was huge. She walked with the nanny to the garden, where snow never landed and the weather was always perfect. After a while, she suddenly spotted Eddie coming into the garden too. He greeted the princess and reintroduced himself properly, like the customs demanded, but she still got scared. Rose was baffled, and the girl blamed it on his sword after seeing it in his hand. Eddie quickly apologized. He was just venting after a tough training session, so he'd come here to walk it off. The kid had completely forgotten about the sword, but Monica's throat still burned. She remembered how her second life ended. The nanny hurried to calm the princess. A sword's just a tool. You don't need to fear it. Monica realized she was overreacting. Eddie was a northern knight. Carrying a sword was normal for him. He wasn't some jerk like Donald. He just did what he thought was right. Monica wondered, would he come back to kill her if things went south and she turned puppet again? She realized this regular guy was her last line of defense, the one who'd end it all. Monica walked up to Eddie. I'm sorry, you didn't do anything to scare me like that. But Eddie felt guilty and rushed off. Monica realized, without meaning to, she'd hurt the kid's feelings. Eddie stepped back. When they met, something clicked. He knew she was really his prophet. Monica decided to take a break. She found a bench for herself and the nanny. Russell sprinted over. He'd heard Monica was here and rushed to see her. Monica was happy to see him. She needed to ask if he knew where Eddie lived. Russell knew the Duke stuck him in the outermost castle. Monsters sometimes showed up there. The Duke's son also heard there was another reason they put Eddie there. Russell tugged his sister's arm. He wanted to show her something. No adults allowed. As the princess approached, he set up a magic barrier to hide their presence. The boy made a few quick hand movements, and a nearly clear haze formed around them. He handed Monica a small warm stone. She thought it was a hand warmer. Then she remembered seeing that color before. Russell told her it was a prophet stone. He explained the stone glows when a prophet touches it. That's why it's kept in the temple. The princess asked where Russell got the stone. He admitted snatching it from Donald's mentor's room. He was going through the documents Fate's nanny brought on tournament day. They proved his crimes. That brave move let her get her nanny job back. Russell was really glad about that. At the same time, the princess remembered seeing a similar stone. It was egg-shaped, but when she touched it last time, there was no light or glow. The same thing happened now. The stone didn't glow in her hands. She figured she wasn't a prophet. Then she remembered the result her uncle mentioned. Now she got what he meant. Monica realized the stone's power could turn against her. She rushed to see her uncle to clear her name. She knew her words, even if not meant to, sounded like a lie. She decided to come clean. The princess jumped in, asking her little brother to lend her the stone. It was for an important reason. Russell was a little scared because he took the stone without asking Nurse Fate, and it was his secret. Monica agreed, knowing the real issue wasn't the stone, but Mike had probably already told Uncle about the incident. People might think she's faking being a prophet, but if she knew about the stone, she wouldn't say that. But the worst fear was that Uncle's trust in her would vanish in an instant now. Because of that, he'd get super angry at the princess and send her back to the imperial palace. The girl knew how quick people could change, so she worried. But she'd seen it all happen in her second life. so saying she was a prophet wasn't far off the truth. Plus, she needed to tell Uncle about the traitor Aunt found. Now, the princess was sure that if she showed her future knowledge, she could argue being called a prophet. A few days passed. Monica really wanted to meet Uncle, but he was too busy. One day, two younger brothers invited the princess on a walk to show her a rabbit. Din asked the girl to watch him closely so she could see the cute critter. He also told her to completely trust him, then she needed to follow. After a while, their path led to a small cottage among snow-covered trees. Eddie lives there, and the princess didn't get why he was there if he was Uncle's only student. She worried the forest was nearby and monsters might show up. But Matthew had recently cleared every last one. Still, there were times when the monsters started showing up again pretty fast. Suddenly, Din spotted a rabbit, and the princess immediately turned to see the creature they'd been searching for. The rabbit was pretty big, more like a dog in build than a rabbit. Din still thought the creature was a bit small, but Monica now got why her uncle always said she was tinier than a rabbit. The princess wanted to pet it, and the younger and middle brothers started bickering over who'd catch the creature. As they debated, the rabbit suddenly jumped up and started running, and the brothers instantly chased after it. Monica tried to follow, but they vanished so fast she couldn't catch up. Din reached the rabbit first, and just needed to grab this fluffy ball by the skin. He was almost there when something suddenly flew at the creature, making it jump sideways. It was Russell trying to use magic to catch the rabbit for his sister first. Din chuckled at his little brother missing, but told him not to complain. He also admitted he didn't really try hard to catch it, afraid the younger one might get hurt. But just as Din had the rabbit in his hands, the older brother suddenly showed up. He came out of nowhere, curious what the two were doing all by themselves. He had no idea what the kids had planned, and gave them almost an actual interrogation. Din and Russell were shocked to see him. The older brother was supposed to be on a raid. He hadn't finished clearing the area yet. A new monster alert just came in. Then he found out they'd brought the little sister along. That really made him mad. The boys tried to explain. They said they hadn't left the kid alone. A few knights were with her, but Matthew knew all the elite knights were out east. Their father was on enemy territory, where monsters were everywhere. That's why the older brother was taking his time clearing the zone. Not many strong fighters were left. Luckily, he'd almost cleared the zone. He ordered the kids to get back immediately to avoid trouble. Meanwhile, Monica had been waiting for her brothers for a while. She hoped they hadn't started a fight in the woods. The knights reassured her. They said the young masters were just showing off in front of the princess. Din was more serious than his years. Most knights spoke highly of him. When they came back and gave the rabbit to their sister, the fox took off after it. Angela just wanted to teach it to run, but the princess doubted the creature saw it the same way. Suddenly, the fox screamed at the owner, told her to leave with the nanny or someone else right away. The girl didn't know what scared the fox. She was worried about it, but the fox promised to catch up. Then from the trees came a fierce growl. Moments later, a bunch of huge monsters appeared. The knights were instantly confused and begged the nanny to run with Monica while they bought her time. Rose snatched the kid and took off, telling the princess to hold on tight. Monica had no idea where the monsters came from, since Matthew already cleared the area. But she decided to trust the fox's advice. One of the monsters blocked their path anyway, so the girl grabbed something from the shop to use. As she opened the window, the beast closed in way too fast and was about to attack the people. Right then, Eddie showed up in front of the nanny and princess, ready to fight that monster. His strength had grown a lot from recent training, and his sword looked like it was glowing with energy. Monica was happy to see a rescuer, but still didn't get why it was him again, though she'd known for a while now that this kid was seriously strong. When Eddie took down one monster, more started showing up behind it, blocking their way. The Duke's student told the princess to wait a second while he cleared a path for them to escape. At the same time, the rest of the brothers rushed toward Monica, super worried about her condition and safety. Each of them told the girl not to panic because they were all ready to take these monsters down. But Eddie couldn't fight at full power right now, since the princess was right next to him. Matthew started covering Eddie's back, figuring it was time to get his little sister out of there. Plus, Eddie, every time he gained power, he'd lose his grip, start forgetting his friends, and that power would tear through everyone near him. But he could only use that power without losing his cool if there was a knight nearby to keep him in check. Right now, that knight was Matthew, but he had to get the princess out of there. Eddie promised to handle all the monsters himself. Big Brother would be back any minute. The kid also feared that Monica would think he was too weak. After all, she already stayed clear of him. But the thought stuck that they might never cross paths again if he let her go now. As the guy was thinking this through, the princess spotted another monster behind him and called out right away. Eddie was genuinely surprised this girl actually knew his name. Monica was shouting at him not to die and to join them. He was all set to follow her orders. But the Duke's student could feel his raging power had finally stabilized. Then he suddenly wondered, was that really stability? Because light was starting to glow from him. Meanwhile, the brothers were talking. Eddie was holding back to seem cool. Then Matthew told the brothers to find their dad right away and bring him over here. Din was a bit nervous the Duke would flip his lid when he found out they'd brought the princess here. But the older brother pointed at the light coming off Eddie and ordered them to get out with Monica ASAP. He repeated once more, telling them to bring the father who was just about to return. The middle brother froze for a second, thinking Ed was going through some kind of system reset, and the situation looked like it couldn't get worse. Matthew explained the kid was really at his worst right now, and everything depended on his state of mind. In this state, a child might sacrifice his life to a monster without knowing friend from foe. Now that the Duke wasn't here, Matthew was the only one who could stop Ed. The princess, who had heard it all, couldn't make sense of what this system reset even was. The fox grilled her about where the kid suddenly got that terrifying power from. Monica knew they couldn't just leave them, and if she walked out, someone was definitely going to die. She knew it was her instincts. She couldn't ignore them. And deep down, she wished she hadn't ever wanted to see anyone die in this life. Right then, the princess was surrounded by a glow, and she lifted slightly off the ground. Russell thought Din had pushed her, but he swore he hadn't done it. Then both of them realized it was divine power. Din thought the glow was scorching the princess and begged Russell to do something. But he couldn't. It wasn't magic. And only the fox was thrilled her owner had finally tapped into the goddess's power, which felt massive to her. The princess's glow kept getting brighter, and Angela started thinking about Monica's future. At that moment, Ed, trying to restrain him, let his sword drop and collapsed into Matthew's arms. Big Brother realized the boy's glow was fading on its own. Then the Duke's student got pulled toward the princess like she was about to wrap him in her light. Din feared Eddie might go after their little sister, but Matthew told him to get the others out of there. As the student soaked up the princess's light, the monsters all rushed over to see what was going on. Soon the little knight opened his eyes again and looked way more determined and stronger. When he swung his sword, a shockwave of raw power surged out and took down every monster. Russell remembered he'd seen something like this before in one of his history books. It said the prophet always had a partner, a knight who shared their fate. If the pair met the prophet, they'd gain power so strong nothing can match it. But Matthew cut in, saying there was no time for this now. They had to protect the sparrow. Meanwhile, Eddie kept floating in the air and soon landed super close to the princess. Monica opened her eyes, didn't know where she was, and her body felt super light. She spotted Eddie not far away, sitting with his back to her. The boy quietly asked for her forgiveness. He never wanted this for the princess. Then Monica remembered her uncle had tried to name Eddie her knight a while back. She still felt the fear, but she decided it was time to forget that creepy guy. Because all that was left was little Eddie, the kid who saved her life. She told herself that's all she needed to remember, then held out her hand and invited him back. The kid was over the moon about the turn of events and grabbed her hand, agreeing with the princess. Soon, the Duke's sons and the others saw Monica and Eddie returning and landing on the ground. He was holding her and felt for the first time that he could control his power. Now, he was sure he could do anything to protect the princess. Meanwhile, Monica noticed her uncle and the knights were coming closer, but she was glad it was all over. Din decided to be the first to tell his dad what happened here and how Monica was glowing. But the Duke had seen it all himself. The prophet's light descended from the heavens as legend foretold, and it was visible from miles away, even in the castle. Now, the knights were certain the princess was the real prophet and saw her as the North's blessing. By the time Brad reached Eddie, who was still holding the princess, she'd already dozed off. The Duke noticed they both looked calm and finally understood. Their bond was the prophet and the legendary duo from the tales. Brad asked if his student could now control his power, and Eddie confirmed it. Then the master congratulated Eddie on meeting his prophet, and he vowed to lay down his life for her protection. Word spread fast across the northern lands about what happened, and that the princess is a prophet. Every single resident, without exception, welcomed this little girl with joy. The Duke even told Mike to set this day as Princess Monica's Memorial Day. Brad Willow also decided to throw a huge feast the next day to celebrate. Everyone started prepping for the festivities, and folks were picking out gifts for the princess. Everyone wanted to get her the best one. Thanks to all the events that happened up north before, Monica's Memorial Day was born. Monica didn't get why all the celebration was needed, but soon figured out that prophets are revered here. That night, the girl just couldn't fall asleep, even though she had to be on her best behavior for the party the next day. She didn't feel like just lying around, so she asked the fox to take her to the Duchess's room. Angela wasn't thrilled about her owner's decision. She wasn't a carriage after all, but the girl needed to get there. When they arrived, Monica noticed someone was already there. and then realized it was her uncle. Monica's first thought? Panic that she'd been caught sneaking out. But Brad stayed calm, and the princess knew he wouldn't scold her for sneaking off. Monica started looking around, hoping to spot her aunt, but she wasn't anywhere. And there, the Duke asked the little girl for forgiveness for doubting she was the real prophet. But at the same time, if that were the case, it wouldn't mean a thing to him. Brad was determined to raise the kid as a child more precious than anyone else. The girl also caught the uncle's thoughts. He trusted her completely, even if the result was off. Monica hugged the uncle and reassured him. Everything's fine, he's on her side and she trusts him. And then the princess decided this was the perfect time to pass along her aunt's words and tell him about the traitors. She spilled every detail the Duchess recently shared with her, and Brad didn't even ask how she knew. The girl admitted the info wasn't from prophecy and asked if he believed in ghosts. The Duke never considered it, but if his niece said so, he'd believe her without a doubt. The next question was if the uncle wanted to meet someone who'd passed on. She offered to help him connect with one, and curious who he'd want to see. Monica knew the Duke loved his wife deeply, deep enough to take revenge for her death himself. The girl braced for her own mother's name, but Brad mentioned his wife instead. He wanted to apologize and share everything he never got to say. He remembered bringing her a gift once tucked in a small box. She laughed and joked he should bring flowers next time instead. Brad thought it was a hassle, but Penelope wanted him to think of her every time he saw the flowers. The princess caught her uncle zoning out and realized he missed her like crazy. Looking at him, the girl admitted she could make it happen for them to meet. The Duke couldn't believe it was possible, even though he'd never really thought about it before. But he knew how strong the prophet's power was, and admitted he really wanted it. Turns out, Brad had a lot of regrets, and realized he needed to apologize to a bunch of people. The girl saw the sincerity in his eyes, thought he was the best, and immediately opened the magic shop. 4 items showed up in front of her, and she was about to pick the best fit. Monica spotted the ghost mask, and thought it was exactly what they needed. She was about to buy it and give it to her uncle, wondering how the mask would work. The princess hoped her uncle could see ghosts like her and hit the button, but up popped an error message. The message said the request didn't match the streamer's will, and the item would be adjusted per system rules. Another mask popped up in front of Monica, one she thought let you see only certain beings. So he'd only see his wife, and she reached out to put it on him. But Brad hesitated, and the kid even thought her uncle was doubting her. The Duke had full faith in his niece, but deep down, he was scared it wouldn't work out, which would hurt him. Brad put on the mask and started scanning his surroundings, but so far nothing was happening. Monica glanced around, but didn't see anything either. Then she decided they needed to go somewhere else. The Duke agreed, though a flicker of hope still burned in him. Maybe, just maybe, he could see his wife again. But then he noticed it was getting pretty late and told the little one to head back to their rooms, especially since there was a festival planned for tomorrow. He scooped up his niece, and the fox trailed behind. Monica also apologized to her uncle for sneaking off on her own. Brad wasn't mad, just told her to be more careful next time. After all, she wasn't alone with the fox. Eddie had been keeping an eye on them the whole time. The girl was shocked. She hadn't noticed anyone watching her, and the fox hadn't said a word either. The Duke explained that his student had been working in the shadows, staying hidden. But Eddie would always be close to the princess. Monica thought she couldn't go out and play anymore because of this, but the Duke suggested she hang out with Eddie instead. Then, he figured out his niece didn't mean just playing. She wanted to sneak off somewhere, but the girl denied it. Back in her room, Monica wondered if Eddie was still lurking nearby. She was curious. How could she call him over? She softly said his name, and instantly, a shadow of the boy appeared outside the window, ready to listen to the princess. She'd figured he might show up, but it still caught her off guard. She jumped a little at how suddenly he appeared. She didn't get why he was staying outside and invited him in. Then she asked if he even slept at all. Eddie's job was to protect the princess. He posted up at the window, but the girl insisted he still needed to sleep. She didn't get how a guy could sacrifice sleep for guard duty. But to Eddie, her safety mattered way more. When it turned out she was actually a prophet, that made his duty even more urgent. The girl agreed with the guard setup, but first she decided to do something important. Eddie was ready to follow any order she gave. Monica told him to lie down on the couch and sleep. She'd nap too. He tried arguing with the princess, but she called him a liar. He'd promised to do whatever she wanted. He didn't have a choice. He'd made the promise, so he flopped onto the soft seat and closed his eyes. The next day, the festival started. Almost every knight and mage in the kingdom, plus everyone else, gathered in the palace. Eddie was there too, in his new uniform. He felt awkward in the unfamiliar gear. Earlier, the Duke had ordered him to move back into the castle now that he was the princess's protector. His power wasn't dangerous anymore. Plus, Brad was thrilled his niece had brought spring to this icy place. Long before that, when Eddie was matched with the prophet, the Duke gave him a sword passed down from pair to pair. When handing it over, the Duke told him how often pairs fail to find their prophet. The power ends up consuming them. Only Eddie himself could decide if he could handle that power. Now he felt the sword was impossibly light, because now he had one, Princess Monica, the girl he'd lived for. Now the kids got no choice but to get stronger. Pairing up isn't optional, you know? The princess, perched on her uncle's arm, was checking out the whole scene. She was having a blast, totally into it. She also liked that today was officially Monica's Memorial Day. That's what the Duke told her, and he gave her a shout-out for it. But the princess wasn't just here for the party vibe. She was ready to etch her name into history now. She wasn't some emperor puppet anymore, no sir. No need to fear everyone, or wait for the inevitable end. She knew her fate had taken a total 180. Now the whole world saw her not just as a princess, but as the prophet. Then, Mike kicked off the festival by announcing the opening ritual, the ancient vow of the White Mountain Range. The knight then turned to Ed, told him to kneel, and the kid solemnly recited the vow in front of the princess. He vowed never to betray the prophet, to sacrifice his soul if it meant saving her life, no matter what. Now she was his master. He'd guard her with his last breath, no questions asked. Monica was set on living up north anyway, so she didn't hesitate. Signed on the dotted line with the vow. Watching this, Jack recalled the old tales. Prophets and their partners often tied the knot back in the day. But Helen, standing nearby, called it all nonsense. She said their Duke wouldn't let that happen as long as he was breathing. The magic girl couldn't believe Brad Willow would let that cute kid get married off. Ed, after his vow, gave the princess a proper knightly greeting, bending the knee and kissing her hand. There was one last announcement left, and the Duke was about to give his speech. Then he walked over to Monica and picked up the little girl again, as the crowd kept clapping for her. Brad didn't just hold his niece. He lifted her up high like a precious treasure. Then he announced his full name and declared he accepted the oath, and the crowd erupted into cheers. After the oath, the guests were treated to all sorts of entertainment, including dancing. Helen took the stage for a dance-off with Sir Jack, who was no slouch himself. Monica loved how Jack moved. She thought he was totally awesome and shouted compliments from the sidelines. Jack figured it was time to put someone else's moves to the test, someone a bit younger. The little princess was snatched up and placed right onto the dance floor in no time. Then she saw the crowd staring at her, all eyes waiting for her to dance like some kind of miracle. Monica was ready to show off. She remembered a killer dance move from her past life. Upbeat music started playing, and the girl twirled across the stage in her cute little dress. A bunch of people joined in dancing with her, and the brothers nearby couldn't help but admire her moves. But Din wasn't feeling the party vibe. He handed his plate to Matthew and was ready to sneak off. The older brother got worried about him, but the dad gave him a friendly shoulder clap and told him to chill. Monica spotted Matthew from across the room and immediately started shouting for him to join her on stage. He'd rather watch from the sidelines as the little sparrow danced and politely refused. A little later, after the dance ended, Rose approached the girl with a plate of snacks for the princess, but she caught sight of Eddie nearby, wandering the path, keeping a low profile as he kept an eye on Monica. The little princess waved him over, and he figured she'd ask him to dance next. Monica had had enough of dancing and grabbed her bodyguard, telling him to join in the games. Eddie didn't mind at all, not because he was excited to play, but because he couldn't help feeling proud that the princess had asked him. She grabbed his hand and yanked him along, already brainstorming a dozen game ideas on the spot. By evening, after the festival wrapped up, the princess was wiped out but glowing with happiness. The princess had a blast that night, teaming up with Eddie and her brothers, and devouring every pastry she could get her hands on. Suddenly, a familiar tug at her heart made her turn, and there was her aunt, coming toward her again. The princess lit up. She'd been craving this visit too, and quickly tugged Penelope's sleeve, urging her to follow. The Duchess nodded, and as they strolled down the hall, the princess quietly wondered if her uncle had already visited that day. Monica hadn't forgotten his words about missing his wife, so she was sure he'd be waiting in there. With a deep breath, the princess flung open the door when they reached Penelope's room, her heart pounding with hope. The Duke was actually in his late wife's room, and he was wearing a spirit mask. Right now, the mask had adjusted itself to let Brad see only a certain creature, and there it was. A pretty familiar silhouette he'd been dying to see. Brad even thought it might be some side effect and took the mask off to make sure it wasn't just his imagination. But the Duchess was still standing there, and he remembered how she loved receiving flowers from him. It even made him sad he didn't have a bouquet now. Looking at Penelope's ghost, the Duke realized it didn't bother her. For a few seconds, they just stood there in silence. The Duchess spoke first, whispering a happy greeting to her husband. Brad was still hesitating. He still couldn't believe it was real, and that it wasn't just a hallucination. He even wanted to reach out and touch her to make sure it wasn't his imagination. She was really there. Lifting his hand, the Duke brought it to her hair to stroke it the way she always liked. And now, she even took on a physical form. Then he admitted to his wife that a very smart person had recently given him some valuable advice. Brad Willow realized he shouldn't keep important words locked up in his heart. Words meant to be said to someone special. Then he stared into his wife's eyes, said he missed her, and pulled her into his arms. Penelope clung to him just as tightly. She missed him so much she couldn't hold back her tears. The princess watched the two adults savoring their long-awaited reunion and decided not to interrupt them at that moment. She sneaked out of the room, especially since she still had a bunch of unfinished business to handle. Monica hadn't forgotten that the traitors who teamed up with the Emperor still live up north. But today, the princess didn't want any drama. All she wanted was for her uncle to be happy. As she walked further down the hallway, Monica sensed her loyal knight was nearby. Then she spotted him around the corner. Monica also realized that she and this kid were both living lives that were different from before. And now she hoped that things would actually turn out differently. After all, they'd already gone through a lot. She wanted to talk to Eddie. When she reached him, she asked if he knew what was coming up next. 5 years had passed. The Duchy of Willow still ruled the Northern Territories and battled monsters. Monica had grown a lot, but she still lived in her room because it was super convenient for her. She was 8 now. Her face had lost its baby fat, and she could finally talk without sounding like a kid. One morning, she woke up, stepped onto the balcony, and realized the day was just perfect. Meanwhile, Marty, the tower's lead mage, was reading a magic tome and brainstorming new spells as usual. He was also a pro at coffee ground reading. That morning, he spotted a weird pattern at the bottom of his cup. He'd never seen anything like it before, but now he knew it was time to meet the prophet. Monica got ready that morning and left for the Duke's place with a few knights for protection. Her fox companion refused to stay behind. Angela stared at the hairstyle her mistress had done and was really curious why she had such a long ponytail. Over the past 5 years, the princess's guard count had gone way up. Back then, Aunt Penelope personally told the Duke about all the traitors and where to find them. He immediately ordered their capture and eradication. No mercy, even for their families. This led to uncovering even more horrifying crimes those people committed, while pushing their sneaky plan. These traitors weren't just doing random crimes. They even dared to traffic people and kids. Lucky break, the criminal group got shut down, but a few family members still managed to run to the capital. The North then asked the imperial family for help with the investigation, but the Emperor claimed he had no clue what was going on. Monica was super glad the Northern kids didn't end up for sale, even if she felt bad they missed the bad guys. For her, these crimes weren't a shock. She already knew this kind of mess from her second life. Plus, since she started punishing criminals, rumors about her as some kind of prophet spread everywhere. Once word got out, the imperial court started flooding with letters demanding her return. But the Duke totally ignored all the messages, and it got so out of hand, they even tried kidnapping the princess. Now, she actually felt happy to have more guards than before. It calmed her down a bit. Her night stalker, Jack, was yelling he didn't get how anyone could reduce Monica's security, and said he'd cut off his own hand for her. Helen was okay with them breaking her staff, as long as the princess stayed safe. Monica kept racking up points, but one day, her unlimited store got shut down, and the points stopped coming in. Monica remembered from her past life that this could happen in regular games. You had to switch careers to fix it. Now, the princess figured the goddess was probably up to another surprise gift. Lost in thought, the girl made it to the office where the Duke's sons had already gathered with their dad. They weren't expecting her. Brad hadn't said a word about her coming. Din looked the most surprised, having shot up so much over the years. He was still the same grumpy old bear, but Russell gave Monica a friendly smile, thinking she'd come to see him. The Duke's eldest still called the princess Little Sparrow, and had already wrapped up his coming-of-age ceremony. The Duke just up and told his sons to leave. No explanation. They were totally clueless. Monica still wanted to know why he was pulling this, and braced herself to hear his explanation. The princess figured he was doing this for her special lessons, ones that had been running for a while. When a member of the imperial family hits 8, they start getting special training. She also guessed the imperial court was using this as bait to get to her. The Duke was glad his niece was so clever, though he hadn't expected anything less from the Willow bloodline. Monica was also going to have to go to the palace. Her return had been rejected up till now, but during this special training, that might not fly. The Duke assured her she didn't have to go if she didn't want to, especially since she was family and could stay here. Brad was ready to block every attempt they made to take her until they got it through their heads. The princess wasn't going anywhere with them. Monica still worried they might try kidnapping again. especially since the Duke's actions could be seen as an outright rebellion. So she made up her mind to head to the imperial palace, but only to announce her abdication. She was the daughter of the previous emperor, but no longer the current one's niece. The only uncle she had left was bred Willow. Those words made the Duke pause, but he still got what the girl was trying to say. Then, he ordered Mike the Knight to get everything ready, much to Mike's amusement, as he watched his lord turn beet red. Mike also had to let the Magic Tower's owner know Princess Monica would be swinging by for a visit soon. Hearing about the Magic Tower, the girl recalled, she'd heard it was somewhere up north. Plus, the tower was usually hidden behind a magical barrier, only findable with Master Marty's permission. Now, the princess had to get the tower's owner's okay if she wanted into the palace. Plus, the tower's owner had to tag along with the prophet anytime he left the Northern Territory. So contacting Marty was key. Even the Duke wasn't sure if he'd actually get a hold of him. Brett told the princess that Wizard was always on his own wavelength. So yeah, he'd probably have to hunt Marty down himself. Now, the girl couldn't stop wondering what kind of guy this tower owner really was. After a while on a walk with the knights, the girl focused on coming up with a way to find out. Then she got an idea and asked the fox for help before leaping onto her back and taking off. The knights were a bit upset that the princess had slipped away again, but there was nothing they could do. Plus, they knew exactly where Monica was headed, and she was already at a small training field searching for the person she needed. The girl scanned all around, but the little knight was nowhere to be seen, even though he was supposed to be here. Then she heard Eddie's voice. He thought she'd lost something, and the surprise even made her jump. Still, she was glad he showed up, even if she couldn't figure out when he'd gotten there. He just explained that he'd run over because he'd missed her, but she still couldn't figure out how he'd gotten there. The entrance was on the other side. Eddie also explained that he'd sensed her coming. He didn't want to wait to go around, so he just climbed over the wall. Thanks to Eddie, a few of the princess's kidnapping attempts had already been thwarted. These attempts happened whenever Monica was without her knightly escort, and the imperial servants dared to take advantage. Even now, every time the princess closes her eyes, she can't shake a particularly unpleasant memory. At the most dangerous moment of her kidnapping, Eddie showed up and swiftly took down the kidnappers. Even then, Monica didn't get how he knew where she was, like he'd been just around the corner. His answer was simple. Eddie was like a shadow that never leaves his lady's side. Now, when they met, the girl was deep in thought, and Eddie figured from her expression she was about to give him an order. Monica had something in mind and needed to find Russell, so she asked the knight to come with her. The Duke's youngest son was overjoyed to see the princess, thinking she came for him, but Dane objected, saying it didn't have to be like that. But the girl confirmed she was after Russell, then asked if they knew anything about the Archmage from the Magic Tower. Matthew immediately said the tower's head rarely leaves it, so nothing much is known about him. Only Russell was way more experienced than his brothers in this area, and he knew a lot about Marty and agreed to share what he knew. Only the Willow Duchy has direct contact with the tower. Even the Imperial Court couldn't reach Marty. Then the girl realized only the Willow family has a device that moves them into the tower. Also, the tower's master is the same age as Russell, but the Archmage's powers are incredible. Though Monica thought it natural for an Archmage, the mages who arrived suddenly told the kids to keep quiet in the library. They came for magic books, but the moment they saw the princess, they all turned their attention to her. Then, Magician Roger admitted he'd actually met Marty a couple of times in person. Helen remembered that guy had rare green hair, and she could physically feel the pressure of his power. Monica even got curious when she heard about the green hair. It dawned on her she might have seen something like that before. Then she remembered. She'd seen those on a boy who helped her in the forest 5 years ago. At that moment, Monica was really curious how that green-haired kid was doing, but she didn't have any proof that this kid could even be the tower's master. Russell leaned in and suggested, "If you're up for it, we can just go check it out ourselves." He wasn't personally acquainted with the Archmage, but he could get them inside the tower. On the way back, the princess turned to Eddie, figuring he was really struggling because of her. Monica explained he couldn't even sleep right because he had to stay by her side all the time. She told Eddie to take a break. Other knights were working just as hard on her protection. The kid thought the princess saw him as just weak, so he decided he had to get even stronger, faster. Monica noticed his responsibility was off the charts and figured the prophet's role was crushing him. She wanted to take a closer look, but he suddenly backed off like he was scared of hurting her. Monica didn't get what his deal was at first, but he assured her he was totally fine. Turns out, Eddie just wasn't expecting to see her that close, hence the sudden step back. Back in her room, the princess flopped onto the couch and started thinking again about the Magic Tower's master. She wanted to see that kid at least once to make sure it was really him she saw in the forest. Meanwhile, the Duke called Mike in and started talking about how he'd probably have to go meet the tower's master himself. The knight was on the same page as Brad, but something was bugging him. He just couldn't bring himself to say it. The Duke pushed Mike to speak up, warning that if Brad got angry again, the Tower Master might mess with the princess. A few years back, there was a conflict when Willow lost his temper over a reckless archmage. The Duke didn't start it then, especially since he knew the archmage, though young, was the Tower's boss. He added a warning. If that kid even touched his niece, the Tower's ties with the North were over. Later, Russell came to meet Monica and was ready to show her a trick. Monica couldn't believe she'd actually see the device that moved from the castle to the tower. Russell admitted he'd found it by accident while wandering the castle grounds one day. Monica worried her uncle would yell when he found out they'd snuck here. Russell promised they'd just take a peek and block the path with a spell that'd send them back instantly if anyone approached. Suddenly, Eddie showed up, ready to join them, and Monica had no idea how he'd tracked her. Russell had set up a barrier, but Eddie caught the trail of magic from the princess's movement. He didn't know where they were going, but felt he had to follow Monica, and she agreed. The Duke's son noticed the princess wasn't mad at her knight, and everyone was ready to go. Russell got ready, then started whispering the spell and moving his hands in the air like a painter. Princess felt some kind of energy surrounding her. Then suddenly she was floating like in zero gravity. The next second, Monica could see the outline of a place that looked like a cave. Then it hit her. It was a cave. Then further ahead, the three kids spotted a massive mirror, acting as a portal to the magic tower. Legends say only the chosen can see their reflection in that mirror and enter the tower, but Monica didn't see hers for some reason. Princess decided to touch the mirror, thinking she could just walk through. Then her hand's reflection appeared, but it wasn't her hand. And then she saw a boy with green hair staring back at her from the mirror. Then a gust of wind picked up, growing stronger by the second, and Monica felt herself being sucked into the mirror. Russell and Eddie saw everything and panicked for the princess, but they had no idea how to help. They rushed over instantly, but all they saw was a regular mirror that didn't reflect them. Meanwhile, Monica felt like she was in total darkness, yet she knew she was falling straight down. But the next second, the void vanished, and Monica landed in a whole new world where mountains and snow sparkled like diamonds. She didn't get what was happening, but seeing a fox nearby made her glad for the company. Angela realized they were actually falling, and it was some kind of magic. Then they saw the tower below. Monica couldn't believe her eyes. She thought you needed a special invite to get in here. The fox scolded them a little, saying none of this would have happened if they'd just eaten and gone to bed. As they kept falling, the princess started stressing about the landing. But then out of nowhere, a giant teddy bear, tall as a person, monocle on his eye, tuxedo on, snatched her midair. He set her down, introduced himself as Hugo, and said he was the butler at the magic tower. He figured out Monica came to visit the owner and told her to wait inside while he called the archmage. At first, the girl even thought she was being kidnapped again, but then realized it wasn't the case. Then she thought maybe this bear was some magical beast, but the fox assured her it wasn't. She'd never heard of a creature like this. The princess also wondered if her companions were worried and asked Hugo if she could contact them. He said it was possible, but it'd be best to talk about it with the tower's owner himself. Then he told the girl to follow him, but warned her to be careful. Traps were set up around here to ward off possible enemies. That rattled Monica a bit, but Hugo ordered her to stick close and not touch anything. As they walked, the princess got this vibe that everything here was made to tickle a kid's fancy, just like hers. Further in, the girl spotted a bunch of dolls wiggling their way around like they were alive. Then she saw tin soldiers guarding the tower, tipping their hats in silent greeting to the princess. Deeper in, they entered a hallway lined with portraits of past archmages. Hugo also explained the tower's inner look shifts to match each owner's personality and quirks. The bear loved the current decor the most. It felt way cozier and more cheerful now. Monica started wondering what kind of mage would design a tower like this. Plus, she hadn't seen any other mages around here. Hugo couldn't answer that, but he showed the princess the carriage she could take to the master. He promised this carriage would take her straight there. The girl felt like she was in a fairy tale. Inside the carriage was just as beautiful, soft and cozy. A polite steward wished them a pleasant journey as they left. Then the carriage took off. Monica was shocked, but the fox didn't think it was anything special. After all, she could fly too. Then Angela added, "If you take really good care of her, you'll learn to fly too." Monica remembered Helen and Roger's words. The archmage hated humans. She still didn't get why he agreed to see her. After a short ride, the carriage stopped. The princess stepped out in front of huge doors. Opening them wasn't easy. She had to push hard to make a gap big enough to get through. Then they saw a dense green forest. The girl had never seen anything like it, not even in pictures. Angela sniffed the air. The scent was familiar to her, and the forest felt familiar to the princess too. After walking a bit further and scanning the area, Monica soon heard a rustling sound not far from her. Turning around, she spotted a giant tree that was literally glowing. A man in a robe stood beneath it. Without saying a word, the man with magical abilities immediately raised his staff upward. The princess felt weightless again and panicked she'd be moved somewhere else, but she was brought closer to the cloaked figure, who then pulled off his hood, letting her see his face. Monica instantly recognized who stood before her. It was the same boy she'd seen 5 years back. Back then, she was a bit out of it and hadn't noticed how stunningly handsome he was. It was strange seeing someone so different from her perpetually frosty older brothers and Eddie. She began wondering if the green-haired kid remembered her. They'd met before. Then she remembered it had been 5 years since their last meeting and figured he'd probably forgotten that brief encounter. But the boy remembered the night clearly, and when he spoke, the princess noticed his voice was just as pleasant. She realized he also knew her full name and started thanking him for saving her 5 years ago. Suddenly, he took a sharp step back, and Monica thought she'd scared him. Apologizing, she asked why he was here. He didn't delay his answer, saying he just really liked this forest. Then the princess asked where the tower's master was. She hadn't known he was the archmage himself. When Marty confessed, she remembered the mage's and her uncle's son's descriptions. But the man before her was vastly different. She decided to reintroduce herself properly this time, saying she was really glad to meet him. Marty greeted Monica in return and bowed respectfully, showing his gratitude. Wanting to show his hospitality, the boy invited the guest for tea and snacks. The princess agreed, and with a single wave of the archmage's hand, a table filled with various treats appeared before her. Smushing pastries between her cheeks, Monica realized the tower's host was pretty cool with his magic. He told her to stop formalities, so she asked him to do the same. Watching the princess relax, Marty wondered if she feared him. Rumors said otherwise. She wasn't scared at all. In fact, she was grateful. He'd saved her in the forest. Suddenly, Monica remembered her brother Russell and Knight Eddie, still trapped in the cave after she vanished. Monica knew they were worried, but hoped they were fine. She needed to reach them fast to explain and calm their fears. Marty conjured another plate of irresistible pastries right into his hand. He also wondered if she knew how tough it was to become a sacred beast's master, especially a fox. Angela didn't even flinch, just kept munching on the cookies. Marty added that if she pulled it off, she was truly special. The princess wasn't paying attention. She was too eager to reach Eddie and Russell. Instead, she asked Marty to take her to the palace, hoping he'd accompany her. The kid got curious why she needed to go there, and she explained it was time for her princess training. Marty already knew Monica wasn't just a princess. She was also a prophet. Then, he offered to play with her, instead of going there. And if she was scared of the emperor, the tower could protect her. But Monica still needed to sort things out with the imperial family. She didn't want the northerners to get hurt. Plus, she didn't want her friends to get hurt. And Marty figured she saw him as a friend too. The princess wasn't against being friends, but she wanted to know why he ran off right after saving her 5 years ago. The archmage was a bit flustered. He didn't know what to say to the guest right then. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Hugo the steward burst in with urgent news. Mishka reported the Duke had shown up at the tower entrance and was making a big scene. Monica realized her uncle had found out she was missing and was now searching for her everywhere. This news upset Marty. He'd told the Duke not to bother him before. Then he told the princess to stay put and went to meet Willow. Ignoring Monica's protests, the girl knew the conversation could get serious and didn't want anyone to get hurt. Then she grilled Hugo about where the tower master had gone and found out he was probably at the tower courtyard. The princess immediately summoned her sacred beast. She needed help now. Monica jumped onto the fox and rode off without hesitation, hoping to make it on time. The archimage teleported in, appearing above the duchy's knights, and immediately turned to Brad. Marty reminded him of his earlier warning to leave him alone. The Duke believed the archimage was trying to break the North's ancient pact passed down through generations. The mage argued Brad himself broke the pact by bringing so many soldiers with him. Eddie shouted, claiming Marty kidnapped the princess and now tried to frame them. The archimage didn't get it. He hadn't taken anyone, not even considered it. Plus, only those permitted could enter the tower, and he'd known Monica for ages. Sir Eddie still thought the green-haired kid was lying and vowed to deal with him if the princess was harmed. The mage found the threat hilarious. He doubted Eddie could even control his own madness, let alone beat him. The Duke cut in, reminding him they'd tried reaching out before. But Marty didn't buy it. He wanted them to remember why his mentor died. Archmage Peter from the last generation died from an impossible mission ordered by Brad's dad. They were supposed to catch a brutal dragon, but the magic cost him years of life. Brad countered. Marty's mentor chose the risky path himself, and Brad's dad spent his life atoning. The Duke thought the boy was sullying his mentor's honor by acting like this. Marty kept insisting he didn't kidnap the princess. She came to play with him. As they talked, Eddie didn't believe the Archimage's words and readied his sword to fight him. Then, without another second's hesitation, he lunged into battle, trying to land a strong blow right away. Attacking the enemy, Eddie shouted he'd quickly defeat him and then save the princess at once. But Marty was confident he wouldn't lose to an opponent who couldn't even properly control his power. Meanwhile, Monica rode on the fox, who was confused why this building had so many stairs. Then, sensing strange energy outside, Angela decided to run faster and told her owner to hold on tight. After a while, they reached a door. But the princess thought it wasn't the door they'd entered through. Opening it, the girl and the fox came out onto the street, and Monica immediately saw the bright green glow not far from them. She clearly knew where the glow came from and realized the Archimage was fighting her knight. Understanding this could end very badly, the girl rushed toward them to try to stop it. But as she nearly reached them, she suddenly ran into something transparent with her forehead. She realized it was a magical barrier wall and begged her uncle to stop the boys. She shouted at the Duke several times, but he didn't react, and she realized her voice couldn't get through the barrier. The fox sensed that Eddie, her owner's friend, was in serious trouble right then. He was pushing hard to block the Archmage's assaults and land a hit of his own. The Archmage's power was way stronger, and Eddie knew he might lose. Then Marty readied his signature strike and raised his staff high. A surge of energy shot from the staff's tip, blazing all the way up to the heavens. The Archmage swung his weapon, and Eddie barely parried it with his sword. Monica kept shouting for them to stop, hoping they'd finally listen. She figured it was a misunderstanding, and that they should call it off and talk. Not knowing what else to do, the princess started praying to the goddess. She silently begged her to end this pointless battle any way she could. Then she saw her knight pierced by an energy beam. He didn't even dare cry out. The princess panicked for her friend's life, and now prayed he'd at least survive. She tried sending her thoughts to the Archmage, pleading him to stop and spare Eddie. For a moment, the two boys froze mid-fight, and Monica thought the green-haired kid actually heard her plea. But then Eddie lunged again, swinging his sword for the kill. At that moment, he only cared about the princess being safe and was ready to go all the way. He could still feel her presence through the magic barrier and decided to take one last look at her. Then Eddie dropped his sword and collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Marty stood over him. The magic barrier vanished, and the Duke, spotting his niece, asked how she was, his eyes catching her tears. Sir Jack laid Eddie on his lap, and the princess hoped he wasn't too badly hurt. Her knight was way stronger than she realized. And then Marty approached with a guilty look. The girl stared at him now, struggling to understand how someone so ruthless could be an archmage. With a shaky voice, Marty tried to explain something to the princess, but the words stuck in his throat. Though she knew her green-haired friend was just a kid too, he looked timid and scared, like the way Monica had in her past life. The Archmage finally managed to spit out a few words, trying to apologize to the princess. But Monica only asked how he did it, and demanded to know who started the fight first. Then she realized the confusion was because of Eddie and her uncle. They were the first to attack. Suddenly, the Duke was in front of her, blocking her with his arm and warning the Archmage not to touch her. The girl begged her uncle to stop, explaining the green-haired boy was her friend too. Marty was so shocked he started stuttering, even though he'd been the one who asked her to be friends in the first place. Plus, that boy had once saved the princess, and she'd never be able to forget that. Marty was over the moon about this outcome, since his dream had always been for Monica to be his friend. The princess noticed his awkwardness, which actually made her giggle a bit. She hoped he'd stop being so clumsy. They all headed back to the castle together. The Duke even invited the Archmage to join them, then brought the kids into his office. The princess tried to tell Marty they were all friends now, and he had to promise not to start any fights. The kid, happy that everything went smoothly and Monica wasn't mad at him, agreed right away. Eddie, now mostly recovered, was still on edge and demanded the mage not lay a hand on the princess. She also told the little knight to stop fighting and reminded him she was the one who made friends with the tower's owner. Then, the girl suggested going to eat cookies with Marty while Eddie stayed behind. But he suddenly wanted to be his friend, too. Monica noticed the Archmage's age and realized he and Eddie were probably around the same age. Then she asked Marty again if he could come to the palace with her. He said yes. Monica found it odd how quickly he agreed. But hey, they were friends now. If the princess had a request, he was ready to follow through. Then he asked when they were planning to leave. Soon, the kids left the Duke's office. Mike, left behind with the master, still couldn't believe what had just happened. He also wondered why it wasn't easier for Marty to just take down the magic barrier on the tower instead of sending the princess. The Duke explained it couldn't be done because of the risk of capture. Plus, the tower was off limits to every single mage tied to the temple. He told Mike not to worry, reminding him how the little troublemaker had been painfully shy, standing there in front of the princess. Marty even swore never to betray her, which the knight found even weirder. Turns out it was simple. The girl had this gift for pulling out people's good sides. The Duke even admitted meeting his niece had changed him big time. Thanks to Monica, the duchy had dodged a pointless showdown with the magic tower. Now they just had to deal with the imperial family. And that meant getting properly ready. The next day, Monica was back at the Archmage's place. She'd promised to stop by and have cookies with him, but the Duke figured Eddie alone wasn't enough, so he sent another wizard bodyguard with her. Eddie was convinced it was his own weakness that had made the princess go through all this. Watching the little knight, Helen realized he could totally handle his power. She knew the couple was super loyal to their prophet, but she couldn't tell if past pairs had been this intense. Eddie was operating on a whole different level, giving him way more options. They reached the tower, and the Archmage was happy to welcome the princess as a guest again. She thanked him for the invitation in return, while Eddie and Helen bowed respectfully to the Tower Master. Marty asked the girl to hold on for a second. He wanted to do something else for her. Then, a magical thread stretched from his fingers and wrapped around the princess instantly. Monica didn't get why. She remembered Donald and Russell had once been tied up with a thread like this. Looking at the princess, Marty confirmed he was now actually connected to her. The girl wanted to ask why he did it. She didn't see any threat in him anymore. She planned to question the Archmage about it. But she noticed Eddie and Helen couldn't see the thread. At that moment, Butler Hugo approached and handed the princess cookies the master had made for her. The girl noticed they had berries and felt a bit surprised. The season for those berries had already passed. Soon they were all sitting at the table, eating the tasty cookies. The fox especially couldn't resist them. The princess saw this and told her to slow down. Otherwise, she might get a stomachache. Marty asked the guest if anyone else besides her could hear the divine beasts. He knew only someone blessed by the goddess could hear the sacred fox. No one in the north even suspected Angela could talk like a human. Another child had received the same blessing. Marty wondered if they could hear the sacred beasts too. Marty spilled the beans to the princess, then realized from her reaction that she had no clue about it. Monica was shocked there was someone else besides her with this talent, but the Archmage didn't have all the details. He'd heard from a wizard on the Empire's far west that a blessed miracle kid supposedly lives there. When she heard about this kid, the princess's first thought was that it was a reincarnated kid just like her. Plus, the goddess had mentioned something similar when she said Monica carried more hopes than anyone else. She also thought one of those kids was in the same world as her, but she didn't want innocent babies getting hurt. Then Marty admitted that when he's around Monica, his headache eases up and he sleeps better. The princess was happy to hear that, even though she couldn't figure out how it connected to everything else. The Archmage also sensed some energy coming off Monica that wasn't magic or holy. She instantly thought the guy was talking about the chat window. Then he added something was blocking that energy. Marty explained he saw her aura all wavy and something was holding it back from flowing full power. Now Monica was certain it tied to her interest points hitting max and not going up anymore. But her power hadn't vanished. Now she knew the cause and planned to solve the problem soon. Only Eddie barely said a word through all this. Just watched the princess like he was jealous of her new friend. A few more days passed, and it was time for Monica to head to the palace. This morning, the girl woke up pretty early and felt a bit groggy at first. She didn't even know what woke her up so early, since she could have slept in because they weren't leaving until lunchtime. Then, Monica decided to peek out the window. The moment she pulled back the curtain, she spotted Russell and jumped in surprise. The air outside was a bit chilly, and the princess, worried he might catch a cold, quickly motioned for him to come in. Russell hadn't been able to sleep that night because she was heading to the palace, but Monica kept assuring him she'd be back almost right away. Monica watched her little brother shivering, terrified of losing her. He begged her not to leave him behind. Now that she was with the Archmage, he was afraid a little mage like him would be completely useless to her. Monica decided to calm him down. After all, he was by her side not just because she could be useful to him. She remembered how Russell had accepted her as family, back when she was totally useless. At the time, the boy thought he was being super whiny, but Monica thought he was adorable. She then suggested sealing their friendship with a pinky promise, vowing they'd always be family. She hoped he'd be wiser by now, but realized he was still just a kid. Soon, it was lunchtime. After a quick bite, the carriage was all set for the princess to head to the palace. But just then, Din threw a fit, demanding to come along on the trip. Matthew stepped up to the Duke and promised to handle everything, so he could relax and go to the palace without a worry. Bredd looked at his son and finally made up his mind. he couldn't take him with. He also told his son he'd be more at ease if the kid handled the fortress while he was gone. Din gave in and agreed. He even apologized to his dad for flipping out earlier. Mike, standing near the princess, noticed the father and son were getting along better. Monica agreed. Matthew told his sister to stay safe and promised her a surprise when he got back. The princess loved surprises, even tiny ones. She vowed to return as fast as possible. The girl climbed into the carriage, then waved out the window to her brothers. They wished her a smooth trip in return. The Duke didn't bring a big crew on this trip. Only top-tier knights rode with him. The Archmage used heat-trapping magic to make the carriage way more comfortable. Even with her confidence, the princess still felt some nerves. She hadn't left the northern lands in ages. Plus, her uncle hadn't forgotten about the mission to take out Spike, the dragon, where he was supposed to get a fatal wound. But because of the princess, he had to delay it. Now he was ready to talk to the Emperor about it once he brought Monica back. After all, if they took down the dragon, all the crazy riches he hoarded would go to the conquerors. The Duke had zero doubts about canceling the long-prepped mission. He picked his little niece over it. The Imperial Palace's expedition crumbled. Everyone in the squad died, and Spike vanished into the mountain depths. Now, the girl realized the future had changed, and her uncle wouldn't die like he did in her past life. And now, because of her, something brand new awaited them in the future, and she believed they'd live happily. Monica also hoped their business in the capital would wrap up smoothly. The girl was determined she'd never end up stuck in the imperial family she despised. After all, she remembered clearly how the current emperor destroyed her entire family, and plenty of others too. That rotten man would do anything, kill whoever he needed to get what he wanted. Now, sitting in the carriage, the princess prayed this meeting with the emperor would be their last. Lost in thought, the girl stared out the window when Marty suddenly flipped upside down from the roof and scared the hell out of her. The Duke caught this and barked at the kid, reminding him his job was to protect the princess, not scare her. Their trip to the imperial castle dragged on for days with no breaks. But eventually they had to stop, and Sir Jack asked the Duke to check something out. A short distance ahead, they spotted a carriage stuck on the road, looking abandoned. Bredd thought it odd the knight asked him to look at it, but he figured it belonged to the temple. There were people inside, temple priests who looked utterly beaten up, and the fox guessed monsters did it. The Duke ordered them to check the carriage and the people, and if they asked for help, tie them up and bring them back. With the priests already tied up, Jack spoke to the princess, explaining that these folks want to greet you. Brett stayed on edge, but Monica still asked for his okay to get closer to them. One of them immediately introduced himself as a priest named Richard, and gave the princess a genuine greeting. He also got why they were tied up, safety precautions, considering what the temple might do. Then Richard admitted the temple split into two factions right now. One faction honors the prophet's very existence, finally revealed himself. The other wants to claim the prophet as their own temple property. Hearing this, the Duke told Mike to ditch them before they spilled any more princess details. The girl knew her uncle had to stay sharp. These folks showed up out of nowhere and had all the details, and she feared her temple stay could play out just like last time. If nothing's changed, Marquis Thomas would be there. Same henchman as Donald, so the temple's crawling with scumbags now. But the girl saw a chance in that. She wondered why the priests spilled the info. It could have made them look bad at church. But this temple was cut off, punished heretics to keep secrets under wraps. Yet these priests were all over the princess, desperate to meet that prophet. They also wanted to avoid confusion with the Duke and clarify not every priest is trying to take Monica. Bredd still didn't buy their story, but the girl told him to chill. She didn't trust them either. They decided to grab the priests and drop them off at the nearest village at sunrise. The princess had a feeling Richard was a decent guy. His words didn't sound like lies. But overall, things felt too sketchy, and Monica hoped the temple wouldn't come after her. She suggested keeping an eye on things. When they got to the village, the site was a mess. The village was dead quiet, wrecked, and everyone there was dead. No one knew exactly what went down, but it sure looked like monsters did this. Jack figured they shouldn't leave the priests here, and they might run into a monster group themselves. The kids peeking out the carriage were curious how the Duke would decide. They tied the priests to a tree, and Monica decided to talk to them again. The others followed. Richard looked pretty shaken. He hadn't expected to see the princess at all. She stepped closer, hoping he'd spill something about the goddess. But he didn't know much about the goddess or god, and Monica realized they hadn't been ordered to kidnap the prophet. His faction saw it as unforgivable, and the princess's gut said he wasn't lying. It looked like this temple hadn't been touched by Marquis Thomas yet. Monica knew only the high priest could answer her questions about the god, so she planned to meet him. The next morning, they were back on the road, and the priests were ordered back into the carriages. The princess peeked out the window and realized they hadn't taken this route yesterday. Turns out, monsters really had attacked the village, and Helen burned everything down. Those corpses left rotting monster blood everywhere. The fox was listening, and then told her mistress that nearby villages, every single one, had been wiped out by monsters. After hearing Angela, the princess finally got why they changed their route. She also found it odd that the monsters were attacking on such a huge scale, even though they usually hit villages now and then. They decided to camp out under the stars that night. No way to get into a village. Helen and Jack made sure dinner was not just big, but also seriously tasty. That night, the Duke ordered the priests locked in a separate tent and tied up tight. The princess, Eddie, and Marty decided to take a walk, check things out, and visit the priests. When they got there, Monica thought it was way too quiet and asked the Archmage to boost their hearing. He didn't hesitate and used his staff a few times to grant her request. Then he leaned in and told the girl he could make any wish of hers come true. Monica found it incredible, but still liked having a capable friend like him. Eddie suddenly appeared behind the Archmage, demanding with a stern voice for him to move away from the prophet. The guy turned around, smirked a little, then asked what would happen if he refused. The princess noticed the growing tension between the two boys again, and it scared her. While Eddie explained to the mage that only a limited group could get close to Monica, she tried to defuse the situation. A priest suddenly screamed at Richard, accusing him of ruining everything he touched. Marty pressed a finger to his lips, silently telling the princess to stay quiet and trust him. The Archmage reached for his magic staff instantly, ready to use it again. Marty aimed his weapon at the tent the shout came from, and the words grew clearer. The princess praised the Archmage for his skills, and even called him the best at this. Eddie, overhearing all this, blushed, because he wanted to be the best for the princess too. Richard kept denying it was his fault, claiming only his presence kept their heads attached. The other priest, Quentin, declared their mission was to track the princess's route and report it. But Richard argued that Monica was chosen by the gods, and that he'd never support harming the prophet. The girl now knew the talk about two priest factions wasn't made up. Quentin, who was struggling to free himself from the ropes, decided he'd go back and report everything. But Richard thought that would be an insult to the god himself. He couldn't even hope to raise a ruckus or call for help, because Quentin had the tool given to him by that very person. The sneaky priest also admitted they'd cut off the route and made sure their sounds didn't get out. Meanwhile, the Archmage was pleased he'd dealt with that holy magic so quickly. The princess noticed Eddie was completely down in the dumps, even though she saw no reason for it. Monica also suspected that person might be Marquis Thomas, which meant he was already moving. If that's the case, the kids need to track down a lead that proves the Marquis and the temple are connected. Quentin kept insisting he was right, saying there was nothing special about the princess. Monica was getting sick of listening to their bickering. She knew they wouldn't say anything else important and suggested they head back. The next morning, the princess decided her first move was to talk to her uncle. The Duke, who just barely gotten cleaned up, noticed his niece nearby and realized she had something important to say. Monica immediately suggested a plan to grab the tail and trace it back to the owner. She spilled all the intel she'd gathered that night to the Duke. Brad admitted they'd set up a communication channel through Helen, so they heard everything too. That's why he didn't post guards on purpose. Now the princess got why she and her friends saw no one at the tents that night. She confirmed the Duke's suspicion that this story could somehow be tied to the future. Monica then shared some plans with her uncle, who approved them. Soon after, they brought the prisoners to him. The princess also noticed Quentin tying the ropes around himself again. The Duke started questioning them about their midnight talk. While the others remained silent on their knees, Richard admitted he had something to say to the master. But the Duke had no interest in hearing their flattering words anymore. He didn't trust them. That's when Monica stepped in. She explained that Richard was truly on her side. She remembered more people from the palace who had looked out for her without expecting anything in return. There weren't many people left like that in her memory. That's why she didn't want to leave this priest behind. She begged her uncle to have mercy on the man and help him somehow. The Duke didn't rush to make a final decision. He asked the prisoners if they knew why they stood before him. Then he explained that Monica didn't want to see bloodshed. He decided to give them one last chance to escape. He added that if he saw them again, he wouldn't hold back. The priests immediately bowed to the Duke, relieved they wouldn't lose their heads that day. But a spell was cast on them, keeping them from gathering again. Then the knights took them far away. Richard, however, was taken back by Knight Jack as ordered. He had no idea why this was happening. The magic on these priests was cast secretly by the master of the magical tower himself. Now all they had to do was wait for the tale to lead the rest of the priests to their master. The princess saw Richard wasn't feeling well and asked Marty to heal him. He agreed right away. The The priest immediately felt a surge of energy around him, and his condition improved instantly. Then he confessed to the Duke that it was all a trap. Their goal was to kidnap the princess, or at least hurt her. Monica confessed to Richard that she knew everything. She just didn't get why he'd been working with them. He said he was kidnapped by another faction. They threatened to expose his family's secrets. After that, they planned to make him the scapegoat for the kidnapping, or for hurting the princess. When Richard confessed all this, he knew his family might die, but he hoped God would calm their souls. Also, the guy he follows and looks up to, High Priest Connor. The princess knew Connor. The fox sensed Richard had seriously awesome divine power. Angela figured if they made him their subordinate, he'd be super useful in a lot of ways. The priest started apologizing to Monica for everything that happened. He wanted to ask her something. Richard asked the princess for permission to pray for her. She didn't mind, so the priest shot a blob of divine energy her way. Richard was trying to show he had nothing but good intentions. But Eddie and Marty were still keeping an eye on him. What really made the Duke furious was that this guy had the nerve to touch his niece. Eddie and Marty were ready to move in, but Mike figured the princess wouldn't have an easy time getting married with things like this going on. What's more, she had 3 bodyguards, her cousins, who were always watching out for her real close. He didn't get why the Duke was so worked up. He hadn't even tried to hurt the princess. The priest threw himself at her feet again, begging her to forgive him if his actions had scared her. They were dead sure the prophet was a direct messenger from God, and that the prophet shouldn't be under the church's thumb. Richard hadn't meant any of that, and he still couldn't figure out why the princess had decided to heal him. But even though he'd been with the guys who'd threatened her safety, Richard was dead set on swearing his loyalty to her. Helen cut in. She thought the priest was full of crap, kneeling there like that. She cast her magic right away. Magical chains started wrapping around Richard, her way of taking him down. But Monica stepped in, telling Helen to stop her nonsense. She trusted him. Then the girl asked the priest why he suddenly wanted to swear her his loyalty. The Duke chimed in. He said they couldn't trust the temple anymore. This was just a trick to win the princess's favor, so Richard was ready to swear on God's name. He explained that if the terms of this oath weren't met, the guy would die. While the others were thinking it over, Monica told her uncle again. He could trust the priest. What's more, they'd already decided to save him to find out who's involved. But the Duke reminded them he'd only promised to think it over. Brad Willow also knew his niece had never been intimidated by the forces arrayed against him. He wasn't sure if her calm was because she's a prophet or just palace betrayals made her grow up fast. So he went with a plan. Get info from Richard, but slap a spell on him just in case. The Duke also wondered if they could dig up anything on Marquis Thomas. Even over dinner, Brad couldn't stop thinking about his niece cutting into that huge slab of meat. Besides, the Duke didn't get why she felt sorry for certain folks. Still, Brad wasn't about to hand her over to some creep he couldn't trust. For a second, the Duke even considered whipping him, and Monica caught that thought, her face twisting in horror, especially since she was just 8 and didn't get why her uncle was picturing her future husband getting his behind kicked. Monica didn't know if anyone on Earth could take down her uncle, unless Eddie or Marty hit adulthood first. Or maybe the impossible would happen, and the princess's mom, the so-called heroine, would magically come back from the dead. They were in the town where they'd left Richard, who'd given Monica a parting warning to stay careful. The priests had shown up in the forest on purpose, planning to blow things up and split up the Duke's crew. Everyone would be focused on Richard as the target, while the priests struck from both sides. The priest mentioned there were only a few servants in the factions, so the princess decided to tell the high priest to call off the kidnapping attempts. He stayed a silent observer in this whole thing. But if we want to keep Marquis Thomas under control, we can't kill him. Marquis Thomas is the one who'll go after him. If we don't intervene, their power struggle will keep dragging on. Then the girl decided to show Richard she wasn't up to anything sneaky, and gave him the green light to move. 5 days later, the Duke's squad rolled up to the Capitol gates, tall enough to make the princess do a double take. Her heart was racing. Palace gates were finally in sight, but she forced herself to stay calm. Right then, a ghostly hand brushed her shoulder. Her mom's spirit, trying to give her some backbone. She spun around, but all she saw was Helen. Maybe she was just hearing things. Helen hadn't said a word, but Monica was certain she heard someone whisper. Then her screen lit up with a system alert. Admins were scrubbing the streamer's old chat logs. She took it as a sign. Her next big power-up was coming, and just in time. Everyone started clumping up, figuring out who rode in which carriage for the palace run. The Duke told his niece to ride with the tower boss, and Monica didn't mind. Mike suddenly spotted another carriage heading their way, right into their path. Monica and the boys instantly leaned out the window, trying to figure out what was going on. The knight immediately explained to the people who showed up that they were escorting the princess and demanded they clear the path. Mike the knight's actions looked really gutsy and impressive to the Archimigo, so he even gave a thumbs up. Out of nowhere, he asked if the princess liked the same kind of look that Mike had. The question caught Monica off guard, but she admitted she's into good-looking guys who are friendly and have a nice smile. The Archimago turned away and started rubbing his face, trying to see if his smile was cute enough. At that moment, Andrew blocked their path. He's the head of the Central Temple's Holy Knights. He said the princess had to visit the Central Temple before coming to the palace. The Duke stepped in and started threatening Andrew, but Andrew swore they weren't enemies, just delivering the Emperor's orders. Brad didn't get why a regular envoy would show up with a sword, ready to draw it at any moment. The Duke also gave a warning if the temple didn't want to join the Emperor's full-blown war against the North. Suddenly, Andrew bent over, and you could see a few energy balls attacking him from around him. The envoy realized arguing with the Duke too much was a bad idea, at least for now. Helen, who stood next to the Duke and used magic, was ready to follow through if he moved. Andrew didn't understand why the Duke was fighting the temple's orders, but the Duke thought no temple could rank above his niece. Brad also said no one in the Empire had the right to block the princess's path, not even the Emperor himself. Then he repeated, with even more intensity, that the princess wasn't some person who should obey the temple. The Duke unsheathed his sword. Andrew realized arguing was pointless and quickly apologized. Monica, watching from the carriage, couldn't stop admiring how cool her uncle was. She was even happier she'd stopped this guy from dying. Suddenly, the princess felt someone's presence behind her again, like someone was talking to her. She turned around. Only the boys were there. When she asked, they said they hadn't heard anything. Monica couldn't figure it out. She was sure it wasn't her imagination. This wasn't the first time. Meanwhile, the Duke was figuring out how to deal with those who had dared block his niece's path. Then Richard showed up, saw what happened, and asked for a chance to speak. Even though they'd just parted ways, their roots were the same. The priest had walked with them for a while. Richard warned that if the Duke just sent the Holy Knights away, the temple might use it as an excuse to hurt the princess. So the priest suggested getting rid of them. This outcome would be better for everyone. Richard was loyal to the princess now. He felt it was right to punish those who could become serious enemies. Monica agreed it'd be tough to fight on the capital's territory, even if the temple had plans for her. Suddenly, Angela approached. She noticed the priest was becoming, well, a little unhinged. The princess was just as shocked by how fast he'd changed. He wasn't like this before. The Duke, however, listened to Richard and decided the princess wouldn't be harmed. Then, he told Mike to grab one of the Holy Knights. Monica didn't get his plan until later. The entire process of the Holy Knights blocking their path and personally seizing a member of the imperial family was recorded using magic. The girl was glad Marty came up with it, and the Duke backed the idea. Then, after a while, they reached the palace, while Richard headed to the main temple. The girl saw the familiar walls and surroundings, knowing she had no desire to be back here. Then they offered her a new outfit before heading to the audience hall. Their group was met by a regular chamberlain, clearly showing the Emperor's indifference. Theodore didn't even grace them with more attention, despite the princess's arrival. Then the girl overheard whispers about how northern people wear nothing but animal hides and drink the blood of live deer. Another person muttered that they've got black fingertips. Supposedly, that's why northerners never laugh. Someone else suggested inspecting the northerners' appearance as they entered the capital. The girl knew these people were gossiping but holding back, afraid to hurt her. But it still didn't sit right with her. Then, as she approached the Emperor, she loudly and authoritatively greeted him, calling him the Empire's great golden lion. The people around were a bit shocked, hearing the princess's candid and bold speech. But Theodorus just smirked, figuring she'd been locked up in the dungeon, which is why she hadn't shown up. Monica knew the Emperor was trying to act all high and mighty in front of his underlings, but it didn't faze her. She only apologized for being away so long, and remembered how in her last life, she was too scared to throw even a single word back at him. For a second, the girl even blushed a little, but quickly got a grip. After all, she wasn't alone. Then Theodorus noticed the Duke and that rare Tower Dweller mage with her, and figured they came to scare him into submission. Brad argued back, saying they definitely didn't come to scare the imperial family, and Marty just rolled his eyes at that. Monica saw her uncle's mood and knew he was absolutely seething right now. The Duke said they were here at the palace because they'd been ordered to handle the princess's lessons. Theodorus figured the ministers had taken care of it, but first offered the newcomers a chance to catch their breath. Then he added with a sneer that they shouldn't be drinking blood from live deer. After all, only civilized folks were allowed in the capital. The Duke was really ticked off at those words, but held his tongue for now. Later on, Monica and Marty were strolling through the palace when they bumped into a reinforced door that looked like a giant vault. The princess immediately realized it was the treasure vault, where all the royal jewels were kept. She also guessed the Book of Names must be in there too, the one only the Emperor could lay hands on. This book was the Emperor's treasure, something he valued more than his own life. Then the princess thought, what if Marty tried opening that safe and got the book into her hands? Because if that happened, Monica wouldn't have any reason to follow the Emperor's orders. But for now, she headed to her room. Place wasn't just fancy, it was straight out of a fairy tale. Helen, who was with her, didn't hold back her awe at the sight. Monica thought, hadn't been here in ages, yet nothing had changed. Not even her toys had moved. She also remembered the people from her second life, folks who stuck by her even when she ended up dying alone. One craftsman made a figurine for the princess no one wanted, and a blacksmith insisted she needed a crown. They all died trying to help the princess, and they were friends of her mom too. Now, the girl had spent so much time up north, hadn't heard a thing about them, and decided to dig into their story. Meanwhile, Marty asked Eddie how he was holding up after his reboot. The little knight didn't get why Marty was asking, but didn't take offense. The Archmage just wanted to make sure Eddie could protect Monica while he was gone. The knight had one more question for Marty when, flash of light, and he was gone. Then the princess asked Uncle for the go-ahead to explore the palace with Eddie, and even one corridor hadn't changed. One building still loomed empty as before, except when the Emperor needed to give her a scolding. Then, Monica got this strange feeling like she'd totally forgotten something really important. Eddie cut her off mid-thought, saying he could sense someone else in the building with them. A richly dressed kid showed up, shocked that the princess hadn't died. Monica heard his voice from behind her, and it felt familiar, like she'd heard it before. When she turned around, she recognized him instantly, even though his face had changed a bit over the years. What's more, he still called her a toy, which made her angry, but she held her tongue. Standing before the princess now was the Emperor's only son, a prince named William. He was born with golden hair and a sharp face, which earned him heaps of praise from the start. Monica had completely blocked him out because the Emperor's torment never really targeted her, and he never really went after her. The princess didn't feel any animosity toward him now, which was weird, and he noticed she'd clearly grown taller. Then William got curious why she hadn't come say hi to him instead of him having to hunt her down. Monica snapped back to her senses and realized this guy hadn't changed a damn bit. Then, out of nowhere, Angela popped up, startling the hell out of Monica and asking what they were talking about. Monica had never seen the fox hanging around before, and now she wondered how it got there. William noticed the princess wasn't paying attention to him. It bugged him, so he decided to teach Monica a lesson in etiquette. He barked a warning, threatening to force her to look at him if she couldn't do it herself. The prince even tried grabbing the girl, but Eddie yanked his wrist before he could. Eddie demanded the prince stop touching the princess without her say-so. No questions asked. While William was trying to figure out who this hot-headed kid was, Eddie asked Monica for the okay to handle it. The girl had never seen someone talk to royalty like that. William barked at the guards to drag her knight away. But then he decided, hell with it, he'd kill the princess right in front of this punk. It reminded Monica of a tyrant she knew all too well. Then she noticed Eddie, still holding the prince's arm, was glowing with that dark light again. She knew if Eddie snapped and killed the air in a rage, it'd be total chaos. At the same time, the guards lunged for Monica and her knight, William's order echoing in their ears. Suddenly, Angela called to her mistress, pointing her forward. Behind the boys, Monica caught a glimpse of a woman's shadow, someone she'd swear she'd seen before. In the same breath, Monica channeled her own energy, barking at Eddie to fall in behind her. The knight didn't dare argue, even as his body started flickering with a reset cycle. William just smirked, watching the pup obey every one of her commands without a fight. The prince really hated how this attendant decided to butt in during his scolding of his little sister. The girl just apologized in return, but it only made the prince madder because she was standing up for some knight, not him. Then William reminded the princess that her family wasn't the type to hide behind her. They were him, the heir prince. The fox noticed the prince wasn't even mad, just jealous of Knight Eddie. Monica had the same thought, but when the creature suggested she shield William with her back, she flat out refused. Still, the princess tried to figure out why the prince was saying things he'd never said before. She didn't know what to do in this mess when suddenly Marty popped up in front of her again. He wasn't sure what was going on yet, but seeing Monica's confused face, he assumed she'd missed him. Then, he realized the vibe was off and decided to snoop around and find out what was up. He spotted the new guy, and from his clothes, realized he was from the imperial family, maybe even the heir prince. A guard named Bobby, who also worked as an adjutant, marched over to Marty and told him to mind his manners. But the mage noticed they weren't exactly following their own rules and didn't get why he should. So he decided to teach these arrogant pricks a lesson in etiquette and zapped them with magic. Bobby got yanked upside down by magic threads, and Marty explained it was punishment for not saying hello. Plus, the archmage was furious the guard had the nerve to raise his voice in front of the princess. William realized he shouldn't get tangled up with that mage and let them go. but promised they'd pay for what happened. But Marty offered to settle the debt right now if he was so eager. Or maybe he'd turn into a frog. The prince didn't get the mage's meaning, but was still furious. He even wanted to pounce on him, but held back. William warned the princess this wouldn't be their last meeting, and that next time the conversation won't be so polite. Then he and his guards rushed to get out of there before someone got hurt. At least Monica was relieved they dodged disaster. Otherwise, the emperor might have wiped out the whole north. The heir prince meant a lot to him, and if anything happened to him, war would break out. Then the princess turned to her friends and thanked them both for the help. She also found out Marty had to meet the mages tied to the magic tower. Now he was glad he came back early and could show Monica his cool side. Besides, the magic tower boss didn't owe anyone politeness except the emperor. Then Monica suddenly tugged Eddie's sleeve and whispered she was especially grateful to him for today. The little knight had been worried he'd embarrassed the princess, so she wanted to lift his spirits. Still, Eddie knew even without being a mage or a noble, that girl needed him. He gave her a warm smile and reassured her she didn't need to thank him. It was his duty. At that moment, Monica noticed his smile was brighter than ever. So intense, she didn't even have a retort. The next morning, Mike decided to check in on the princess and see how she slept. Monica didn't expect to see the knight so early and figured something was up. He smiled and told her that a bunch of frogs had suddenly appeared in the city, so he came to warn her. The princess found it odd, then remembered the archmage mentioned frogs the night before. The girl bolted out of the room, leaving the knight completely clueless about what just happened. On her way, she ran into another knight and asked if he'd seen the tower owner. When she found out he was near the garden fountain, she sprinted there, hoping this wasn't his doing. Meanwhile, Marty was showing Helen how he could fly using magical energy. Just then, the princess showed up and sternly told the mage there was an urgent conversation. Marty tried to weasel out, saying he had an important meeting with Helen, but Monica insisted on talking. When she explained her concerns, the mage admitted he decided to briefly punish those scoundrels for their bad behavior. The princess still thought he'd acted wrongly and demanded he reverse the spell immediately. Marty obeyed her command, snapped his fingers, and instead of frogs, people fell to the ground, still croaking from habit. But then they realized they were human again. The only thing they were grateful for was being alive. The princess immediately spoke up, trying to explain the absurd misunderstanding that just happened. The crowd instantly took the girl for some kind of saint and dropped to their knees, apologizing for not recognizing her right away. Monica just asked them to keep the whole thing under wraps. Marty growled that if they started gossiping, he'd turn them back into frogs and toss them to the snake. The princess snapped and pinched the archmage's arm, but he didn't say a word, just realized he'd gone too far. Once the crowd was gone, Marty actually apologized to Monica, but she was the one thanking him instead. She knew he did it to help her out, but didn't want him getting in trouble over it. Monica told him to lay off that style, and if he decided to discipline anyone, he'd better check with her first. That day, the magic tower's head shadowed her everywhere, which baffled everyone else. Mages on the side were whispering, guessing he had some sneaky agenda. Still, they knew these two were just kids messing around, even if that marriage arrangement got under their skin. Monica was actually happy the whole frog thing hadn't blown out of proportion. She was wondering why the prince hadn't called for her again when Eddie showed up, just back from a meeting with the duke. But going back to the empty palace was out of the question. Her uncle would get heartbroken, and the rumors would start flying again. So the magic tower's head winked at the princess and dropped the bomb. There was a sneaky way to slip away without anyone noticing. Monica immediately started scanning the area, checking if anyone heard, then figured she'd better get permission. But the duke was busy today, so Marty offered to help her pull it off. The girl wasn't against the trip and asked what plan the mage had cooked up. He wasn't planning anything fancy, knew the easiest way, and instantly aimed his staff at the fox. Angela immediately started transforming, taking on a human shape, and soon looked almost exactly like Monica. The princess couldn't believe her eyes. It was like staring into a mirror, except for the fox ears giving it away. Marty added that if the divine beast hid under a blanket, no one would notice a thing. Monica figured everything would go smoothly and left with her friends, leaving the fox, who tucked its ears under its fur. And as a parting reminder, Angela reminded her owner she still owed at least 100 pieces of meat. Soon, the three kids were leaving the princess's bedroom, while the fox simply watched them go. The girl noted that if they got into anything, all four of them would be in it together. But the plan was already in motion, and soon they were crossing the park, with the princess still unable to believe they'd actually pulled it off. And since they were already out, Monica figured it'd be smart to meet up with the architect and blacksmith. From what she remembered, they should be somewhere nearby and showed the kids which way to go. But at some point along the way, Marty and Eddie suddenly tensed up, as if sensing something strange. The Archimago told the princess he felt something familiar here, but wasn't sure yet. The little knight felt something similar, and confessed he was experiencing this familiar feeling for the first time. Then Monica remembered hiding here in her past life when things were really tough. But she explained to the boys the palace just looked like a northern castle, so it felt familiar. The girl noticed some bushes where the architect's house might be. Suddenly, Eddie realized they weren't alone. People were nearby. The princess was even a bit surprised, because this spot wasn't so pleasant, so no one would be walking around here. Then all three clearly heard human screams, and briefly thought a monster showed up. Moving a bit further that way, the kids saw only a few kids behind the bushes. One boy was sitting on the grass, and a few older kids stood nearby, teasing him shamelessly. The princess immediately got angry because she hated when people bullied smaller kids. Marty noticed her mood and suggested turning those jerks into frogs, but Monica decided to handle it herself. Still, the princess asked the tower's wizard to make those boys immobile. The wizard waved his staff, and the troublemakers were instantly tied up and hung in the air. They didn't get what happened. Seeing the girl, they wanted to scold her, but then noticed her hair color. The guys caught sight of her face and that angry look. Then it hit them. Princess herself was standing right there. Monica recognized their faces too. She figured she'd seen them hanging around the throne room before. One of them started explaining how they just taught that kid a lesson for being a total jerk. That poor kid just sat there with this hurt, innocent look, too scared to say a word back. But Monica wasn't about to back down. She decided to give these bullies a taste of their own medicine for disrespecting her. The leader, Sten, was absolutely terrified. He knew it was her prophet powers that made her this intimidating. Meanwhile, Eddie was watching closely, curious what she had in mind. He was ready to jump in and help at a moment's notice. He noticed how confident she was right now, kinda like her uncle. The guys figured better not to ask for more trouble. They bowed to her instantly, but Monica wasn't satisfied yet. Monica believed if you wanted to teach someone a lesson, you had to be better yourself first. She figured these guys had serious character issues, so she decided to tell their parents. When they heard that, they panicked and begged for forgiveness on the spot. The boys admitted they were wrong and begged Monica, with everything they had, not to say a word to their parents. Seeing this, the Archmage couldn't help himself. He suggested again that the princess turn them into toads or spiders. The idea of spiders actually appealed to her. She started thinking about it, glancing at the guilty kids. Then it hit her. Why not try the Crown Prince's go-to strategy here? She gave them a scary look and warned that if they dared mess with the kid again, she'd make every member of their family pay. She also reminded them their families were in no shape to be pulling stunts like this. Scared out of their minds, the boys vowed they'd never try to teach anyone again. And the second Monica gave the okay, they bolted. Meanwhile, Eddie noticed the princess had shut the whole thing down before anyone could even argue. Monica then walked over to the kid they'd been trying to teach and asked if he was seriously hurt. Zach, finally able to speak, immediately thanked the princess. She praised him for his guts, since he obviously hurt like hell but didn't cry. The kid explained his dad always taught him not to back down from bullies and to stay tough in tough times. She instantly thought of Architect Monroe from her past life, who had drilled the same lesson into her. Violence never pays. He hadn't been around for ages, but got executed for being too honest, and the princess wondered what had happened to his family. Now, Monica gave Zach's dad a shout-out and promised the kid that gang wouldn't touch him ever again. The kid was sincerely grateful to the princess for saving him and for her kind words. And as he left, Monica noticed he was heading the same way they were. But soon, Zach was out of sight, and the princess and her friends arrived at the old palace entrance. She led them to a different entrance where they could sneak in unnoticed. As they stepped in, the guys immediately spotted a small sheet on the wall displaying a map of the whole floor. Monica took one look and decided to check out the room she'd hidden in when she ran away. Monroe had shown her the room so she could rest up in a cozy spot. Suddenly, a guy popped up in front of the princess. She recognized him instantly, but couldn't believe her eyes. As she got her bearings, he introduced himself as Court Architect Monroe and greeted Monica. Monica was thrilled to see him, but couldn't figure out how he'd recognized her. He'd seen her when she was just a kid. Monroe explained the princess looked just like the late empress and emperor. He couldn't help but recognize her. He'd worked for her family back then, but now it kinda embarrassed him being in a place like this. A soft thud echoed nearby, and the princess spotted Zach heading their way. Zach instantly blocked his dad and pleaded with Monica not to be mad at Papa. The dad had no idea what was going on, but Zach was dead set on the princess still being upset he hadn't greeted her right. Monica explained she wasn't mad at all, far from it. She'd come to praise a legendary architect like Monroe. Then she turned to the Magic Tower's owner and asked him to whip up some tasty cookies. Once she had the gingerbread in her hands, Monica handed it to Zach, telling him not to scarf it down too fast. She also remembered how in her past life, Monroe had always fed her cookies his wife baked. Monroe got curious how Monica knew about him. She said she'd heard some stories from her dad. The architect was surprised she remembered. After all, she'd been just a little kid back then. But she brought up something else entirely. Back in his past life, he'd given her a map of secret tunnels, just in case things went sideways so she could use them to escape. No one else knew about those maps and tunnels, just him and his mentor, and Monroe believed everything would work out. But a few days after the architect handed them over, he got executed. Now, the princess just wished him to keep being the amazing parent he was. Monroe promised he'd fulfill her request, said she shouldn't worry about a thing. He added that Monica's parents had told him the same thing. Doing it was an honor for him. The princess was happy she'd helped Zach, hoped this life would work out for them. She wished she still had that map. It would have helped her get to the Book of Names faster, but she couldn't ask Monroe about it now. Only he and his mentor knew about it. Monica worried he might take it wrong. Plus, she wasn't just looking for him because of that. She still had time to stay here, and she could make sure the architect got moved north. After that, she wanted to find the blacksmith, but fate had other plans. When she got back to her room, Monica found the fox really upset. It had gotten delayed on its journey, but when the princess served the promised meat to the creature at dinner, the little beast completely forgot she was even angry. After dinner, both of them climbed into bed, pretty wiped out from a packed day. In her sleep, the girl heard someone calling her, telling her to wake up, and at first she thought it was just a dream. But then the princess felt someone gently tugging her sleeve, and she realized this wasn't a dream at all. Half opening her eyes, Monica noticed a little knight bending over her bed. She wasn't expecting to see him, and even flinched a bit, but the knight himself wasn't ready for her to jump up so suddenly. The princess still wanted to know what brought him at such a late hour, and what made him wake her up. Eddie explained that the architect she met with today is looking for her because he has something important. The boy said Monroe snuck up on Marty, who was on garden patrol, and passed along his wish to see the princess. Monica realized he wouldn't just do that out of nowhere, and asked the knight to bring him to her. And when Monroe was in her room, she noticed he was tied up, which made her furious. But the mage explained he looked suspicious to him. The girl ordered the architect untied, and he immediately started apologizing for daring to interrupt her sleep. The princess wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, she was super curious what made him come to her. Monroe looked a little embarrassed, then admitted he brought her something really important. And right then, he handed the girl the actual map of secret passages running through the Imperial Palace's inner part. Monica couldn't believe her eyes. She thought she was still dreaming, but then she stared at her closely. The girl was curious why the architect decided to give her this highly confidential item. Monroe admitted he just had a revelation from the goddess herself, and now had to do this. She found it strange. He wasn't a priest, but he was confused himself. Then the architect told how the goddess appeared to him in the middle of the night, and ordered him to give the princess a map of secret passages. The bright light blinded him, so he couldn't see her face, but her voice was commanding and authoritative. Monica remembered every meeting with the goddess, but she'd never heard her voice sound loud or domineering. The Magic Tower's master still found this visit suspicious. He even suspected Monroe was the temple's puppet. Meanwhile, Eddie suggested they should report all this to the Duke. The princess looked at the map in her hands again and decided it was definitely no fake. Then she asked her friends to keep the story secret for a while and not tell anyone anything. The boys couldn't disobey the princess. They agreed to do as she asked. The girl then addressed the architect, saying she'd believe him. His words about her parents had seemed sincere. The architect was grateful and admitted he'd missed the former emperor a lot. Plus, he really liked the little princess so much he just couldn't leave the palace. Monica noticed that these weren't the kind of words she'd ever heard from an architect in her past life. She was thankful and decided she'd definitely pay him back for his kindness. Then, behind the architect, a dim glowing ring appeared, resembling a portal. And when the archmage headed back through the portal with the architect, Monica was slightly surprised she'd gotten the map so easily. Eddie left the princess's room, and she and the fox curled back up in bed to inspect the map. This time, the girl had no doubts. She could fight right there in the emperor's palace. The next day, the princess had already drafted a small plan for her next steps, but then realized not everything would go as expected. Soon after waking up, she noticed some commotion and decided to check it out right away. Then she saw her uncle wasn't in the best mood, and a few knights stood before him with Helen. Monica asked what happened, and as Mike hesitated, the Duke gave him the go-ahead to explain everything. Then the knight told the princess that a reception was planned at the imperial castle. Plus, it was in Monica's honor, and it was that night. The banquet had already started. The princess didn't get how they could throw a reception for her when she wasn't even there. The knights and mages were upset too. No one from the northern delegation had been invited either. As Helen raged about tearing everyone apart, the girl felt guilty, but her uncle assured her she was in the clear. He admitted he wasn't really expecting any invites, and they could handle it on their own. Then the Duke offered his niece his hand, like he was inviting her somewhere, and she realized he already had a plan. The second Monica touched his hand, her pajamas instantly morphed into a stunning ball gown. He scooped up the little girl and decided to carry her himself to the party. She spotted a crowd of guests and a table loaded with snacks. Brad told her it was a welcome party in her honor, and she figured out the Archmage had magic upgraded her outfit. Helen and Jack were already there, in high spirits, cheering her on. They knew this palace was her home now, and hoped she'd remember her first day here fondly. The Duke gently set her down, and the crowd erupted in applause. Only Northerners had shown up for a good time, then head back home. Seeing how much his niece was enjoying herself, Brad asked her to dance. The rest of the guests didn't wait around. They jumped into the music, grooving to the tunes. Monica grabbed some cookies the Archmage had just conjured up for her. The Duke checked in to see if she'd like the shindig they'd cooked up. Meanwhile, the servants were reporting to the Emperor that the Duke had thrown a party. But Theodore wasn't interested in the party, because his mind was elsewhere entirely. Meanwhile, the princess was thrilled they'd thrown her such a celebration, briefly forgetting all her troubles. While the little girl was having fun, a little distance away, perched on a tree, her mother's ghost watched her. Samantha was content to see her daughter so happy and carefree right now. After the feast, the Duke decided to take the girl around to show her the other guests and how they decorated the garden. They didn't notice the two young men lurking in the bushes, trying to stay out of sight. The two began whispering quietly to each other, discussing their next move. The princess also got a cute gift, a balloon twisted into the shape of an animal. The two observers returned to the Emperor and reported the banquet was indeed in the garden. One of them was the Imperial Chamberlain, who explained the Northerners had decided to throw their own party without permission. This somehow enraged the Emperor so much, he threw a porcelain cup at his subordinate. Theodore was consumed by fury over the Northerners, holding this without his approval. The Emperor was also furious his servants had done nothing to stop the celebration. Meanwhile, after enjoying the festivities, the princess returned to her room, escorted by her uncle. The girl was genuinely grateful he'd gone to the trouble of organizing it all. The Duke was head over heels for this little one and would have done anything for her, even ignored the Emperor. Brad was thrilled his little one was doing so well and hoped it'd keep up. He remembered his sister saying the same thing when he used to cry as a kid. The princess realized her uncle was talking about her mom and wondered why he brought her up now. But the Duke admitted he didn't look for the kid sooner because he felt guilty, and now he knew it was just a weak excuse. He was happy his niece held up so well today and wished her a good night. After the Duke left, the girl tried to sleep, but sleep just wouldn't come. The girl started recalling her mom's face from memory, the stories, and the pictures she'd seen. At that moment, the princess realized she really wanted to see her mom, just once, even for a minute. So Monica decided to call in Marty and Eddie. She had another plan. Those two showed up in her room instantly, like they'd been waiting right behind the curtain the whole time. The princess spilled her plan to find records about her mom and asked for their help. The guys didn't get exactly what needed doing at first, but they didn't argue and said yes. Soon, all dressed in rags, the three friends set off on a secret mission. Monica grabbed a map of hidden passages. Eddie and Marty still worried the princess had left her room at night. It could be dangerous for her, but the guys were dead sure they could protect Monica no matter what. But the map itself gave them the creeps. They were afraid it might be dangerous all on its own, but the girl assured them there was nothing wrong with the map and flipped it open. The second she did, the book started glowing. Then a blank page materialized in front of the princess, and magical lines started forming on it. The guys realized those lines marked the exact location of secret passages that'd lead them where they needed to go. The glow stopped, and the princess smiled, telling her friends to follow her. The map led them to one of the empty walls with no doors. But the girl knew they were on the right path. She figured out they had to push one of the bricks to reveal the hidden entrance. Soon, the three friends found themselves in a small chamber with another door on the opposite side. Marty knew without high-level magic, finding a passage like that was tough. And as they moved ahead, the princess realized they'd reached the spot in the Imperial Archive. The guys started scanning their surroundings, and the Archmage noticed something else. Portraits of all the past emperors hung on the walls. He remembered their mentor had shown them before. On one of these portraits, the princess spotted her father's face and stopped to take a closer look. Right then, Eddie approached, holding something he'd found, and told Monica to check it out. The little knight handed the princess a few envelopes with an imperial seal. Monica immediately opened one and realized it was a letter from his father to her mother. He wrote that he feels this huge emptiness inside while she's away and misses her a lot. He wrote that he saw her face among the stars, so he decided to write her a letter. He also couldn't stop thinking about naming one of the stars after his beloved wife. Samantha wrote back, saying despite her busy schedule, she really misses him and their daughter. She promised to return once the campaign ends, though she had no idea which star he was talking about. Monica thought this exchange was like a conversation between a big romantic and a realist. But she also knew these were her parents' letters, the ones that told the whole story of their love. She realized that if she wrote something like that, and someone intercepted the letter, she'd feel totally awkward. Suddenly, a system window popped up next to the princess, announcing new abilities. Now she could gain ghostly eyes and ears, meaning she could see and hear dead creatures. Plus, the princess could now borrow specific abilities from the dead, but a few more conditions had to be met. Suddenly, Monica saw a face she knew all too well. It even surprised her a bit. Now, standing before her was none other than her real mom, just as happy to finally talk to her daughter. While the girl was still caught off guard, Samantha couldn't stop staring at how much bigger Monica had gotten. Her mom also noticed that her daughter now looked just like her dad, but the princess still couldn't believe what she was seeing, even though she felt joy inside. She also remembered seeing that face on one of the portraits, where Samantha was the hero. Now, for some reason, she was terrified to say the word that had been on her lips hundreds of times. Monica didn't yet know how she'd explain this to Eddie and Marty, but the little knight handed her something else at that moment. He held out his open palm, where a tiny pearl rested. Marty explained it was a recording stone and asked the princess to squeeze it. The archmage also clarified that when she did, she'd be able to see the stored memories. Monica listened and instantly felt a surge of energy rush through her as the stone itself lit up. Her mom, who was nearby, also felt the stone's power and saw the memories. These were the times the late empress had longed for. Joyful, beautiful moments. Back then, she trained alongside Princess Dorian's father on a small forest glade. The emperor wanted to show off his strength and how deftly he could wield his sword. Samantha didn't back down, knowing he had to push himself to the limit. The princess's dad wasn't backing down. He was confident, but he didn't want to hurt his lover either. As soon as he hesitated for a second, the red-headed girl landed a solid punch right on him. Next thing he knew, he was flat on his back in the grass, his sword stuck in the dirt. Game over. The maids tried to keep straight faces, but they were secretly loving how the empress crushed it again. But taking on Samantha was like trying to flirt with the god of war himself. She was way stronger than the emperor, and he knew it. He wasn't her opponent. Every time, he'd politely hand his wife a handkerchief so she could wipe the sweat from her face, and she'd be happy knowing the emperor could be proud of his favorite knight. Dorian wasn't just proud of his wife's fighting skills. He truly loved her. Together, they were an unbeatable team. Nothing, no one could ever come between them. Even the servants were into their love story, like they were reading a hot romance novel. Samantha loved her husband so much, she was terrified of losing him. Even war could go either way. The princess froze for a moment, just taking in how happy her parents looked. It stung that it was just a memory. Her parents were gone. But her mom was happy the little one saw how they used to enjoy their own happiness. Monica realized her friends were getting worried about her after noticing something odd in her behavior. The girl realized these two couldn't see her mom, and she didn't know how to tell them the truth. So she turned to them and honestly admitted she could see ghosts, with her mom right there. As the guys silently listened to the princess, she explained her abilities in more detail. Now the archmage realized what strange energy he'd been sensing around Monica lately. It was weird to Monica that they believed her so easily. They'd still believe her even if she said she could tame dragons. Besides, the princess herself was really curious what real prophets actually looked like. So she decided to introduce her mom to her knight companion and the tower's master. Samantha suddenly realized that now she'd reunited with her daughter. She had to hand her over to someone else. She also noticed Eddie was incredibly gifted and would outshine even her when he grew up. Looking at the archmage, Samantha saw a massive amount of mana in him, and if she were alive, she'd happily duel him. Then Samantha turned to her daughter and realized how important her future husband's looks were to her. She also told Monica she married her dad because his looks knocked her off her feet. Monica tried to argue they were just friends, but her mom cut in, apologizing she was dead right then. It tore Samantha apart that she couldn't even hug her long-lost daughter. The next day, the boys and the fox waited while the princess got ready, with her mom sitting right there beside them. The girl kept replaying yesterday's events in her head. It all felt like a dream, having ghost eyes and ears now. Then she joined her friends and admitted that the day before, she'd been trying to track down info on her mom. But it turned into a workout too. Then the princess explained to her friends that this time, she planned to swipe the book of names from the secret stash. Mart realized that if Monica just got her hands on that book, she wouldn't need to follow the emperor's orders anymore. She had the chance because the uncle's been tied up with something lately and left on business today too. But that wasn't all the princess wanted. she also dreamed of avenging her parents. Hearing that, Samantha's eyes dimmed. She didn't want her daughter to go through hell because of this. Monica shot back. Her mom knew Theodore and his goons were total scum. She wanted to see them pay. Samantha couldn't argue with that. She even saw the fiery glint in her daughter's eyes, the same one Dorian had. The princess had inherited her parents' personality, their fearlessness, and that burning sense of justice. The late empress knew she couldn't talk her little girl out of this, no matter what. So Monica suggested jumping into the mission right then. But the second she made up her mind, a message popped up. Another streamer power had unlocked, merging with the ghost eye and ear traits. Now, the girl had a brand new chat window open, where she could meet subscribers at hero and mythical levels. If the princess can bless these subscribers, she'll be able to borrow their power. Monica loved the idea because now she could finally protect the people around her. The first hero she saw entering the chat was her mom, Samantha. In the chat, the empress wanted to protect her Monica and was confident nothing could stop her. Soon the system started piling up points, like clinking coins dropping from the sky. The girl still didn't fully understand what was going on, but she didn't have time to sort it out yet. She had something else to handle and turned to her mom, ready to tell her something important. Waiting for nightfall, they all headed to the place where the sacred book was hidden. The Duke hadn't returned yet, and the princess knew he had way too much on his plate. Just in case, Monica considered leaving Angela in her place again, but the fox refused this time. The fox had a weird gut feeling. If her owner was going after the book, she had to tag along. For a while, the princess tried pushing ahead, but the fox held her ground and wouldn't budge. Seeing how Angela was acting, the girl figured it'd be better to try this another day. But she also knew her uncle was rarely away, so this was the perfect window to act. Plus, the current emperor could summon her anytime, and that could wreck her plans. Samantha also mentioned that day there wouldn't be too many patrols on the street. The princess agreed, and they all set out to bring her plan to life. On the way, Monica remembered how she'd planned to tell her scheme to Samantha's mom. Samantha's mom listened carefully. She thought the plan was pretty decent, but a bit risky. The empress figured that if the magic tower's master helped crack the safe, everything would go smoothly. Soon, they reached a wall where the secret passage to the emperor's chambers was hidden. As the passage opened, they found an empty room lit by just a few torches. That was the emperor's unofficial office, and Monica immediately pointed to a bookshelf wall. The princess knew the Book of Names was stored right there at night. Then the group spotted a massive chest completely covered in heavy chains. The chains were secured by a massive lock. The princess didn't have the key and had no idea how to get it. Then it was the Archmage's turn to step in. He stretched his hand toward the lock. Marty whispered the spell meant to crack that ancient chest open. Shards from the protective barrier immediately flew off the chest. Now they could focus on the lock itself. But Marty had no clue what to do next. The princess decided to handle it herself. The lock had a digital code Monica didn't know, but tried her luck. She'd seen the Emperor open the safe earlier. She cracked the combo and got it open. But instantly, another couple of locks popped up. The girl didn't remember that many being there before, making it way harder to finish the job. The princess started doubting she could crack it, but refused to quit. The Archmage came up to her and offered a hand, figuring magic could fix this mess. Marty waved his hands over the lock and cast a spell, and it flew open right away. The group felt relieved the mission was moving forward, and the princess would soon grab that prize book. Only one final lock remained for her to tackle herself. She'd never even imagined she'd open this safe. Not even back when she was all scraped up and bruised could she dream about something like this. Monica blurted it out loud, and everyone got riled up someone had dared hurt her. Especially her mom went off like a volcano, but the princess promised to spill the details later. Right now, the girl had to wrap up the lockpicking ASAP and claim that book of names. But no matter what she tried, none of the codes worked, and the safe was now a total dead end. Monica felt like throwing in the towel. She was so close, yet totally out of reach from that dream. The princess knew the code was handed down from emperor to emperor, and couldn't wrap her head around how it could have changed. Suddenly, a rustle at the front door, then the clink of keys. Looks like someone's about to walk in here. The friends spun toward the door, knowing if they didn't hustle, they'd get caught. Next, they overheard the emperor's servants heading to the study to grab some documents. While they fumbled with the door lock, the princess kept trying the code. She prayed her guess was right. The servants were already sliding keys into the lock. A fox hopped up to Monica, asking to try opening the chest. Angela figured it was lost metal and decided to give it a shot with her powers. No time to explain. She pushed her mistress to move faster. The next second, the lock in the princess's hand clicked open. Hope to grab the book of names. As Monica pried the door open, the fox explained this metal was once offered to a divine beast. Only creatures like that can see what's inside, and the princess finally had the holy relic in hand. Then the magic tower owner strolled over and decided to cast another spell. The next moment, a perfect fake sat in its place. No one would notice the real one was gone. The princess decided it was time to bug out before anyone spotted them. And soon, they were heading for the exit. But another roadblock popped up. The secret passage they'd used to enter was now sealed shut. The princess couldn't figure out why the mechanism wasn't working, and the guys knew they might be trapped here. Monica wasn't giving up. She kept slamming her hand on the same book, the one that was supposed to open the way. She kept thinking this was totally impossible. She was dead sure everything was supposed to work perfectly. She also knew the Emperor had no clue about the secret passage map. Meanwhile, the friends heard the front door about to swing open. Someone was coming in. Marty realized the windows had magical barriers too. He didn't have time to break them. The princess started thinking. She'd used this office all the time in her past life. Then it hit her. She pointed at another wall where a second passage had to be. The next second, the wall ahead of them creaked open, revealing their escape route. As the passage closed behind them, servants entered the room, chatting about how many locks they'd had to pick to get in here. One of them thought she heard something for a second, but when they looked around, nothing seemed off. Meanwhile, the princess and her friends were already outside, celebrating they'd dodged trouble. The girl was thrilled she'd remembered that secret door she'd discovered in her past life. But staying put was just as risky, so she urged them to scram. At first, the path looked clear, but they all knew patrols could pop up around any corner. Not long after, they spotted two people pacing back and forth, scanning the area. The kids ducked behind one of the pillars, but around the next corner, 3 more guards were patrolling, as if they knew someone was hiding here. Samantha realized her daughter was in danger and quickly started thinking of a way to help her. She told the princess these knights were highly trained, so they needed to avoid running into them. She also heard that every knight guarding the chamber was part of an elite squad. Monica then went to the archmage, who could do something, but that would risk them getting caught for sure. Even though Marty suggested turning them into frogs, Monica knew if the knights vanished, everyone would start searching for them. Right then, a fox approached the owner, already having a plan to help with the situation. As the princess tried to figure out what Angela had in mind, the fox was already heading the other way, using her powers. The fox wasn't swayed by the owner's pleas to stop. She genuinely wanted to help and was sure she could. Just before vanishing around the corner, the fox called out that they'd meet in the room and told Monica to head back. Angela decided to distract the knights, darting near them while hiding in the shadows, just enough to make them chase after her. The guards thought it was a wild animal and tried to catch it, thinking the mages were conducting some experiment. Meanwhile, Eddie calmed the princess, assuring her the knights couldn't catch a divine beast. Meanwhile, they needed to use this chance to sneak back to their room without getting caught. Along the way, the archmage assured Monica the divine beast's speed was top-notch. They wouldn't get caught. When they reached the princess's room, the kids actually collapsed to catch their breath. They'd been running flat out. Monica was still on edge, hoping the fox really was fine. The next morning, the princess saw that familiar paw open her bedroom window. Then the fox herself burst into the room, no scratches in sight, acting totally chill. But then Angela caught the princess's weird expression. She confessed she hadn't slept a wink that night. Monica tackled her little beastie. She'd been so worried, and squeezed so hard, the fox feared it'd be flattened. Now Angela was in her arms, and the princess thought, okay, finally some peace. Then she realized, in all the chaos, she'd missed a new chat window, which suddenly popped up. A new item just got added to the shop. But before she could check it out, Mike showed up to visit the princess. He immediately dropped the news. A gift had arrived, sent by Melanie, leader of the blacksmith clan. The princess instantly knew. This was the blacksmith she'd been searching for. With the gift came a letter, which Mike handed to her right away. Melanie apologized for having to say hello through a letter. She wrote that she was an old friend of Samantha, Monica's late mom, and had been waiting a long time to finally meet her, but had to leave in a hurry, keeping safe the only treasure she was about to pass on to the princess. Melanie also asked the princess to forgive her for not delivering the gift in person. And when the girl opened the box, she saw a pendant, a tiny staff, and a little sword inside. The princess started examining the pendant first. It felt oddly familiar to her. Then Monica remembered that in her past life, that bad guy Marcus Thomas used to wear this pendant. All these treasures were supposed to be presented to the late emperor, but it didn't work out. Plus, this pendant could heal any injury its owner had, even if the wound was life-threatening. And depending on the owner's skills, a pendant like this could also help others too. Then the girl realized the staff and sword were probably for Marty and Eddie, and handed them out as gifts. The boys couldn't believe their eyes when the princess gave them these things. They looked super valuable. Monica was told these items were connected. She figured they'd get stronger when used together. Monica and Eddie immediately felt their power surge. way stronger than before. The magical tower's owner felt the same thing too, even liked the feeling. The boys started thanking the princess for the gifts, and she was happy they liked it. Right then, the Duke burst into her room with a serious look on his face, like something bad happened. He didn't waste time explaining, just told his niece to get ready. Emperor's waiting for her. Monica didn't think it had come this fast, even though she knew Theodore could summon her any time. Girl caught herself wondering if Emperor had noticed the Book of Names was gone. No other choice now. Princess obeyed, and soon they were striding down the grand corridor. Still, Monica felt good about checking the study yesterday. She'd think of something when the time came. But when they arrived, the princess noticed they'd stopped at the dining hall doors, caught her off guard. Duke explained she had to meet some folks before heading to the Emperor, which is why he told her to move fast. Had to make it here in time. In the room, she spotted a group of people who immediately started greeting her with smiles. For these folks, meeting the great prophet and respected imperial princess was a major honor. Monica was still puzzled. Couldn't figure why they brought her here. Two men approached, introducing themselves as Lords Logan and Jonathan. They said everyone here wanted to give her their oath of loyalty. Monica knew she was the daughter of the deposed emperor. Most of his vassals were killed, following him to the grave. Just the prophet's name wasn't enough for the nobles to steel themselves against the current emperor. So the princess had no idea why her uncle brought all these folks here. But now she gets what he's been up to lately. The Duke explained they've been building up their influence for her sake, and everyone here is going to be on board with his plan. He wanted the northern border to be a big deal in the capital now, and these people are going to be his contractual allies. He said in exchange for letting them trade northern monster byproducts, they'll back the princess. The Duke knew you can't do everything alone, and didn't want to feel that regret again, like when he lost his sister. That's why Brad went through all this trouble to build a solid wall. And here, the girl saw her mom again. She never wanted her brother to feel guilty over her. Monica was sipping tea when her mom suddenly showed up, nearly making her choke. She also overheard her mom call her brother bro, and blurted it out, which shocked the Duke. But Brad kept explaining the Emperor's politics, while she was already thinking about telling him about her mom. The Duke also made it clear these folks will back her in meetings and follow her down any path. Still, the girl had only ever wanted one path, the one she liked best. She hadn't forgotten her cousins, and was eager to head back north. The Duke agreed with her call, same as him, though there were still plenty of loose ends to tie up. After hooking up with their new allies, Brad and his niece headed straight for the Emperor. So they entered a massive hall with a huge round table, and almost everyone was already seated around it. Everyone on the Emperor's side had sour expressions. They were showing their disdain for the Northerners, but it looked like they hadn't noticed the Book of Names was missing yet. Theodorus turned anyone whose name was in the book into slaves and handed them off to nobles. To get slaves, nobles competed to show their loyalty to the Emperor, and that just made his power grow. Plus, the Book of Names had the power to keep even the Emperor's family in check, so the princess had no choice but to rip that book out of the tyrant Emperor's hands. Chuck announced the meeting was about to start and asked everyone to get ready. Duke Brad had something to say to the Emperor, so he stepped up first. Theodorus shot Brad a dirty look, but figured if it wasn't urgent, he could listen later. But Brad kept pushing, said his speech was way too important to put off. Still scowling, the Emperor gave in, hoping it wouldn't take long. Then Brad declared the North would handle the princess's protection from that point on. Theodorus didn't see that coming. He went ballistic, hadn't given any permission for this. Brad explained it was the princess's personal request, but Theodorus's goons just started ranting about it. He said interrupting the Emperor mid-speech is unforgivable rudeness, because it was Marquis Thomas who butted in while Theodore was delivering his speech. The Emperor himself reminded the Duke there's a law, and his statement just broke it. Then the Duke handed him a document listing noble families supporting the North, and asked for careful consideration. Theodore scanned the list of people willing to take custody of the princess, and found it really massive. Some of them were even sitting at this table now, waiting for the Emperor's next move. But Theodore saw this as outright boldness, and decided the Duke was trying to intimidate him. Yet he kept arguing it was the princess's own demand. Plus, she wasn't a direct bloodline heir to the current emperor, which meant she wasn't obligated to stay in the palace or inherit the throne. Prince William was seated here too, and when he heard this, he actually paused, thinking this could work in his favor. But Theodore decided he needed to hear it from the princess herself, and ask her directly. The girl tensed up when she heard the emperor addressing her again. He always terrified her. This time, though, she refused to back down and boldly declared she'd be a northern land person from today forward. Theodore, who'd hoped his past threats and taunts would help now, realized his plan backfired and lost his cool. The princess added that if she could ditch the imperial family name, she'd do it in a heartbeat. The girl didn't get what the point was, since she was still just her dad's daughter. Besides, no emperor could just brush her off as a prophet, so she kept pushing to return north. Still, she had to remember who she was. A princess. But she went ahead and called Theodore uncle, with a bit of boldness. Soon everyone else left, leaving only Marquise and Cardinal Vincent to offer the emperor some advice. Theodore remembered the princess's words about wanting to go north and refusing to change her mind. The advisors were all over the emperor, saying he couldn't just let her do this. Vincent argued that with her title, Monica would be a threat to them. He even guessed she might try to take the throne by teaming up with the North. Theodore knew all this, but he also realized they couldn't just start a war with the northern nobles. Still, he didn't get how the Duke had convinced so many aristocrats to switch sides. Then, the emperor turned to the cardinal and asked what the temple's stance on this was. Vincent said going to war wasn't smart, but he didn't see any other way out. That's when Marquis Thomas stepped in with his own idea, telling the emperor to pretend he wanted to keep the princess. The emperor didn't get it. Why fake it at all? The Marquis kept explaining. In Thomas's view, if Monica wasn't useful to them, it'd be better to get rid of her. The cardinal tried to argue. He was talking about a kid after all, even if he wasn't exactly a saint himself. The Marquis cut Vincent off. He knew the temple already had a replacement for the prophet. Thomas also mentioned he'd found a highly dangerous substance on his territories recently. He ordered his trusted mages to investigate. Turns out the substance had massive explosive power. The Marquis also admitted he'd shared the info with the cardinal. So the cardinal's already in the loop. Vincent caught on this interested the emperor. He promised to ready his people right away. The Marquis continued, suggesting the substance be applied to a servant's face, someone who could get close to the Duke and the princess. That way, they could take out both at once. If something went wrong, the servant would only reach the girl. There'd be a big explosion. The guy with the substance could use it to wipe out the princess. The plan definitely caught the emperor's attention. Still, he hesitated. Something might mess it up. Then the Marquis swore that if anything went down, he'd make sure nothing pointed at Theodore. The emperor had always trusted Thomas. The guy had never let him down before, so he decided to go with it. Not long after, the day to head north arrived. The princess was over the moon, packing her stuff. She also decided to pay the architect a visit, along with his son, and make them an offer. To do this, Monica officially got permission from her uncle, promising to stay close to Eddie and Marty. Monroe figured the girl had come to say goodbye, but she offered to go with them. She knew he was a talented master and offered him a job working for the North's benefit. The architect was thrilled, but asked for permission to bring his family and apprentices, which Monica agreed to. Then Monroe vowed his loyalty to the princess once more and promised to do everything for the northern lands. The princess was thrilled. She was glad that a man like him wouldn't stay with the evil emperor. On the last night before leaving, the princess wanted to sleep well, but sensed Eddie nearby and got up instead. The girl asked why he wasn't sleeping, since things were calm for now, but he just couldn't sleep. The boy couldn't bring himself to ask the princess one question that was really bugging him. But finally, he mustered the courage and confessed he wanted to stay by her for the rest of his life. Eddie meant he wanted to stay with her, not just as a knight, but as a loyal, close friend. Right then, the tower's master joined their chat, saying he wanted to always be the princess's friend too. The girl looked between them both, and for a second, it felt like they were competing for her loyalty. Meanwhile, Marty looked a little pleased, while Eddie appeared annoyed by the Archmage's sudden show. Monica knew another fight was brewing and tried to use her power, but it didn't work this time. Then she noticed two magical threads on her hands, ones she'd never seen before. She held out her hands and realized one connected her to the Archmage and the other to Eddie. Now the princess remembered she'd already seen the red thread linking her to the night before. Then the girl looked at Marty again and realized this thread wasn't just randomly connecting them. The princess also realized Marty was her pair, and he admitted he'd just recently found out himself. He remembered how he wanted to help her from their first meeting, and how long he'd dreamed of meeting her at all. Now the master of the magic tower understood why he felt all that, because there was a reason for it. Monica hesitated a bit, since she, like the mage, knew the prophet should have only one partner. But it suited him just fine, since he wanted to be by her side forever, and was willing to obey her. For a moment the princess was flustered, and didn't even know what to say or do. The Archmage continued his speech, saying he was happier than ever, because he was lucky enough to meet her. His feelings were way different from how the princess felt, but he didn't want to explain further, especially since Marty felt the jealous and angry glare from Knight Eddie again, and fighting wasn't on his agenda today. The princess stepped closer to them both, to make sure neither snapped and a fight broke out. Then she suggested not thinking about anything bad, and just chilling together with tea and cookies. The next morning felt more than pleasant to Monica, because it was finally time to go home. Her mom was going to go with her too, so the girl asked if she'd be sad to leave the palace, but Samantha didn't regret it. She'd be happy anywhere as long as her daughter was with her. Then the princess spotted the prince in front of her and figured he'd come to taunt her one last time. The girl even braced herself to fight back, already going over every sharp reply in her head. But he wanted to know why Monica was leaving the palace at all. It was her home. The princess disagreed. Her real home was the north, not this gilded cage. What's more, she didn't think William cared at all where she went. At that, the prince felt his temper flaring again, but forced himself to hold back. The boy simply said that since she'd made up her mind, he'd come to say goodbye. He turned, said nothing more, and walked the other way. Monica couldn't figure him out. He was unrecognizable now, like a total stranger approaching her. She also noticed the prince looked like he was about to cry right then. Then the archmage approached, who also thought the prince had changed somehow. Monica couldn't explain it either. It didn't matter to the princess anymore. She suggested they board the carriages. Sir Jack, who'd met the sweet girl at the palace, also said goodbye. She couldn't ride with him. The Duke saw it from the window, but trusted his knight and knew the guy wouldn't do anything reckless. Soon after, their carriages were crossing the forest road, heading toward the northern lands. As usual, Monica had the fox curled up on her lap, and the little thing dozed off on the ride. Meanwhile, the princess remembered that in Marquis Thomas's territory, they'd soon discover a dangerous substance. Later, they'd call the powder blue apple, because once you crush it, it explodes like gunpowder. But the powder had a more devastating effect, and was worse than any terrifying magical spell. The girl also knew she had to act before they found out about this substance. Monica also knew she needed to tell her uncle, which meant playing the prophet again. While they drove, some people were secretly watching them, planning to stop the carriage. Soon, those people stepped onto the road, blocking their path and halting their progress. The sudden stop made the princess's carriage lurch, waking the fox and startling the girl. The Duke immediately jumped out to check what was going on and deal with the problem. Mike quickly reported that priests had arrived to show respect to the princess. Willow couldn't figure out why priests were in the middle of the woods stopping them there. Marty and Eddie exchanged glances. This situation seemed fishy to them too. They quickly moved to get closer to the Duke, ready to jump in and help in the fight any second. Monica spotted from the window that none of these priests were clad in holy knight armor. The Duke saw it too, but he didn't get why so many clergy turned up. One of them, the leader, stepped out and explained they'd come to greet the princess. They just heard she'd left the palace, but the Duke still didn't get why they'd show up for that. The priest added their numbers were high, because there's no cap on folks wanting to greet a prophet. Angela, peeking with the princess, caught the same uneasy vibe from the crowd. Then, out of nowhere, the archmage popped his head in their window, ready to set up a defense. The kid admitted he felt some weird magical energy around. Something off. Marty knew it meant trouble, and took off for a quick recon, planning to loop back soon. He also slapped a protective rune on Monica's hand that could block one hit, no matter how strong. The archmage could have thrown up a dragon-proof shield, but time was tight, and this charm would hold. As the kid left, Monica's fox calmed her down. She'd guard the princess, plus the fox had her own powers. Meanwhile, the Duke told the priests if they wanted to pay respects, they'd better line up and wait. But the priest leader was none too pleased. Brad Willow's order to them bugged him. He thought he could wrap this up fast and trouble-free, then blamed the Duke for craving bloodshed from the start. The leader screamed at the priests, who yanked swords from under their robes and charged at the Duke and his knights. The princess saw the chaos outside, panicked straight up. Thinking the priests had gone completely nuts, Brad shouted at his knights to guard the carriage like it was the only thing that mattered. Right then, a squad of priests was already barreling toward him, ready to bulldoze through anything. Young Knight Eddie locked in for a full-on fight. No holding back, even if it meant dying to save the princess. His hits were brutal, and he took down a few priests with each swing. But the kid knew this battle was about to get messy, with way too many unknowns. He barely had time to scream at the princess to stay locked in the carriage no matter what.